guys, aku nampak ada enemy.
Mana korang ni? Cepatlah backup aku.
Okay, belok kiri.
Oh, okey Raj.
Okey,
Bunga?
tembak.
Mana korang tak backup ke?
Jap. Ada orang lagi
Ada
dalam
orang
situ.
lagi, ada orang.
Aku pergi belah kiri, Bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Free Fire untuk semua.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengar dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
Susday នាងខ្ញុំលីសាពួកយើងមកពីក្រុម AKO ខ្មែរតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីក្រុម Diversity Gaming ហើយខ្ញុំមកពីប្រទេសកម្ពុជាជាទូទៅខ្ញុំជាអ្នកលេងដឹកនាំក្រុមតែម្ដងប៉ុន្តែនៅពេលបន្ទាប់ពីខ្ញុំដាច់ឬក៏ខ្ញុំអ៊ីមលីទៅគឺប៉ាប៉ាគាត់ជាអ្នកដឹកនាំបន្តពីខ្ញុំពីព្រោះអីពួកយើងធ្លាប់លេង tournament ច្រើនជាងសមាជិកធីមផ្សេងៗ
យើងកំណត់តួនាទីរបស់យើងអាស្រ័យលើអ្វីដែលកើតឡើងនៅសមរភូមិពេលខ្លះខ្ញុំនិងហេងនឹងដើរតួនាទី support ហើយ Double B នឹងលេងជាអ្នកបើកមុខ នាងខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយរីករាយមែនទែនដែលបានដើរមកដល់ FF CS League Stage នេះ
និយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំពិតជាសប្បាយចិត្តមែនទែននៅពេលដែលបានជាប់ឡើងមកវគ្គ FSCS ហ្នឹងហើយនិយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំព្យាយាមច្រើនដងហើយប៉ុន្តែអត់ដែលបានឡើងមកដល់វគ្គហ្នឹងទេតែឥឡូវបានឡើងមកដល់ហើយ
ធីមដែលពួកយើងចង់កម្ចាត់ចោលហើយចង់ប៉ះខ្លាំងជាងគេគឺធីម ORV Esport
ខ្ញុំគិតថាក្រុមប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីននិងម៉ាឡេពួកគាត់នឹងប៉ះគ្នានៅដើមហ្គេមហើយទុកឲ្យខ្ញុំជាអ្នកប្រមូលផលនៅចុងហ្គេមនិងទទួលបានប៊ឺយ៉ា ទោះបីការប្រកួត FFCS ជាការប្រកួតដំបូងរបស់ពួកយើងតែសូមកុំប្រហែសជាមួយនឹងក្រុមរបស់ពួកយើងវាមិនងាយស្រួលដូចអ្នកគិតឡើយ ORV Esport ខ្ញុំត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចរាល់ក្នុងការកម្ចាត់អ្នក ទីបំផុតពួកយើងបានឡើងមកលេងជាមួយនឹងក្រុមអន្តរជាតិសារជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតហើយអញ្ចឹងសូមឲ្យធីមផ្សេងៗជួយធូរដៃឲ្យខ្លះផងឲ្យពួកយើងទទួលបានប៊ឺយ៉ា1 2អីចឹងនិយាយទៅគឺសប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនតើដែលពួកយើងបានឡើងមកលេងវគ្គអន្តរជាតិម្ដងទៀតហើយពួកយើងនឹងខំប្រឹងឲ្យអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពហើយនឹងឲ្យអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងនៅតែបន្តគ្រប់គ្រងពួកយើងទៀត DG for the win
Let's go AKO ខ្មែរសូមអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាកុំភ្លេចធ្វើការតាមដានក្រុមរបស់ពួកយើងដែលតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅក្នុងវគ្គ Leg Stake Bye bye
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio.
Hello, I am Jiraya.
And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Santa from Team Never Stop.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Makda from Team Never Stop.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Roma from the Archangels team all the way from Sri Lanka.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm X-Gun from the Archangels team all the way from Sri Lanka.
I am the team leader who serves as the shot caller and the sniper. I basically use a sniper, but I play at a medium range because it lets me lead the team while supporting them.
I'm the close range rusher. Usually I'm the first in my team to rush in and get us some entry knocks.
I'm the sniper and I am the IGL for the team. My sniper skills are strong and I will always cover my teammates.
I play as a flanker for the team. I am playing this role because I am good at explosives and long range headshots.
This is the first time that we are going to play in an official tournament. We will do our best even though there are a lot of teams who already have experience in this tournament.
I'm so happy that we are one of the teams which qualified for the Free Fire Challenge Series Season 2 from Sri Lanka.
Sensei always want to play sniper, even though he's a rusher.
Let me think, Sana always like to play with female players than his team.
Specifically the Auto Knockout team. It is one of the most famed and the most experienced teams we are facing in this tournament.
We are looking forward to meeting Team Todak in battle.
We wish them to do their best in the league stage.
This is going to be our first experience in an official Free Fire event. So the other teams better watch out because we are coming for the win. Thank you so much Garena for giving us Sri Lankans the chance to participate in Free Fire Challenge Series Season 2.
Support us. We will not let you down.
guys, aku nampak ada enemy.
Mana korang ni? Cepatlah backup aku.
Okay, belok kiri.
Oh, okey Raj.
Okey,
Bunga?
tembak.
Mana korang tak backup ke?
Jap. Ada orang lagi.
Ada orang lagi.
Aku pergi belah kiri, Bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Free Fire untuk semua.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengar dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
សួស្តីនាងខ្ញុំលីសាពួកយើងមកពីក្រុម AKO ខ្មែរតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីក្រុម Diversity Gaming ហើយខ្ញុំមកពីប្រទេសកម្ពុជាជាទូទៅខ្ញុំជាអ្នកលេងដឹកនាំក្រុមតែម្ដងប៉ុន្តែនៅពេលបន្ទាប់ពីខ្ញុំដាច់ឬក៏ខ្ញុំអ៊ីមលេទៅគឺប៉ាប៉ាគាត់ជាអ្នកដឹកនាំបន្តពីខ្ញុំពីព្រោះអីពួកយើងធ្លាប់លេង tournament ច្រើនជាងសមាជិកធីមផ្សេងៗ
យើងកំណត់តួនាទីរបស់យើងអាស្រ័យលើអ្វីដែលកើតឡើងនៅសមរភូមិពេលខ្លះខ្ញុំនិងហេងនឹងដើរតួនាទី support ហើយ Double B នឹងលេងជាអ្នកបើកមុខនាងខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយរីករាយមែនទែនដែលបានឡើងមកដល់ FF CS League Stage នេះ
និយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំពិតជាសប្បាយចិត្តមែនតើនៅពេលដែលបានជាប់ឡើងមកវគ្គ FSCS ហ្នឹងហើយនិយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំព្យាយាមច្រើនដងហើយប៉ុន្តែអត់ដែលបានឡើងមកដល់វគ្គហ្នឹងទេតែឥឡូវបានឡើងមកដល់ហើយធីមដែលពួកយើងចង់កម្ចាត់ចោលហើយចង់ប៉ះខ្លាំងជាងគេគឺធីម ORV Esport ខ្ញុំគិតថាក្រុមប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីននិងម៉ាឡេពួកគាត់នឹងប៉ះគ្នានៅដើមហ្គេមហើយទុកឲ្យខ្ញុំជាអ្នកប្រមូលផលនៅចុងហ្គេមនិងទទួលបានប៊ឺយ៉ាទោះបីការប្រកួត FFCS ជាការប្រកួតដំបូងរបស់ពួកយើងតែសូមកុំប្រហែសជាមួយនឹងក្រុមរបស់ពួកយើងវាមិនងាយស្រួលដូចអ្នកគិតឡើយ ORV Esport ខ្ញុំត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចរាល់ក្នុងការកម្ចាត់
Welcome to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky, bringing you guys the broadcast for the day. This is going to be the final week that we see all of these players stand a chance to make it through to the grand finals, Husky. We've seen Group A run their marathon already. Today is the day for Group B. Tomorrow is Group C. And at the end of it, we kick out the final 6 teams overall.
And that's tomorrow, right? By the end of tomorrow, 6 teams will get eliminated. And for those who might not have been catching up with the competitive scene and people are wondering, why is it the final week? Are we at week 4? No, this is week 3. We have a new format. Yes. We have 4 maps instead of 3. We have 8 matches instead of 6. But don't worry, the teams will still get to play 32 total matches. Just that some of them will have to run a longer stretch of road for specific days. And today, like AJ mentioned, it's going to be Group B. And from what we've seen thus far, I think Group B are doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, if you look at the overall leaderboard, you can see that it is dominated mainly from the teams in Group A, but that's mainly because they've already run their marathon in here for the second week as well. Let's take a look at exactly what we've got in store for all of you guys in here today, because these are the reshuffle groups. So once again, Group A, Toda Archangels, No Escape, Farang, Akio Khmer, as well as Bloody Head. They have already played 24 matches so far. The teams in Group B as well as Group C have got a overall of 20 matchups, and today Group B will catch up to the total number of Group A, Husky.
Yeah, and for one of the things for for this new format is that it's very hard for us to look at the data before day 3 or 6, and to decide which team is the front runners, right? Because of the numbers of games that they play. But at least by the end of day number 3, we did figure out that some of these teams are really at the top. We're talking about teams like Geek Fam, we're talking about teams like Anxiety, Farang also catching up in a huge way, jumping 10 spots in just one single day. But that is also because they played 8 rounds last Sunday. But today, when we look at Group B, I want to look at K9 Esports because I think this team is a team that has shown potential, but that potential fluctuates very heavily depending on the probably the weather that day, probably what they have for breakfast. But the main issue for K9 is inconsistency, and today is what is the day that they need to prove it.
Absolutely, man. I absolutely love the fact that you brought up K9 Esports. We'll continue the conversation in a little bit, but looking at the prize pool here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's not the beyond and end all of the prize pool. This is just a very small amount in comparison to the overall that we have in the competition. As always, Free Fire puts a 1/3 of its total prize pool just for the league stages, so that everybody gets a little piece of this pie, from the 18th spot all the way up to that number 1 spot. As you can see, those that finish up the league stage in that number 1 spot pulls away the lion's share of $2,000 Husky.
The best part is that you don't need to necessarily aim for that first place, right?
Correct,
You just need to aim for top 12. And sure, you might say, wow, I only get $200 in 12th place, but wait until you see the grand final prize pool. I believe that we will see that when the grand final rolls around, the first place prize is basically more than what you ever imagined, right? So even if you're in last place, you walk away with $75, so that's a piece of the pie for everyone. This is the overall standings as expected, as the storyline has shown us thus far. Geek Fam is still at the top with 347 points, but Farang is catching up pretty tightly behind.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Toda in 3rd spot. I mean, you guys can see the list there. But continuing the conversation that we were carrying on earlier about K9 Esports, the one day where they had a breakout round was on their own day of marathon. They hit about 100+ points on that day. But apart from that day, we've seen them average around 30 to 40 points per day of play, which is quite insane. Because not only do they double, but they more than double their performance on a day where they are truly tested to see what they are capable of back-to-back in 8 matches. Today is the marathon day for Group B. So it's great that you brought up K9 Esports, because this will show us what sort of consistency they can bring into the competition and whether or not they can continue climbing up to the top, Husky.
Yeah, and if K9 Esports is kind of the figure for Group B, I think there's another team that is worth taking a look at, and it's a complete polarizing a team compared to K9, and that team is Never Stop. Today is the day that they play 8 matches in a row, and unlike K9 Esports, they are not even close to guaranteeing a spot in the grand finals. In fact, they are almost 70 points away from ORV Esports, and we've seen what Archangel has done in their Group A last Sunday. They did not have the best of days, and if Never Stop wants to overtake their nemesis from the same region, today is the day to do so.
Absolutely, man. Never Stop is the worst performing team in Group B so far, and we hope that changes for their own sake, because they have got today as that opportunity of a marathon to do something for themselves. Tomorrow they will only have 4 final matches, and if Never Stop cannot pull off a miracle in here, they will not be able to make it through to the grand finals. And of course, we've got the teams in Group C as well. The forerunners of the group in itself, Geek Fam, obviously dominating the leaderboard so far. They haven't run their marathon. We've got Group B who have finished running the marathon, and yet no one has been able to catch up to them.
You can say the same for Group A on last Sunday, right? They played 8 matches in a row. And sure, on that day, Geek Fan didn't have the best of performance, but not like it matters too much. They have garnered such a huge lead that one mediocre day did not change anything for them in the standings, and I can only imagine what it will be like when Geek Fam plays their own 8 matches tomorrow. But with that being said, Geek Fam averages one of the highest average points per round that we have, and even if they play only 4 matches, we've seen them gather as much points as teams that play all 8 matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Because this is one of the most consistent, if not the most consistent team that we've got in the league stage. On their own day of marathon, they hit 151 massive points.
Yes.
And nothing changed in the days that they don't play those marathons because they average around 70 points per day.
The most insane part about Geek Fam, before we talk about the map pool, is that on that very first day, they hit 100 points. That is the craziest thing I've ever seen. So they play 8 rounds, and they're like, yeah, within 8 rounds, we will just hit 100 points.
Correct.
And give them, then come day number 2, they hit 200 points. In 2 days, 100 points per day, only Geek Fam can do it. But if you guys are not familiar with the schedule and the map pool yet, this is it. A reminder for you guys that we start with Bermuda, we go to Kalahari, we follow up on Purgatory, and we end with Alpine. We do it twice. Start off with Group B against Group A for the first 4 matches, and for the last 4 matches, it will be Group B against Group C.
Absolutely. And of course, nothing changes except for the fact that all of these teams will still be tested in here. Everybody wants to prove themselves. The top 12 will have quite a good time playing, but the ones who are trying to catch up to those top 12 spots are the ones who are going to be tested to the max in here today. I mean, we're talking also about Archangels. They only have 4 matches today, 4 matches tomorrow, nowhere near the top 12 spot.
Yeah, I think they need around 50 points to catch up to ORV, which is a pretty solid gatekeeper, right? Because ORV has always kind of been in the conversation. Sometimes we see them, sometimes we don't, but when we saw them last Sunday, they actually put up a heck of a performance and kind of shuffling that overall standings a bit. But these will be the teams to watch today: No Escape, Bloody Hit, and EWG. And I think it's a very fair roster to look at. You know, you might wonder, why are we not looking at the top dogs? Because we have talked about them so much. But No Escape, EWG, and Bloody Hit, they have also caused a ruckus by themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And you know, one huge reason as to why this is because on day number 1 and 2, No Escape did not show up in the competition. In fact, it was one of their worst performances that we've ever seen out of this team. And then they went back to back in terms of marathons, right? They ran the marathon on day 3, they ran the marathon on day 4, and they performed spectacularly, and then just once again put them right back on the map where we have to keep our eyes on them.
Yeah, and you can say the same for Bloody Hit and EWG, right? It felt like this roster of team to watch is kind of the dark horses, the teams that, you know, we don't talk about much, but they are secretly improving behind the scenes. And if we want to talk about improvement, I think Bloody Hit has to be at the forefront of the conversation. 2 years ago, Bloody Hit is kind of the butt of the joke for very first major. The team that somehow could not make it, but for some reason always takes down Geek Fam, who was in the first place. But right now, they are very much secure in the top 12. But of course, this is the roster for No Escape: Grizzly, Cass, Error, iPants, Dadat, and Potter. And I think, without question, Cass is the icon for this team.
Absolutely, man. Alongside iPans as well. Both of these players, star players, no doubt whatsoever, constantly focusing on taking down the opponents, but more importantly, always on the forefront to pick up the rest of their team members as well. Not all of them can strike as hard in the team of No Escape. We do see a little bit of ups and downs, and mainly when we talk about the performance of Grizzly as well as Dadat, the number of kills that they can secure in all of those rounds, quite questionable, and that's why they need a heavy carry in their team.
Yeah, and I think Cass is the definition of a survivor, right? I think the very first example we saw was Raja on day number 1, and that's how they got this. They lost 3 members and they came back to win the very first booyah of the tournament. Cass did the same thing. It did not lead to a booyah, but he sure as hell knows how to keep himself alive in the game for as long as possible. And we're going to look at Bloody Hit as our second team to watch today. And I know with Bloody Hit coming up, just to quickly continue the conversation of how much they've improved, I think at the same time it's also how this team still has some members from the very first iteration, right? We're talking about Morgana and Mark, very, very experienced players on the battlefield, especially when we talk about Mark. This guy is a sniper from far and beyond, and now we add in Shanks and Kaloy. I think Bloody Hit are in a very good spot. minus some inconsistencies, but overall, they're looking pretty good.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And Shanks is the only player in the group that struggles overall to find those solid kills. This is a very balanced team. Now, but even though Shanks, struggles to keep up with the performance of the rest of his team members, he is still one of the hard hitters of the competition, which is what makes Bloody Heads an overall team to look out for. They are very dangerous on the battlefield, but the one concern for this team is that they started off good. But on the day that they started off good, it was their day of marathon. So it looked very impressive. But the following days, not as impressive, Husky. And then they did also run their marathon in the previous day, right? And that was day number 4.
Yeah.
Which wasn't as impressive. They scored an overall 40 plus points on that day.
It's definitely a rough day for Bloody Head. Now they have completed those long run. And I think Bloody Head is one of the teams in this competition that looks good when certain conditions are met. And if you put them in an uncomfortable spot, that's where you see Bloody Head struggle. And I think we see that example very clearly when we look at Kalahari. We have teams now contesting command posts, a spot where no one else has ever dared to go to. And now we push Bloody Head out, suddenly you see them in a more struggling in a harder spot. But EWG is a team that is finally worth talking about if we haven't talked about them enough already. Jay-Z, Twa, Monito, Manchai, Riven, and Bill. And some of you guys might remember some of these players from teams like Freedom Rumble, teams like FastQNY, but mostly Freedom Rumble because they have been on that team. And right now, under the banner of EWG, I believe this is their second year in the competitive scene, and they are doing absolutely sublime.
Absolutely right. And they have managed to bring in quite a bit of performance on day number 2, where they equaled up the number of points that they picked up to their day of marathon on day 1, which is quite ridiculous. They had half the number of matches, but equal in terms of points. Today is their day of marathon. They've got the potential of picking up a lot, but it depends on which sort of EWG we see out there on the battlefield and whether or not they're raring to go. Because if we get a soft side that we saw last week, for example, where overall in the whole day, we saw them perform just like Bloody Heads, picking up just barely about 40 points.
Yeah, and for EWG, it is a team that I think is very controlled, at least compared to the first time we see them. I want to kind of shine a spotlight on Monito and Manchai a bit. I think these two have brought not a lot to the team, not just in terms of frags, but we see the support that this team has provided for the individual players. It's pretty incredible because they focus a lot on picking up the teammates, right? And very less teams do it because of this new system where we kind of discussed on day 4 where some players rather give up their teammates in order to survive longer in the round. But that's not necessarily the best course of action because we've seen so many teams do it. For example, Diversity Gaming loves to give up their members, but they always end up bombing up in 10th to 12th place.
And that's one risk to play as well, because when you continuously revive your players, you're just feeding the rest of the teams out there on the battlefield in terms of picking up kill points, right? And that's something that Eastern Wolfsgang has not fallen prey to at all. They always prioritize maintaining their numbers on the battlefield. But we've seen some of those plays where, that strategy hasn't really led to them winning a lot of points as well. Because as they focus on going in for a very defensive sort of game, they very easily get overtaken in those situations. So hopefully today is the day where they can, bring in all of those changes and pick up all of those very, very much needed points, Husky.
We've seen a couple of teams in this competition, aside from EWG, that plays a very defensive game. I think we can kind of call it back to Diversity Gaming, the Sri Lankan teams, where they don't make the initiative to take fights. They wait for other teams to come to them. But that's where the problem arises, right? What is the plan when a separate team decides to push you? And I think EWG has that nailed down. But we got to turn our attention to Never Stop, a team that is in the conversation, starting it off with 2 knockdowns on No Escape, on X-Men Akatsuki.
Interesting start here coming through from Never Stop. This is the kind of performance that one would not expect from the team that has been hitting quite softly in the competition so far. But Zensei, he wants to prove himself today alongside the rest of the players from the side of Never Stop. Will they be able to finish off X-Men Akatsuki as Yan and Jasli back away from this compound? The right decision being made here, as although they do have enough to fight back, the game of numbers won't really deal well with them. And Sana finds a long-range AC-80 knock. Yan down on the ground. Jasli has no choice whatsoever. Has got the guns on him to run away and fight back, but just a little bit. X-Men Akatsuki looks like they are going to be taken out in the 12th spot.
You could not have asked for a better start for Never Stop. A day where they had to play all 8 matches. Starting from the very bottom of the leaderboard, if they can get this entire team wipe, I think Never Stop will feel really good about themselves. And that's going to be the case. X-Men and Akatsuki completely outdone in their own territory. Never Stop off to a great start.
I'm glad that Never Stop has found 4 kills already, but I don't want it to stop there, no pun intended, because this was the same team that barely picked up any placement points the last time round, but we saw them picking up kill points, right? So Never Stop, hopefully they can continue this run in the competition. The first kill on the side of Toda, on the other hand, from Afix, courtesy of a player that's straight away a little too far from the rest of his teammates.
One interesting about Toda, at least from what we have seen across the past 4 days, is that the dynamic changes depending on who they have on that roster, right? When they have Exec, you see the shift in gear for Toda, where they play so much more aggressive, where they are making so much more first moves, and they're getting all of those points in. But when Exec is not playing, we see Toda playing in a slightly slower but more controlled manner. So it kind of backs the question, what is Todak's intention? What direction are they going to head into as they prep themselves for the grand finals? But of course, you guys got to prep yourself to claim this giveaway. Key in the code down there. It expires at 5:30 p.m. by the end of the stream. Of course, you're only eligible for it if you're playing on the Singapore server.
Diversity Gaming with a very interesting approach earlier on. They were at the Revival platform, but the kid hasn't really been brought back into the matchup just yet. They are waiting. Perhaps we're being a little too cautious, anticipating an attack from a different squad. But they will be hopping on in towards the next compound. Team Eternal Watch and Learn will be at the hangars to welcome them in. No engagements coming through just yet, but the Archangels seem to have found a squad. It's going to be No Escape in a compound, all smoked up already. Error with a great defensive play for himself, whereas the rest of the players on the side of No Escape move on to reposition.
Archangel having the high ground does give them a lot to work with, a lot of line of sight, but one thing they do lack is cover. I think Archangel are just going to take this slow. There's no need to rush, but the team that is rushing is Bloody Hit, and it seems like they want to chase down Todak. It's kind of a cat and mouse game so far. Todak are running away from Bloody Hit, not really wanting to take this fight, and they do have one member kind of isolated on the second floor of this building, and Bloody Hit is going to look for him, and that guy is Ames, getting a knockdown to Morgana to start things off, and does have a couple of glue walls to work with, buying time for his teammate, and Bloody Hit, they really want to rush him down before backup comes in, and look at Ames, the survival instinct just kicking in, and Bloody Hit just cannot find him. In fact, they found Mark on the outskirts of the building, and even with sparks down, I think Todak are still in a comfortable spot to take this fight. You can see Ames have made it down onto their first floor.
Yeah, Carlisle now moving on in for a finisher, and he will be able to take Chills and Affix out of the equation, and Toda gets wrapped up. This is one of those attacks that are so rare. Usually it is Toda that runs away and baits in those players who are on the chase and finishes them off, but Bloody Heads with a very quick equalizer against them.
And No Escape, on the other hand, makes the aggressive move and completely overwhelms Archangel. And one thing Archangel, they do not have, as I mentioned, is cover, and I think No Escape. From what they observed so far, they know that Archangel isn't the team that will make that first move, so No Escape decides to take matters into their own hands. They're greatly rewarded with 2 kills. I think they want more. We can see there's one member of No Escape just trying to follow the footsteps of both X-Gun and Joker, and might be able to get one more kill. Is Error, and he has the correct gun for this. And Joker tries to fire back, but Error is going to hold his ground.
A good play coming through from Error. Has got the artillery to take out Gun as well as Joker. Has a little bit of backup as well. X-Gun, one of those glue walls to be played with. And Error repositions just so that he can have his own glue wall as cover whilst he tries to take down the partner of X-Gun. Time Turner pulled out, but iPans takes advantage. A beautiful headshot to knock X-Gun down onto the ground. Archangels now only have one final player to depend on, and this was such a unfortunate approach by Archangels. Initially, the last time we spotted them, they were the ones who had No Escape pins it down. And you really gotta love the play by No Escape here. They pop the smoke, they heal themselves up, the players reposition, and they flank the players of Archangels who had that open spot. Amazing plays coming through, but Archangels themselves, man, you called it out. No defense, and yet they stayed to take that fight.
Yeah, I think the best part about that scenario, that entire sequence of event, aside from, Diversity Gaming losing 3 members and Papa on the run, was that No Escape identified that, Archangel are firing at us from the high ground, from 4 different angles. You know what that means? The members are isolated. Let's run them down. Yeah. And they immediately make that move. I really like that snap of the finger decision from No Escape. But the good news is that Archangel still has 1 guy left alive. Might not be for long though. He's running straight into Watch and Learn's territory.
Unfortunately for Archangels, I believe this next skill is going to come through for one of the players from Eternal Watch and Learn. Joker spotted out already. X-Boys. Beautiful finisher by Demon76 as Archangels get taken out in the 10th spot. But speaking of diversity, as we spotted them earlier on, Papa 44 outside of the circle, Eternal Watch and Learn will be able to gatekeep him for the longest of time. Now, Diversity was a team that started off hot in the competition.
Oh, yes.
We had so much of trust in them after their breakout performance on day number 1. That was the same day where they ran the marathon, picked up 79 massive points, and then fell off the radar.
Yeah.
They suddenly became one of those bottom feeders who could not pick up more than 20 points a day of play.
It's like those one-hit wonders, right? It's
Yeah.
like you drop a bomber track, and then that singles was pretty much it. They came into the first round, they hot dropped Geek Fam at Clock Tower. They took out 3 members. Of course, Geek Fam went on to win that booyah, but they set the bar real high.
Yeah.
But they say the higher you go, the harder you fall. And I think Diversity Gaming is suffering from success. Well, at least from what they've set for themselves. Never stop. Again, fighting EWG. It's going to be an initial knock onto Sana by Tua. A good shot from afar. And Sana not able to win that fight. But of course, his teammate is there to pick him back up.
Santa's just a little too slow with those shots. They are able to connect one. Monito continuously tagged up, but Zenze now in a lot of trouble as Manchai waits for him to peek out, spots him a little too slow as the players on the side of Never Stop reposition and disengage. They do not want to take this fight, and that's a good decision. I talked about this already. Never Stop have been good in picking up some kill points, but those placement points have been absolutely horrendous so far here, Husky.
Yeah. And Never Stop understood that they don't really have as much compound as they do the work with, and EWG is holding that revival spot. But maybe Never Stop can utilize this interference from Bloody Hit to create a window for themselves. I think EWG probably smells that something is in the air, and this Bloody Hit on the other side of the map is Jemba with a nade, lands onto Boyloy, perfectly lobbed, and that should be a free kill for Farah.
Beautiful knock coming through, and AKO on the other hand trying to fire right back. Jumbal's not gonna get caught out, pulls out a beautiful glue wall to protect himself. Boyloy can be saved here by Hang, but Jembal might be able to deliver yet another grenade. Charges it up, can we kick it up this perfectly? Hang responds, ice grenade will force them to reposition, and the grenade out of Jembal does not connect this time round. Beautiful defense by AKO Khmer to survive this, but for how long? They don't really have much of those defenses to play with. 13 of those medkits on Hang isn't going to do him much good if he gets knocked down out in the open.
I'm expecting Farang to slowly make the descent downhill. Boyloy has to leave as soon as he can because this is not a spot he wants to be in. And sure, he has his teammates backing him up, but again, there's only limited angles for AKO Khmer to kind of utilize. And with that being said, Farang is just going to take this opportunity to slowly make that push downhill. Of course, Jesbu is facing a lot of pressure from AKO Khmer, who are doing a fantastic job of keeping Farang at bay, but they are being forced into Farang by that blue zone, and Farang is just waiting for that opportunity when AKO Khmer makes that inevitable decision towards Doom. And you can see that AKO Khmer, they're actually splitting out. Dooming Jr. is going all the way round this circle, and that means that he leaves 2 of his teammates to the devices of Farang, and Farang would take advantage of that. No way out for Boyloy, and Hang is going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah, beautiful shots coming through, and Jembal just goes around those glue walls. Make good work of Boyloy as well as Hang alongside Jesbu. But AKO Khmer, they have managed to survive. But Do Mingjun getting his health knocked down little by little. Eastern Wolves Gang, great nade opener by Morgana. It's going to be the ice grenade. It forces a reposition out of the players of EWG. But now Bloody Heads themselves can't hop on in because of all of those ice grenade responses coming through. Shanks holding on to the outside perimeter, stealing away all of that loot from the airdrop. And the players of Eastern Wolves Gang can't do much about it. The response from Bloody Heads is a little slow as Eastern Wolves Gang now start responding with that firepower. A very slow flank coming through from one player on the side of Eastern Wolves Gang, Monito, to open things up, and he sends out an ice grenade to continuously force the players of Bloody Heads to reposition and buys more time for the Eastern Wolves Gang.
Bloody Heads off to a very good start. They didn't allow EWG to recover, but like you mentioned, AJ, it's a bit slow on that offense, and EWG has so much time to get themselves back on their feet, and Tua just pushes through. Does get punished though by the members of Bloody Head, And it's up to Monito and Manchai. We talked about this dynamic duo before, and they need to keep the entire team in the game, but it is not meant to be. Bloodyhead makes it slow, they take it slow, but it is very controlled.
Amazing plays coming through from the players of Bloody Heads, but Eastern Wolfsgang almost did a number. The only mistake was the flank from Bonito, a tad bit too slow. The communication was a little off for the players of Eastern Wolfsgang. If only Bonito had been able to flank around from the right-hand side before they fully engaged, things would have definitely been different, because he was definitely going to be in a position to make a very big play for those players of EWG. But that's something they have to look in for those next round. Eternal Watch and Learn, on the other hand, in a terrible spot. They are all surrounded by multiple teams. AK Khmer on the left. Here comes No Escape alongside K9 Esports as well. Things don't really look good for them. But the players haven't caught up just yet.
Poor iPans. He was just hiding, and suddenly just 2 members of K9 show up and take him out. But that was also because K9 Esports are being severely pressured by Never Stop. And it's all down to none. Watch and Learn get 1, and Zenze from Never Stop also finds the other. And now it's down to Never Stop and Watch and Learn in the standoff, just right outside the perimeter of that safe zone. And of course, it feels like Never Stop just have a better cover to work with. That Riptide Rhythm just does not do anything for Watch and Learn, and Never Stop actually decides to retreat. Very calculated move.
Oh, excellent move by Never Stop. But Eternal Watch and Learn, what a play. I mean, the combination between the Riptide Rhythm and that snipe was just a little too good, a little too close to perfection as well. They take out 2 players on the side of K9 Esports back to back, but at the very same time, they did not allow the players, they did not allow the team on the left-hand side, AK Khmer, to take advantage. But Never Stop cannot run away anywhere. Sensei with a masterful knock, 2 players down, and Bloody Head's about to get taken out of the equation. Never Stop needs to put in the finisher. Mark sticks onto his own tiny little corner. No finisher coming through just yet, but Akila seems to have spotted him out. Grenade launcher in hand. Mark needs to watch out.
And this is Zenze's day. The Sri Lankan sniper, 5 kills thus far. Never Stop with a banger of around 11 total kills under the belt, reaching top 5. And this is the best, the best final spot for these teams to battle it out. King of the Hills. Farang has already made it to the center, and we know that Farang is incredibly good when push comes to shove in this final moments. But Never Stop are on a roll thus far.
Fun fact, Never Stop in this match alone has picked up more points than their last play day. On day 4, they picked up an overall 12 points from 4 games. This one game alone, Never Stop has outdone their previous day of performance. Now they take on Farang. Not an easy team to take out. Not a lot of chaos to play around with, as well as Farang has already found their defensive spot. But the backstab now from AK Khmer might just make the difference for the players of Never Stop. Never Stop needs to hear all of those gunshots and take advantage quick before time runs out, because the circle hunts for the players of Farang and moves towards them.
I want to see how Never Stop deals with this. The only team right now who has a very secure compound to work with, but the circle isn't in their favor. Too bad. Gets knocked down from afar, thanks to Venom. And Farang, they might have the circle, but they have the entire world against the Musket, just not aware of where Jembao is. And these spread out angles from Farang is giving them such good advantages to work with. Never Stop still not making that move just yet. 10 more seconds and they have to push in.
You know, we wanted Never Stop to play for those placement points. We wanted them to play for kill points as well. They're playing both beautifully. Zenze now. Beautiful knock onto Maske. Finisher doesn't come through just yet, though. Farang, are we going to see a steal coming through? Zenze continues all of the pressure, but they're focusing on the wrong team. If they want the booyah, they need to focus on the right-hand side. In fact, if they hunt for the circle, they'll be able to do exactly that. But Farang, their positioning is just so supreme. All spread out, and they're using Mother Nature as a little bit of cover there.
I know you say that some teams need to play placements, but you know what, AJ? I say Never Stop, go for the kill, because this is the best moment for them to do so. Jembao distracted by Venom 96, and look at Never Stop. And Zenze steals that away. Never Stop. The final fight against Farang. Jesper getting tagged by the nade early on. And if there's something that Never Stops wants to say, is that this is their moment. But Jembao doesn't want that to happen. Sana knocked down. Santa with a good glue wall. Akira running forward, getting sprayed down. Jesper needs to protect himself. He needs to stay alive for as long as possible. But Never Stops looking for the swing. And Jesper wins that fight. Zenze, can you save the round? It seems like that is not going to happen. Jesper is just way too solid. And Farang will not let Sri Lanka take the dub and in round 1. And it's all down to Santa, and Christmas will not arrive today. Not for round 1. Farang takes the booyah.
Farang, untouched in the final circle, makes quick work of everyone. The circle hunts down for them as well. And Lady Luck, alongside all of those other players who just could not put up a strong fight, allow Farang to pick up a solid booyah. Never Stop, as they picked up that final encounter against them, did not expect Jesbu to go ape on them, right? 3 back-to-back kills with that Charge Buster. Perfection out of Team Farang.
Farang only got 5 total kills, I think, or actually no, I think 5 is too less. But the point is, even if Farang got this booyah, I think Never Stop did a number on all of these teams. I mean, Zenzei had a great opening.
Yeah.
I think, what, 7, 8 kills in total? The snipe that he's been putting out is incredible. This is the best possible start for Never Stop, right? Especially when we kick off the day with them at the very last place. They need 70 points, AJ, to be in top 12. And I think they've already closed the gap by 20.
We talked about how Never Stop needs a miraculous run in here today.
Yes.
They are starting off their miraculous run with a miracle round for themselves. 1 round outperforming their whole of day 4's presence in the competition. Never Stop is starting things off really, really good. But are they oversetting expectations here? Because now we expect a lot from this team, Husky.
That's what I was thinking, right? So, like, there are 2 ways you can look at this. They overperformed themselves on day 4, and people are like, wow, how did they do on day 4? They got 11 points. And you're like, well, is that improvement? But now they got to keep it up for 7 more rounds.
And they not only did they get close to the booyah this time round, but they were actually able to play those placement points. I mean, time and time again, we saw them last week as they failed multiple times as they went out there aggressively looking for kills. They kept getting taken out before they could even get in close enough to that 8th spot, right? Which was quite disappointing because they were picking up very few at the very start of those matches. So potential that was never lived all the way through, but we start off their day of marathon with a tremendous start from the players of Never Stop. Let's take a quick look at the replay as to how this team started off today, because initially it was 2 kills picked up of the team of X-Men Akatsuki.
Yeah, then they went on to get a team wipe, and of course I think Bloody Head also did a fantastic job in this round. They didn't make it as far as Never Stop, but the way they took those fights was incredible. And this is where we see the strength of Farang really show through. A bit of survival instinct from AKO Khmer. They decided to send 2 members to the gallows in order to play for placement points. That did work out. They made it top 5, but it was kind of a short-lived victory. But when we approached that final circle, we saw how Never Stop just finding the best possible position to work with, and not only that, able to put up a decent fight against Farang. Look at Bloody Hit, cannot push into Never Stop. And this is why Zenzei really showed that he is the breadwinner for the team.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And they also had a grenade launcher on their side to make good work of, and they didn't disappoint. They didn't take themselves out in the same process as well. They brought the challenge all the way into that final circle, but a little bit of a disappointing engagement coming through against Jesbu, right? Because solo, one man, he couldn't be touched. And all of those players trickled in one after the other, engaging him. And Jesbu had the worst gun.
Yes.
In a situation like that, where he's outnumbered. Because the Charge Buster, you get the charge a little bit too long, it resets, you don't get a lot of damage out of it. You overcharge it, that's the problem. But you undercharge it, you've got a problem as well. But he was able to knock down perfectly all of those players from Never Stop because they timed it well for him.
Yeah, I was looking at his weapon, I was like, no way he wins this, right?
Yeah.
And of course,
Mag 7 maybe, but not the Charge Buster.
Yeah, any weapon aside from the Charge Buster. Like, he could have a Kimbo Magnum for all I care. I think he would have a better chance.
Yeah.
Theoretically, right? There also Never Stop didn't have the Red-Tide Rhythm. They didn't have any utilities to break through that glue wall. And like you said,
the grenade launcher wasn't used. Maybe it should have been.
But I feel like maybe for Never Stop is if they use it, they blow themselves up at close range, right? I think the idea was you want to overwhelm this guy with numbers. The idea was good, but the trickling was what really costed them. But nonetheless, look at Never Stop, 23 points, doubling of their total points on day 4. It's a shameful 11 points, but we gotta put that aside because Never Stop has set the bar. Even though Farang got the booyah, they just could not steal the spotlight away from Never Stop. But Never Stop has to do it for 7 more rounds because 4 of those rounds will have teams from Group C, and one of those teams is the Gatekeeper.
Farang extends their record in the competition as well. This is the 6th booyah that the team has picked up. And after a crazy day number 4 where they hit 104 points, they are in here to continue that momentum, right? Picking up 22 points for their first match of today where they only have 4 of these rounds to play is a great start for them because they also want to continuously try to catch up with the players of Geek Fam. They do not have as many number of matches as Geek Fam does because Geek Fam's in Group C. They run their marathon tomorrow.
Yeah. And I think that the craziest thing about Farang is that one of their ex-teammate is now in Team Princess. And even without him, Farang is doing so well. And we're talking about Jiraiya, right? Or previously known as Farang Pablo, has been on the world stage. But it felt like it didn't affect Farang at all. Matter of fact, Farang has just been consistently improving. And I don't use this phrase lightly because I think consistently improving means that you have to keep putting out results day in, day out. And Farang has been doing it week in, week out.
Yeah, sorry about the teams at the very bottom because I want to touch on Never Stop a little bit more. They got 14 kills this round. This is a team that averages at 2.8 kills per match.
Yes. Them getting 1 kill is a huge deal.
Yeah, exactly right. But 14 kills is a massive improvement from Never Stop, which now they really have to live up to, right? But, you know, hopefully this momentum, this excitement that they've started off the day with can continue in here for them. Bloodyhead looking to continuously improve in the competition as well, alongside Team Watch and Learn. Bloodyhead getting up to the 4th spot, and I'm very sure they're looking for a little bit of revenge as well, because if it wasn't for the players of Never Stop, they could have continued that run. They got caught out in the open. Morgana wasn't able to respond. When he tried, he just got the grenade launches sent directly to him, delivered personally by the players of Never Stop, and out of the equation he went.
Can't be mad at that though. I mean, Sensei is just hitting 6 shots today. That's kind of the round 1, right? You gotta ride off that momentum, ride that tidal wave, and hopefully get more points. Again, if Never Stops don't do it today, there's no other day for them to do it. Tomorrow is the last day. I don't think they have enough rounds to accomplish it. So it's now or never. We said the same about Archangel, and I think with this round, Never Stop probably caught up to Archangel on the overall leaderboard. That is the craziest thing. So it is almost certain that Archangel would not make it, and if there's someone to take the torch over, it's Never Stop.
And unfortunately for the Archangels, they just have to find better plays for themselves. It was a little bit of a disappointing round once again from the team. And, you know, I guess there's just nothing else to say, right? In terms of the consistency out of the Archangels, it seems to not come through for them. But we have seen some moments of brilliance from Archangels, at the very least.
We've reached the stage of acceptance, right? You know the 7 stages of grief?
Yeah.
Is it 7 or 5?
I'm accepting Archangels.
We're reaching the stage of acceptance, at least for some of these teams. But it doesn't mean we're counting them out just yet. The format might have counted them out, but at the end of the day, what makes this great is that I think throughout all the tournaments that we've commentated together, what's amazing is that even teams at the very bottom, up to the very end, even the round that they're not going to make it, will still show us something amazing. And I think that's what makes Free Fire such an entertaining game until the bitter end. And with that being said, we're going into Kalahari, and right off the bat, Farang goes to Refinery, a very staple spot for them to be in.
Beautiful spot for the players of Diversity Gaming to hop into as well. And X-Men Akatsuki looking to set a record for themselves by being the team that gets taken out the fastest in a day of play. Earlier on, they only had a few seconds of play, and now not even a single minute on the clock, and they've already had one of their players down on the ground already, King B, and a beautiful response from the side of X-Men Akatsuki, but they haven't been able to save Yan or Jasli. Flank, the only player left in the mix here. Diversity Gaming looking to put an end to him. But if they don't... Oh, Flank has been spotted out. The kids, a few shots coming through, but no connection just yet to punish the players of X-Men Akatsuki. The probability of X-Men Akatsuki surviving this and getting away from here, very, very slim, unless we see a miracle play from Flank. He does expose himself just a little bit. One more shot would have done the deed, but the kid misses. But oh my lord, and at the very same time, Eastern Wolves Gang makes the exit.
We have an explosive day today. Correct me if I'm wrong, AJ. I think X-Men Akatsuki is playing the marathon, right? Well, they should be grateful for that because the first 2 rounds have been absolutely horrendous for this team. Not really sure what's the deal. You know, like they died, they got wiped by Never Stop. Pretty unexpected. They got wiped by Diversity Gaming, which is also unexpected. X-Men Akatsuki just not able to find their footing. And we are just starting to praise these guys by the end of day 4. Like they're doing a fantastic job. And maybe Flang is doing it. The kid, not sure if you see him though. He's coming in from an angle that would give him vision if he just checked.
Oh my
The
lord, kid!
Turn to your left!
Kid!
No way!
I told you he needs a miracle, man, and
No
he just
way.
found the miracle, and the kid literally just runs past him.
How could you not check?
Oh, I
tell you,
love
if
Free
X-Men
Fire.
wins this one, it's all on Diversity Gaming.
Oh,
they found him.
Uh-oh.
There it is.
And
wait, why? Right, oh my, he comes back alone.
And Flank actually just runs away.
Where are your
Papa now.
friends?
Papa hasn't recovered his health at all. Flank might get caught off here. Has managed to back away. Doesn't really have a lot of medkit to play with himself. And he just gets away. 31 HP left on the side of Flank. But look at Diversity Gaming.
They just let him go.
They're not hunting him down. This is just a little too dangerous. We're going to allow him to survive for a little bit extra. And X-Men Akatsuki actually gets a miracle play. What a play, Flank. What a spot to hide away at.
I hate to say this, kid, but if you just bring your friends, you would have gotten 4 points without losing any. But you know,
Goodness. Oh
yeah,
goodness.
it happens. It happens. I mean, X-Men Akatsuki gets some breathing room, but Archangel
Oh.
taking a Farang. Oh, and Spade caught out in the open. This is very important though, because Farang loves to play Refinery and around Refinery, but they always send someone to watch the perimeter. And now with that guy taken out, Archangel have taken control of this lower area of Refinery, and that's going to apply a lot of pressure to Farang.
Too bad, Jesbu. Both players running the AC-80 Joker. Woodpecker in hand isn't going to be able to respond well at all. So they should not be engaging with the players of Farang. Of course, they don't have the information we have. So it's going to be a GG if they step on out. Boyloy, on the other hand, final player on the side of AQ Khmer, playing the game of survival as he tries to find the revival platform for himself. He might get caught out here by Eternal Watch and Learn as he jumps on in towards the Stone Ridge. Never stop managing to dominate the sub. It doesn't look like anyone is approaching their spot just yet. So everybody seems to be safe except for these two teams, X-Men Akatsuki as well as AQ Khmer, who are surviving with their final players out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, Archangel's initial, I think 2 or 3 kills, 2 kills came from AKO Khmer, where I believe they hot dropped as well. So Archangel came up on top of with that. Bloody Head, this time uncontested at command post, which is something that they definitely would appreciate, because I think on day number 4, for some reason, teams love to push them out of their area, and Bloody Head has been struggling on Kalahari, at least on that day. But this time they get to enjoy that peace and quiet. Todak, on the other hand, also taking a very long wraparound around the maze, just not getting into initial conflict, which I think is kind of a minor adjustment that they're making, considering how in game 1 they got completely swept by Bloody Head.
K9 Esports, great position to take Ames out of the equation here. He might get caught out. I don't know what's the play coming through here for the players of Toda, but it just seems to be a super risky one. Ames doesn't have a lot of long-range engagement capability by the look of the guns that he has on him. A assault rifle as well as an SMG.
Uh-oh.
But as Boyloy tries to get away, gets caught by Kaloy from the side of Bloody Heads. Just a couple of tags though. Boyloy still pushes on in towards the command post, and he does have a bystander right in front of him before he could purchase a team member back. Eliminated from the equation, and of course Morgana picks up the first kill, moves on through to loot up Boyloy. 10 more teams still left on in here.
That is, if the team have not learned it yet, is that Bloody Head you will need to always expect someone at command post, whether it's Bloody Head or not. You have to remember it's a very good compound, a lot of loot, a lot of shelter. Most importantly, the buy zone, the revival zone is right outside. So it's a very convenient place to be in. It's a place that I would invest in a condominium if they built one there. Bloody Head just completely catching, AKO Khmer. Was not aware of that situation, but Ames somehow finds himself at the very edge of the map.
Blank has got a good position here to catch Ames off guard. The moment Ames passes on to the left, Blank, information on his side. Trigger discipline, though, does not engage, aims out in the open, pulls out a glue wall, survives for a little bit longer, but Afix has got the information. Blank needs to be a little careful. Afix gets tagged up as he tries to reposition. Demon 76 on the other hand, down on the ground, engaged by the players of Bloody Heads. And now Eternal Watch and Len shouldn't be able to get this save as Demon 76 is just a little bit too far. And Shank secures that kill. Maske tagged up. Mark, supreme marksman, but doesn't have much of those angles to work with since Eternal Watch and Learn has got a small defensive compound to work with.
And this is very inconvenient for Watch and Learn because they really want to get that one guy back, but they cannot do it thanks to Bloody Head completely controlling this area. And they do have a danger zone to worry about, but no, it's the least of their concern. Whereas for Todak, on the other hand, Ames is just having a rough time, but he does have that grapple gun. Not that it matters though, normally just swats him out of the sky. You do not take flight around Mammoth, not when K9 is watching. They sniff you out, and the rest of Todak are under heavy fire. Afix so low in the red as they use those blue walls to give themselves some cover to walk right through and walk past Mammoth, but K9, it seems like they're on the chase.
Players of K9 Esports now manage to kind of force Todak to reposition in a spot that they weren't really looking to move towards earlier on. Spark holding quite the high line here. He will be able to engage, perhaps get a knock, but nothing more than that, because the game of numbers here on the side of K9 Esports will be too much to handle. But Spark is looking to buy Team Todak more time as they continuously disengage and find those defensive spots. They have got a vehicle to work with as well, so Spark might just be the casualty here. But K9 Esports disengages. They back away, all thanks to the drone sent out. No extra information. Farang on the other hand, tagged up. Spade from the top, giving that suppressive fire, trying to hold back the Archangels.
Very good angle from Spade, and Farang was able to surround the isolated member of Archangel. And Cross X-Gun also gets knocked down thanks to Spade. And that was the guy that Archangel picked off first. But Farang brought him back to life, and he's now dishing us some payback. And Archangel this time will not win. Roma is a bit too slow on the zip line. He's not going to make it. Even falls all the way down. And it's all down to Leda. And Jembao will deliver swift justice to him. Gonna take a while, but Archangel have unfortunately met a timely end. Jembao just blows him up point blank. Takes himself out, but his team is there, unlike Archangel, who are already out of the round.
Unfortunate for Archangels, and Jembao with a desperate move there, but all's well as he gets quickly picked up. Gets healed up by the one and only Too Bad as well. Great backup coming through from Too Bad. And Todak, it looks like they've managed to get away, and Spark didn't really have to sacrifice himself as well. All thanks to K9 Esports, who makes the smart decision to disengage and back away. So both of these teams will survive for a little bit longer out there on the battlefield. But X-Men Akatsuki, looking at them still alive is a huge surprise, considering what happened to them earlier on when we started this matchup.
Demons 76 wants to protect X-Boy, but Bloody Head has a vehicle so they can chase him, and Shanks just pumps him full of shells. And it's an easy kill for Bloody Head. Demon, he just stood up for a split second, and he got knocked. Bloody Head have eyes everywhere, and it's Kaloy who delivers that kill. And it's easy as Bloody Head makes it. Maske has no chance of recovering anything, just has to take that bike and ride off into the sunset. Bloody Head have successfully defended the command post, but Maske will find himself a revival point. That's where he will try to bring the rest of his team back.
Eternal Watch and Learn, though, as they back away. He's managed to spot a buy point, so a couple of plays going to be repurchased right back in here for the side of Eternal Watch and Learn. Never stop. They don't have the circle, but it's not too far away from them. They do have a drone approaching their compound, all sent out by Bloody Heads, playing the game of information as they move forth little by little to make sure they do not get caught out. Great strategy coming through from the players of Bloody Heads, and Morgana is the one to lead the squad. Mark, no trigger discipline coming through. He opens fire at the players of Never Stop, and this engagement happens. And Bloody Heads, I don't think that was a right move coming through, because they could have just stayed a little quiet, Husky.
Yeah, and it was also at the time where Never Stop finds a compound, right? Contrary to Bloody Head, they actually have a vehicle. So look at Shanks right now. He's going to drive himself and Kaloy into the territory of Never Stop. And let's see how Never Stop deals with this. It's kind of a rematch. And Santa under fire. Zenze already knocked down. That's the sniper eliminated, but it's actually by Farang. And Farang, they're not done. Three members of Never Stop already knocked down. And Farang definitely not happy with what happened towards the very end of round number 1, but Aquila has that grenade launcher in hand, and this is going to be a big game changer if Bloody Head is not careful.
Talk about your pass catching up, man. This was just from the previous matchup. And Bloody Heads moving in for a little bit of revenge. And the players of Farang, who had nothing to do with this, although they did manage to pick up the Booyah, they were quite annoyed that they could not secure that first spot, all thanks to Neverspot stealing that away through their beautiful performance in the earlier round. But it doesn't seem to continue in here this time for them, as the players of Farang continuously nail those shots back to back. They catch out the players of Bloody Heads. Eternal Watch and Learn eliminated by Bloody Heads at the very same time as well. And Karloy, on the other hand, master grenade out of Aquila. It is the grenade launcher in hand, but no finisher coming through just yet though.
Yeah, and that's, again, the game changer, at least the fight changer that Neverstop can rely on. And Sana, he's rushing in. And this is going to be kind of the be-all, end-all moment for Neverstop. And I'm not really sure why did they go to do that. Not under the heavy fire of Farang from the top of the hill, and Bloody Head gets their revenge. But this is why Farang always have someone playing on the edge of the refinery. It gives them so much vantage point to work with. And too bad he's just having a field day. And look at that. Noah X-Manakaski just kind of flying in and kind of trying to go for a slam dunk onto the members of Farang. But I'm not really sure if that is going to be the case though. Funan is already down.
This is going to be a tricky circle that is coming up in a little bit, but until it becomes trickier, Farang can continue to play that bird's eye advantage against all of the other teams. X-Men Akatsuki holding on to the bottom side of this refinery platform, and that's not going to be too much of an issue until the next circle closes in. So a lot more time to still play around with in terms of Farang holding on to that top spot. Toda, on the other hand, a totally different strategy as they want to maintain their distance very close to the edge of the circle that's continuing closing in. But that'll keep them a little busy, so they better hope and pray they do not spot any players as they rotate their way in. Oh, Riptide Rhythm! Timing perfection, too bad, as he knocks Jazley, gets the kill as well.
10 kills so far for Farang, and they still have probably the best position in this map. And I just want to quickly turn our attention to Todak for a while, because I think Farang has already stolen a lot of that spotlight. This is the very controlled, very slow Todak.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, without Exec in the team. I'm not really sure if that is a big factor, but we are seeing that shift depending on who they have on the team. And look at Todak. It's very weird to see Todak play so slow, because the Todak we know would try to run people down. And look at that spark and aims. They're trying to go by from that left side, from the right side. And Jesbu has eyes on all of them. So even if Todak makes it through, Farang will be very prepared for this. Bloody Head is in the midst of everything. Farang is fighting 3 teams at once.
Yeah, and Farang doesn't really have a lot to worry about since they've got that high ground advantage, as Chill now knocks Kid down. Jesbu has got the AC-80, continues to play that pressure. Afix being pushed by the circle as well as controlled by Jesbu. Jesbu trying to engage with 2 players at the same time because he's confident nobody can shoot right back. But Bloody Heads has got to play.
Yeah, and now Toda, they barely just made it in. But again, that one member of Bloody Head that is on top of the tower has been snuffed out by Farang. So there's no one to point spoilers anymore. You can see K9. They are desperately trying to climb out the mountain, and Farang have already taken control. Look at Spade. He is so fast to the safe zone, and he's going to get all the info for his team and secure a way out. And Mark just has to use the grenade launcher to take down 2 members of K9. That fight has just begun at the foot of the hill, at the midsection of the hill. And Farang can just watch this happen. In fact, they just go in for the cleanup. A quad kill for Jembao so far. But AJ, Farang have 16 kills.
I am absolutely mind blown with the performance of Farang this time round. Wuxi flies straight in front of Spade. Opportunity to go in for the takedown. Jespo on the backup as well.
Oh no.
Wuxi is forced off of his offensive position, and now it's a 2v1. Too bad has got the Mag 7 to play around with as well. It's going to be the players of K9 Esports right down there below them. Jesbu taking the fight to his opponents. Charge Buster in hand as well. The players of Farang getting a little over-aggressive as they lose 2 players back-to-back. Spade and Jembal, final players to depend on, but Spade makes quick work. 3 players back-to-back, and now 20 total in terms of kills for the players of Farang. And Jembal also has got that grenade launcher to play around with. Farang is not only on fire, but they're toasting everyone at the same time.
It's going to be 22 kills by the end of this, I believe. I think Shang stole the last one away. Riptide Rhythm is out. Grenade launcher from Jembao.
Oh, GG.
Terminates him. 21 kills for Farang and the second booyah of the day. 2 out of 4 matches that Farang played, they have won it.
We talked about them continuously breaking their own record, and now 7th Booyah of the competition, and the performance that they have brought in on day number 4, where they were back-to-back on full crazy performance. They lead into day number 5 as well. Yep, what is that? It's all about Farang, baby. They have not dropped a single spot in terms of attrition out there on the battlefield.
I love it. They're already taking a group selfie. They know that they've got this in the bag. Just casual selfie. Best part is that they actually have the live stream open with that delay, so they're watching everything on replay as they win the round. I love this team. So they've gotten more than 50 points in 2 rounds.
Yeah.
That is an amount that a lot of teams might not be able to achieve in a single day.
Yeah.
And we started this day with Farang, tailing behind Geek Fam. I think they have caught up in 2 rounds, and they have 2 more rounds to go.
I don't know what to say about Farang, right? Because they have just been on fire, and them picking up 50 points from 2 matches is crazy, because on the day that they ran 8 matches, they picked up a total of 104.
Yes.
So they've
halved it.
They are doubling their efforts on a day that they only have 4 matches in here to play. And I'll have my mind fully blown if they can keep up this performance for themselves, which is quite a lot to ask for, actually.
You know that. Are you a big connoisseur of memes? You know your memes?
I'm an old man, but I know a few of them.
All right. Okay, so you remember? You probably have seen this meme before. You know the meme of the Shiba Inu Doge, one that is very weak and one that has a lot of muscle.
Oh yeah.
The weak one is Farang in the first half of the group stage,
and
the strong one is Farang on the second half of the group stage.
And we are talking about the Farang that on day 1 picked up 49 points from 4 matches. On day 2 picked up 33 points from the 4 matches, and they back-to-back hit 104 on day 3 and day number 4.
Yes.
They picked up 200 points in 2 back-to-back days, just like what the players of Geek Fam did on day number 1 and day number 2 of the competition.
Yep. The only difference is that Geek Fam did it in 12 rounds. They took 16, but with that being said, they made up for it in this first 2 rounds, right? And if Geek Fam is watching right now, you guys got a competition on your hand, and that team's name is Farang. So if Geek Fam still thinks that they are secured as king of the group stage, well, they got another thing coming their way.
Yeah, but that being said though, Geek Fam hasn't played in here today, and they will not play until match number 5. And on top of that, what Farang needs to worry about is they need to overcompensate for the 2 days of lack of performance. Whereas Geek Fam has been consistently performing all throughout the competition, right? So just ridiculous in terms of effort from the side of Farang to catch up. But Geek Fam might just be able to pull away, as they have got 12 back-to-back rounds from today leaking into tomorrow. But Farang picking up 33 points for themselves. You are right, Husky. They've managed to catch up with the elusive Geek Fam, who held on to that number 1 spot for so long.
Yeah, and I think Farang is, from day 3 onwards, we see Farang waking up a bit, and day 4 we see the same Farang, and we start to wonder, is this team really coming online? And and at this point, there's no doubt that if there's any team to challenge Geek Fam, if there's any team that is eyeing for that trophy, I think Farang is a very big contender.
Oh yeah.
But I want to quickly turn our attention to Never Stop. As quickly as they rose up to the top, they fell down just as quick. Only 5 points in this match, and we emphasize a couple of times how important it is for Never Stop to literally keep their foot on the pedal and not take a single break. But the other teams decided against that, and guess what? It was Farang that stopped them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And in terms of Bloody Head, the improvement from day number 4 into day 5 has been quite solid for this squad so far, because overall on day 4 they only managed to secure 44 points for themselves, right? 2 matches in, they're almost equalizing the performance from day 4 already, and that is a huge statement, because on day 4 they had 8 back-to-back matches. So the players of Bloody Head, although they do not have as many of those opportunities this time around, they need to make sure they continuously pick up all of these points, because they have to make up for quite a weak day of marathon.
And 2 of the teams that we, that are the team to watch today are at the bottom 3. Watch and Learn and EWG.
Oh, GG.
Not having a day at all. Well, No Escape and EWG, excuse me, not having a day at all, at least so far. But thankfully, for No Escape, they No, I don't think any of them are playing 8 rounds today, right?
As for No Escape as well as EWG, no.
Yeah,
They
so
are- yeah.
the rough place being at not even Bloody Hit, right? The 3 teams we're looking at today only play 4. Will only play 4 matches, and
Yeah.
Bloody Hit is the one that is showing up. Though I wonder where the X-Men Akatsuki end up. I think they got a decent
10
finish,
points.
right? 10 points, right? So not as bad. Diversity Gaming, I'm looking at you guys. That could have been 0 for them.
Yeah.
But you guys just had to blow it. So that.
But I'm
that
really
stinks.
proud of X-Men Akatsuki. I mean, I thought, I was about to cry for them in that second matchup because
Right.
it was just back-to-back quick rounds. I thought they were going to break the record in terms of how little time a team has spent in a day of play out there on the
Like
battlefield.
speed run out the round.
But instead, they survive with flank, and then Kid from the side of Diversity Gaming just absolutely misses him,
Yep.
makes his round right back, and gets taken down. That, if the first round of missing him wasn't bad enough,
Yes.
the guy fails.
It fails, and they just leave him, right?
Yeah, but thankfully he survived. Not only does he survive, he manages to bring back his teammates. They managed to get a couple of kills out there on the battlefield. 10 points overall for a team that almost bombed out with absolutely nothing on their side. Shows the fire in the players of X-Men Akatsuki. But let's hope this time around in Game 3, they do not get hot dropped, because I don't know if it's their fault or someone else is hopping on into their spot for the time being, man.
The best thing is I don't remember them getting hot dropped this often. At least
Yeah.
not 2 rounds in a row. I know that they have very high frequencies of fighting other teams at the beginning, but
Yeah.
never has it turned out to be almost a double wipe, right?
Correct.
So if anything, if round 3 it happens again, I have a feeling that something is up, right?
Yeah.
Maybe today is not that day.
And when Diversity Gaming watches back that matchup, they are going to have a lot of questions for themselves as to how in the world did they miss a complete team wipe and allowed them to survive for so long out of that. And the engagements were not as crazy for Diversity Gaming. They're still trying to find a little bit of their momentum that they showed us they can pick up on day number 1. But that was all the showing up the players of Diversity Gaming did.
Especially, I think right now AKO Kame has overshadowed Diversity Gaming by a lot, right?
Yes.
Because we talk about Diversity Gaming as a team a lot,
Yeah.
but we talk about AKO Kame individually more often. I
Yes.
think Dooming Jun has always been in the conversation,
Yep.
Boyloy as well.
Yep.
But when we look back at Diversity Gaming, I think the one guy that has shown some promises is the Kid. But that is only on day 1. And
Correct,
afterwards,
yes.
it felt like the Kid was literally sent back to school. He's being schooled by all of these veterans in the scene. There's nothing against him, but I think individually, there's a lot of things that Diversity Gaming needs to look back and work on, at least, if not today, then for tomorrow. Because that moment, when the Kid lost to flank, it's a moment of bloodlust.
Yeah.
You saw this one straggler, he's like, guys, I found him, I'm going in, dies, and the rest of his team decide that it's not worth it anymore.
Which is such a crazy decision to make, right? Because they still had the numbers advantage.
Yes.
They just had, unless they weren't counting as exactly how many players they knocked down, but technically they do have their own number of kills shown to them, so they should have been able to make that equation. So I will not understand exactly why those decisions were made back-to-back by Diversity Gaming, and I don't want to know as well.
I'll tell you, one team that can do that is definitely Farang, because
Yeah.
I think this is one thing that we didn't really get to highlight much about before we go into round 3. I just want to quickly bring out the last sequence, the last 2 circles of Kalahari just now. Farang was relying purely, for the most part, individual plays to hold on to
yeah.
the last circle.
Yeah.
We're seeing 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2, 2 versus 1.
Yeah.
Aside from the communication is how they control the circle,
Yeah.
is how they are so confident with their individual plays that they are willing to send their members to lock down specific angles and secure them the round. And sure, they ended up losing 2 members, but they bought so much time and they caused so much havoc. And that is the Farang that I think is the scariest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And nobody punished them for those plays at all, which is quite crazy, because when you move on to Kalahari, you should be expecting all of those, high grounds to be taken advantage of, and you are going to be meeting snipers there, right?
Yes.
And the sniper this time around was 3 players out of Farang. And you had Jesbu off on a crazy angle all on his own, but nobody was capable of punishing them because nobody was looking out to do so, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, in fact, I felt like the moment the teams enter Refinery in the final circle is like going into Alcatraz with guard towers on all 4 angles. You just cannot get out. I remember looking at the radar, there was this one moment where we have Todak with Bloody Hit, with K9, and Farang wiped all of them.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, how is Farang doing this? But with that aside, we look into a new round. It's Purgatory. And if anything, Farang has proven to us that they are one of the best teams right now, and we'll see if they can keep it up, because I think Farang is about to hot drop with Diversity Gaming.
Yeah, and the players of X-Men Akatsuki once again will potentially lose Yan early on as Eternal Watch and Learn shares the drop spot alongside them at Brasilia. Diversity Gaming, on the other hand, they want to move on into their killing ways, and how they do that best is by taking these hot drops on crazy great squads out there on the battlefield and making a good name for themselves. But will they be able to hot drop the hot Farang themselves, who have been performing solid back-to-back from last week into this week? Beautiful engagement by the Kid, but as quickly as he takes down one, too bad, takes the backstab, takes Kid out of the equation. Diversity Gaming have got quite the work here set out for themselves, but a great engagement will put out yet another player from the side of Farang. And now Jembal responds. Papa 44 down on the ground. Eden 77 for the save this time around. Not many of those glue walls to play around with, and Jembal so early on with the sniper is able to make such a difference out there on the battlefield.
What a swing from Diversity Gaming. I mean, that was very well timed, completely catching Farang off guard. And Farang is a team that you hardly catch, at least with their head in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
But Diversity Gaming got the timing right. But for X-Men and Katsuki, I think they got the timing out the lobby almost right.
Oi! Jasly! Not as good as Flank. Should have stayed a little quiet. Has the vehicle. Nothing much he could do about it. And Eternal Watch and Learn, the only one they drop in that equation is their own demon.
Well, they got 10 points out of 3 rounds. That's just one less point that they never stop on day 4. Okay, I'm done rubbing. I'm done rubbing it in. I think this really stinks for them. But for you guys, we have this loot box, the AK-47 loot box. Claim it with the code down below. It expires at 5:30 p.m. today, and you can claim it if you are playing on the Singaporean server. So do that. But for Farang, on a rough start, and look at all those nades. Oh my goodness, it's a shower of grenade. Bloody hate taking on AKO Khmer.
Oh, this is just a crazy spot to be in, as the players of K9 Esports in the exact same compound as well. A 3-way battle, but so many of these consoles to block away all of those shots. Dooming Jun, great attempt to take down 2 players on the side of K9 Esports, but the time turner pulled out by Normain. Normain now tagged up as well. Dooming Jun has no cover, but quick work done as 2K backs him up as well. They get those 2 kill points for themselves, guaranteed, and K9 Esports, who had a great position earlier on, loses it to the players of AKO Khmer.
Yeah, well, if you hug the side of Ski Lodge like this, you know you have to fight your way out. And Dooming Jun just completely pincered them. Oh, Boiler does get flanked by iPass. No escape also shows up, but K9 Esports will be the team to go out. Morgana getting overwhelmed by Hang, as AKO Khmer have completely surrounded this entire locker room. And it seems like they also have Bloody Hate locked in. You can see AKO Khmer, they're just planning that assault march, gonna run out into the open and completely gets punished, as AKO Khmer were ready for this. Shanks now next on the chopping.
Oh!
In a 1 versus 2 in the UMP. An unprecedented performance from this guy, and suddenly Dooming Jun also left to his own devices and snuffed out by Bloody Head. They survived the onslaught.
I'm so glad to see Bloody Head stick to their Ski Lodge drop and not change trajectory at that very final moment, even as they were getting hot drop. But to take the conversation on a little bit later on, the Sri Lankans splash out there on the battlefield, and Archangels do not find the better end of this stick, as Roma now so little of health left on him. AC dead. What a play by Roma! Secures the quad kill.
And 1 mag is all Roma needs. A 1 for 4. In fact, none for 4. And Never Stop thought that this was their day. But those closest to home are the ones that can hurt you the most. And Archangel really just stopped the freight train that is Never Stop. Not an immovable object anymore. Not an unstoppable force, in fact. Farang somehow still survives, able to make it to at least Marble Works. And that's why Diversity Gaming is hanging around.
I mean, what a day, man. What a day number 5 in here. They've just picked up the pace once again. After the great shuffle that we saw come through last week on day number 4, the pace was so slow, I started to fall asleep in halfway through of those matches. But today, we haven't been able to catch our breath, Husky, because these teams are just non-stop. They're just banging their heads up against each other. Farang now, Spade from afar, punishes Papa 44, and he takes the kill as well. Diversity Gaming in a lot of trouble, but they are at Marble Works, and not the whole squad of Farang to deal with, because a couple of those players just a little too far from engagement, but we know how quickly they get into position, Husky.
I think Bloodyhead is about to catch No Escape as they are running right towards the area. That's a revival zone. No Escape doesn't need it, but it would be great if they can control it. And Morgana, he's going to hear all those footsteps. And unfortunately, Morgana most likely will go down. Let's see if we can take iPads with him at least. Seems like that's not going to be the case. Actually, Morgana wins that one. And No Escape, they've already lost one of the members, but they can surely bring him back. It's only a matter of time before Dada finds that one. A 1-for-1 trade, but definitely a bit better for No Escape as they are on top of their buy zone. And yesterday I had an epiphany, AJ. I realized that being someone who is invested in esports in general, regardless of what title, is a very good thing. Because a lot of people live off of, functions, coffee, energy drinks. I function out of adrenaline.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I see people make great plays. It keeps me awake for the rest of the night.
Yep.
And I'm still kind of going off the high of yesterday, where I was watching a separate tournament, where we did pretty well. Yeah, and that happiness for some reason carried through to the day.
Yeah.
I feel pretty awake.
I have to agree with you, man. I mean, I've been living off all of the adrenaline from these crazy plays, right? It's great to bring the hype in, and every single time I raise my voice, it just pumps my heart a little bit faster, a little bit stronger. And I get exactly where you're coming from, man. These teams, they really know how to get your adrenaline pumping. And they show it in their gameplay as well, right? They step the pace up really well for themselves. But that's exactly what I expected Neverstop to do with their tremendous performance in that first game. But I guess sometimes when your heart starts pumping a little too fast, you think you're getting a heart attack.
You overheat. and that's where, when you kick into that overdrive, when you overheat too much, that's where you start to make those very crucial mistakes. And Neverstop will be really beating themselves up quite a bit, especially losing out to Archangel in that fashion, right? Because that really felt like it was Neverstop's ticket back into the game. That was a 3-4 kill. But, I mean, Roma outdid them. Farang finding solace in this fishing heart. In fact, taking control of two different sides of the island. I do love this approach because when we saw the circle on the map just now, it split the entire map save zone into 3 parts.
Yeah.
And Farang has controlled 2 of them.
Let's see exactly what they do with this buddy system, because they have to deal with Diversity Gaming as well as Archangels. If at all these players do come in here for the aggressive push against Farang. And Farang very quickly and smartly taking over the revival platform as well, because of the risky play that they bring into the matchup, just as a extra bit of insurance, which is quite insane to think about them executing that sort of a play out there on the battlefield. Because you really need to be on your toes when you're making up all of these plans, right? Because it's Battle Royale. At the end of the day, you've got a little bit of RNG thrown in there, regardless of how well you pick all of your spots. Because as you try to rotate in, you don't know exactly who you're going to spot out there on the battlefield. And for them to be this consistent in terms of playing their aggressive but very safe plays, I mean, I know that's quite the opposite, but it's just so crazy as to how they execute it, because they've got that fine line, right? They've got that fine layer of mechanical skills just overlaying every single decision made out there.
This is the slowest I've seen Todak play.
Yeah.
Just by memory. I think they have not seen Todak play that slow. Not really sure if it's the effect of that round 1 where they completely got outgunned by Bloodyhead, but so far we have not seen Todak's presence. It's very uncanny, right? Because Todak is a very loud team.
Yeah.
When you see them all the way. But when you don't see them, it's just silence. And Todak has been on that radio silence for the 3rd round in a row. We have 8 teams left. We're approaching that 10-minute mark, and I think so far this is probably one of the few quieter games, right? We get some room to breathe. We get some space to look at where the teams are, very equally spread out. Of course, Farang is the team that has the most control over the map thus far. But of course, Archangel, because of that initial team wipe, now also decides to take a slight backseat and just wait out the circle.
And as the players of Toda move a little bit closer to the players of No Escape, Eastern Wolves gang around the vicinity as well to make a difference. But Toda making a lot of noise with the vehicle that they bring into this compound. And Ames moves on out to pull a little bit of recon mission off here, getting that extra bit of information. A couple of shots fired, no trigger discipline from the side of No Escape, and that immediately gives away the position that they hold on to. Ipan stags up Spark, great play. Glue wall pulled out, Spark in a lot of trouble. Grenade being cooked up here, but Ipan shouldn't be wasting that. He only has one on his side.
Yeah, No Escape. Now kind of surrounded by Toda because Toda needs to get rid of them. There's only one way towards the safe zone, and there's not much space in the circle as well. So Toda knows that this is the only way out. And so far, No Escape has been doing a good job running circles around Toda as Ames finally joins the fight. Grenade cooked up by Spark. We see initial knock onto the members of No Escape, but they should be able to bring him back up. Spark cooking up a second nade, lobs it over, lands on the 2. As Spark shows us how it is done right. And No Escape completely caught out in the open. And this is going to be the undoing. Todak with 4 clean kills.
Yeah, just when you're talking about how they've slowed the pace down, Spade steps it right back up to show that they are still in this game. But Farang not having a great day out there. Eternal Watch and Learn going to town with them. Maske has the double barrel in hand to punish Spade. But Spade very quickly repositions. X-Boys backs him up. Jembal keeping the distance a little close with those people because he knows he can do a great job. But Joker out of nowhere on the side of Archangels grows up from across the body of water, and now he pulls the attention of Jembal. AC-80 in hand. He tries to fire them down. Spade gets taken out of the equation. Diversity Gaming hopping into this battle as well. It looks like Farang's explosive run is about to come to an end.
And finally a round where someone, well, not someone, but two different teams managing to kind of humble Farang a bit, but it's gonna take them a while as Roma finds the last kill. And if for Sri Lanka never stop is Zenze, I think for Archangel is Roma. This is his round. 7 kills thus far, down to 5 teams, and Archangel have taken control of the northern side of the circle.
They don't really have to push on out just yet because they do have a great defensive position to play that bridge against all of the other players and sucker them in if at all they want to get super aggressive. But the fate of Diversity Gaming will be decided by the next circle, which we will get to spot in a couple of seconds. If the circle moves away from them, Archangels can farm those kills. If the circle moves towards Diversity Gaming, Archangels will have to do the swim, and the reverse happens. Eastern Wolfsgang not going to get involved in that battle at all. Joker oversteps his boundaries, gets sprayed down, and now Archangels, even before that circle forces them away, they get farmed by all of the other teams, and it looks like the Archangels will not be doing any swimming at all. Let her out of the equation. Final survivor on the side of Archangels needs to play a really smart game. Now the circle does move away from both teams, but no swimming will happen just yet. They both have got a small piece of land to work with.
And EWG have taken control of this part of the land. They got that low ground to work with. And where Archangel got gunned down was exactly where Farang dropped as well. The Archangel X-Gun this time, a very tough spot to be in. Bloody Head already making the initial move, so they do leave behind a cleanup crew, at least. Want to tie up the loose ends. And Morgana is going to do the job, has that ice grenade in hand. Look at that, Shanks and Kaloy already on the other side of the map. So Morgana was able to kind of give X-Gun some frostbite and shatter him. 8 kills for Bloody Head so far. Now they can swim across if they want to, but with the circle closing in, Bloody Head has to make that decision fast.
Let's see exactly what Bloody Heads can pull off here as they go for an open swim. Morgana and Mark. Toda can take advantage here, but they do have already 2 players up on the hill to return fire, to protect their players out there on the battlefield, and that's exactly what Shanks does as he catches the kid off guard. Here is Bloody Heads going in for the engagement even before getting all of their players on this side of the hill, and that's a very brave move coming through, looking at the fact that Diversity Gaming has got the high ground advantage. But King now pulls out the time turner. Kaloy doesn't care, double barrel in hand, jumps straight into the time turner to do number, but Diversity Gaming still stays safe, and the charge buster in their hands now as Eden77 suckers them away. Advantage taken by the players of Diversity Gaming. Papa 44 from afar, and now Bloody Heads have a high price to pay.
Yeah, and EWG takes advantage of that, getting some kills for themselves as well. Papa barely dodging the grenade launcher. So Morgana can turn this around, and Twa again with the backstab. A Bloody Head kind of messing up the tempo of Diversity Gaming. And now they all pay the price. EWG playing it safe so far. But remember, Todak is on the other side of the river. They might not have the same zone, but they do have some space to work with. Bloodyhead is the one with control of the circle, but the downside is that they are out in the open. There is still 20 seconds for EWG to formulate a plan, but it might not even matter because if Bloodyhead goes down right now, EWG will have control of that area, and Todak is going to play spoilers from the other side of the river.
Yeah, very smart play coming through from Toda, taking the players of Bloody Heads out of the equation first since they hold on to the next circle. And that will force Eastern Wolfsgang to make all of those rotations, which then Toda can take advantage of. Because overall, looking at the diameter of the current circle, the players of Eastern Wolfsgang have to move a little bit earlier, although they do have the circle on the other side of the island. Great setup coming through from the players of Toda, but Bloody Heads aren't out of the equation just yet.
Yes, they are hiding at Mark. Has a rock to work with, and maybe that is the one boulder that is going to bring him to victory. Manchai finds Eden with a charge buster. Top 3 teams left, Bloody Head, only one survivor. It's EWG, the one with the numbers advantage. Again, this blue zone is going to close in. Toda making their first move. They want to go for the swim. They have those walls set up. EWG tanking a bit of the blue zone, but they make it in. And look at Mark. He's already peeking out on top of the crate. They all want to go fish hunting. And Todak is going to be the recipient of that. Bill fights Affix and aims the last man alive. Grenade launcher lands onto Mark, tags him for half his health, but it's not meant to be. Monito finds his leg and shoots it off. Mark falls down, and EWG claims the booyah.
And although the players of Bloody Head had that final circle, they didn't have enough of those numbers to make good work. But Eastern Wolfsgang identifying the safest spot in that second last circle, taking command of it, snuffing out all of the other players who were coming on the approach. But I have to say, man, Toda played quite the solid strategy out there on the battlefield, giving them so much of pressure even though they were not on the safe side.
Yeah. Could have been a Diversity Gaming run. The potential was there. We saw the setup. It was very clear. Eden rides the bike in, and he's going to be the tip of the spear to penetrate through EWG. But Bloody Head says, I want a piece of this, and they both paid the price. And EWG says, none's the wiser. They are the winner of that round, but they didn't get as much kills as we would have expected. I think when they started off the fight, they got like their first 2-3 kills.
Yeah.
So not the highest kill count, but it's the win that matters for EWG.
Absolutely correct. And although Bloody Heads could have played a slightly better game in that final circle, they unfortunately focused on the wrong enemy, right? They were trying to take Toda out of the equation because they thought that was the easier fish to fry, which was literally swimming in the waters. But Eastern Wolfsgang, they had the numbers on their side. And this is once again how the format of the competition kind of affects what happens out there on the battlefield, right? You've taken away the kill feed. These players have got zero information. All they can work with is what they visually see out there on the battlefield. And if you don't look at the numbers out there, you're not going to know. So it's really important to stay hidden, which is what Eastern Wolfsgang did so well.
Yeah. The idea right now is I see people, I shoot people, I kill people, I get points. So for Eastern Wolfgang, definitely a slow day for them, but nonetheless able to get that booyah. At least, you know, puts a sweet note on their run when the day comes to a close for them. But of course, we did see AKO come here off to a pretty decent start. K9 getting the shorter end of the stick, getting completely pincered and collapsed on by Bloody Head with this breakout moment. And it is because of Shanks and Shanks alone that Bloody Head was able to make it into that final circle.
Yeah, and Farang, on the other hand, was almost gonna make a huge impression on GeekFam before GeekFam starts their day of play, but that didn't really seem all that too crazy of an opportunity as they kind of bombed out a little too early this time around.
Yeah, Farang getting caught out in the open, and that was they picked the spot to die under the bridge, just like the throw in the kid story. And right after that, Archangel went to the same spot and got shot by Diversity Gaming. So if there's anything you guys learned today is that it's not a safe spot to be in. Even with Glue Walls, right? I think Farang just had a very rough round because they were always caught out in the open. It's something very rare to see from a team that always somehow finds cover. But in this case, even the best team can get ambushed. And this is where Todak kind of showed up huge, that one double nade from Spar, opening up the battlefield, taking out No Escape, and was able to give them a safe entry into their safe zone.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, those double nades were just things of perfection as they had the information to play, they had the earlier loots to play in terms of pressure as well. those lethals were used pretty spectacularly out of the players of Toda. But the third spot is all the team could afford for themselves. Eastern Wolves gang, a huge step up in comparison to the previous round where they picked up a single point, just 1 point in round number 2. But this time they pick up a solid 18 with the Booyah on their side as well as 6 kills. But Bloodyhead still snatching away that number 1 spot. And now Bloodyhead, they have been impressive throughout the whole day, right? And this was the team that kind of struggled on day number 4.
Oh, yes.
We did bring it up and they seem to have taken that to heart, and they're bringing in all of their performance in day number 5. And it's quite spectacular to see them maintain such a great consistency.
38 points in 2 rounds. If in round 2 and 3 combined, very standard for a team like Bloodyhead that we expect out of them, right?
Correct.
You get a very high average. Obviously, cannot compare them to some teams like Anxiety or Geek Fam or Farang, but by Bloodyhead standard, I think this is what we want to see coming out of them consistently, right? Double-digit kills, decent placement points, and at least getting that minimum 15 points per round. But with that being said, today is not their big day. It's not the 8-round marathon, but nonetheless, they're putting out those numbers and making sure that they stay on that first page of that leaderboard.
In 3 rounds, Bloodyhead has already outdone their performance of day number 4. They are at 50 points so far in today versus 44 points picked up in day 4, right? Which is quite crazy because they had their marathon day on day number 4. But that's where they really did not show up. And we talked about it once again. Bloodyhead showing us that they can bring out that consistency. Archangels, very surprising run this time round. 6 placement points, 7 kills, 13 points overall as they equalize with Diversity Gaming, who pick up that 5th spot. A lot of these teams making a last-minute run in the competition as they know the consequences of not really showing up, right? Because they only have 2 more days to play in the league.
Yeah, X-Men and Katsuki got to rewatch that one because out of 3 rounds, they only got 10 points. And 2 of those rounds were instant wipeouts, right?
Yeah.
So they were speed running to the lobby, courtesy of other teams, of course, not by their own decision. And thankfully, they have 8 rounds today, because if not, it would be a catastrophe. So 5 more rounds for X-Men and Katsuki to show us that they are not the bottom feeders. But for now, we'll give them some room to breathe. We'll take a short break, and we will come back for more Free Fire action.
Aku pergi belah kiri, bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Free Fire untuk semua.
Nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengan dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
Susday នាងខ្ញុំលីសាពួកយើងមកពីក្រុម AKO ខ្មែរតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីក្រុម Diversity Gaming ហើយខ្ញុំមកពីប្រទេសកម្ពុជា ជាទូទៅខ្ញុំជាអ្នកលេងដឹកនាំក្រុមតែម្ដងប៉ុន្តែនៅពេលបន្ទាប់ពីខ្ញុំដាច់ឬក៏ខ្ញុំអ៊ីមលីទៅគឺប៉ាប៉ាគាត់ជាអ្នកដឹកនាំបន្តពីខ្ញុំពីព្រោះអីពួកយើងធ្លាប់លេង tournament ច្រើនជាងសមាជិកធីមផ្សេងៗ
យើងកំណត់តួនាទីរបស់យើងអាស្រ័យលើអ្វីដែលកើតឡើងនៅសមរភូមិពេលខ្លះខ្ញុំនិងហេងនឹងដើរតួនាទី support ហើយ Double B នឹងលេងជាអ្នកបើកមុខនាងខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយរីករាយមែនទែនដែលបានឡើងមកដល់ FFCS League Stage នេះ
និយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំពិតជាសប្បាយចិត្តមែនទែននៅពេលដែលបានជាប់ឡើងមកវគ្គ FSCS ហ្នឹងហើយនិយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំព្យាយាមច្រើនដងហើយប៉ុន្តែអត់ដែលបានឡើងមកដល់វគ្គហ្នឹងឯងតែឥឡូវបានឡើងមកដល់ហើយ
ធីមដែលពួកយើងចង់កម្ចាត់ចោលហើយចង់ប៉ះខ្លាំងជាងគេគឺធីម ORV Esport
ខ្ញុំគិតថាក្រុមប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីននិងម៉ាឡេពួកគាត់នឹងប៉ះគ្នានៅដើមហ្គេមហើយទុកឲ្យខ្ញុំជាអ្នកប្រមូលផលនៅចុងហ្គេមនិងទទួលបានប៊ឺយ៉ា
ទោះបីការប្រកួត FFCS ជាការប្រកួតដំបូងរបស់ពួកយើងតែសូមកុំប្រហែសជាមួយនឹងក្រុមរបស់ពួកយើងវាមិនងាយស្រួលដូចអ្នកគិតឡើយ ORV Esport
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Today is Playdate number 5, which means that we are in the last week of our group stage before we find out our top 12 teams. My name is Husky, alongside the Mustachio AJ. And I think I found the reason why Diversity Gaming has been struggling so much. Because they leaked their strats. They are relying on the other two regions to knock each other out.
Yeah.
And I think the team saw that and they were like, you know what, we will knock you out first.
Yeah.
And they've been pretty successful so far.
At the moment, right? And now at this point, I actually want the Diversity Gaming that we saw on day one that I was quite averse to liking, right? Because I was not really a big fan of them hot dropping the big teams, not walking away with a lot of points.
Yeah.
But it looks like that was their best strat in terms of picking up all of those points, because ever since they kind of slowed down their pressure plays out there on the battlefield, they kind of don't really seem all that too dangerous anymore.
They tried to show it on Purgatory, right? And that's something I want to give them credit for. But Bloody Hate spoiled it a bit, because I think Diversity Gaming had a very good run towards the last phase, got top 4. But this is the map recap. We had Farang taking the first 2 booyahs on Bermuda and Kalahari, followed by Eastern Wolfgang's EWG on Purgatory just now.
Yeah.
Now for Farang, they only have one more game left on Alpine, and they will end the day and can take a very deserved break because they have done numbers on all of these other competitors.
Yeah.
And Alpine also signals the last map for all the teams in Group A. That includes teams like Bloody Head. So after that, we will move on to Group B against C, where teams like Geek Fam and Anxiety take to the stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And it's good that Eastern Wolfgang finally stepped it up. This is their day of marathon. And game number 1 and 2 obviously wasn't the best for the Eastern Wolfgang. They got a total of 3 points from the first 2 matches.
Yes.
And so picking up the booyah makes such a huge difference for the Eastern Wolfgang. But clearly consistency in Playday today seems to be quite the challenge for them. But if they want to make their way into the top 5, Eastern Wolfgang needs to keep up all of the pressure that they play against all of these other teams. But we talked about it, the record being set here by Farang that has not been matched by anyone just yet. And with that record, they also pick up that number 1 spot. 7 booyahs so far, but Geek Fam haven't played in here today just yet, and Geek Fam has got their day of marathon tomorrow. So Farang, with their final opportunity in match number 4, need to get about 50 points to make sure Geek Fam doesn't catch up.
Even if Farang doesn't end up in first place by the end of group stage, I think they have already achieved more than what a lot of us expected them to achieve. So yeah, Geek Fam, you can take the dub in the group stage, but I want to look at the grand finals, which I think is the most important stage, because I think this format is a bit more forgiving and a bit more better to showcase what these teams are about, because we get 2 days, 16 matches instead of the usual 1 day and 6 rounds. So a lot more chances, and that's where I want to see if Farang can still keep up that consistency by Denmark, because Geek Fam have showed it. Farang, sure, they have displayed some of that, but I want to see them run it until the very end. Now, Todak still in 3rd place. Anxiety have yet to play, so they're now tied with Bloody Head. Quite a fantastic day so far. No Escape also making it to 6th. K9 Esports doing a decent number. EWG still staying in 8th spot. And Watch and Learn, despite having a horrendous day thus far, manages to squeeze into 9th spot.
Akyok Mir drops a single position here, moves on to the 10th spot with 195 points overall. And Akyok Mir, they can't really rest on their laurels, right? Because they've already been done and dusted with their own day of marathon. So they really need to pick up the pace here. One final opportunity for the team. And in terms of Axis Esports, on the other hand, so far 11th place they'll have to make to 182 points overall. X-Men Akatsuki, a terrible day of play in here. We saw exactly what happened back-to-back earlier on, but thankfully, round number 2, they managed to snatch away those 10 points, because if that didn't happen, you know, they would be in a lot of trouble here, man, because a lot is on the line here. X-Men Akatsuki literally on the 12th spot. You drop a single position, you're not in a great place already.
And that is the only thing keeping them tight with ORB, who have yet to play a single game today, right? And we see this huge contrast where X-Men Akatsuki loves to take those fights, and ORB Esports are a bit more focused on surviving. But on their second page, the team that has the most placement points, surprisingly, is Diversity Gaming thus far. You know, up to this point, 108 points on the second half of the leaderboard. And they're actually pretty close to the 12th spot. So Diversity Gaming still has a chance to qualify alongside AQ Khmer. And if that happens, it means that Cambodia qualifies all their teams into the grand finals. And I think that possibility is becoming closer and closer to becoming a reality.
Yeah, and we're looking at the Archangels, who have already run their marathon already, right? So they don't really have that big of a chance. But if you look at the overall leaderboard, they might be able to squeeze their way in there if we can see breakout runs coming through from them. But time is running out, literally. They only have one more opportunity in here today, and they've got 4 matches to play tomorrow. So if we don't start seeing some drastic improvements, some drastic changes on the side of Archangels, then things might just be a little bit too late. But I think they are, I guess, finding a little bit of that rhythm once again, Husky.
And they need to not only keep that up, but have explosive rounds. And I think that is the only way for them to at least secure a spot in the top 12, right? Even then, I think that they would barely scrape through. But for Never Stop, there is still a silver lining. Sure, their positioning on the overall leaderboard is still a bit of a distance away from Archangel and a lot more from top 12. But the good news is they have 9 more rounds, including tomorrow. So they have so much more chances. And they've already blown 2 of them. I think the hardest hitting one was definitely that previous round where Archangel, where Roma went on a killing spree, wiping out the entire Never Stop. That was what I think, that was one of those rounds where I feel like they would hate themselves for it. But if there's anything they need to remind themselves is that they have the essence of time and they have the essence of rounds.
Yeah, and Never Stop clearly can get the job done when push comes to shove. They showed it to us as they picked up a brilliant round for themselves. A massive number of kills. We've never seen a Never Stop like that in the past, and they've shown us that they've got the quality, and it's all the exact same number of teams out there, but the consistency out of Never Stop has been quite difficult to see out there on the battlefield. One might be able to say that they got lucky in that round where they were, you know, going ape on all of the other teams, but if they can continuously prove themselves out there on the battlefield, then perhaps we can expect a little bit more from them as well. But it just doesn't seem to be that sort of a Never Stop, right? Because after that round, they just went flat.
Yeah, and that's kind of the worst position to be in, right? You start off on a high and it just instantly runs out. But we head to Alpine, and by now, I think these teams are very familiar with how this map functions. We have 2 weeks, in fact 3 weeks, right? Because we have that 1 week in between, which is kind of a break for all of these guys. Which is very spread out draw from K9 Esports on that eastern side. And Farang takes a very safe approach to Snowfall, but right off the bat, X-Men Akatsuki again against Diversity Gaming, and they just lost justly.
What is up with X-Men Akatsuki today? Shots on the ground, and it looks like Diversity Gaming goes to down with all of those players. And 2 more players left alive on the side of X-Men Akatsuki, making their way away from Malaysia. But it doesn't seem like Diversity Gaming is going to be slowing down their pace. And Eternal Watch and Learn awaits the players of X-Men Akatsuki. So even if they do get away from Diversity, it doesn't look like the players of Eternal Watch and Learn will walk away from 2 free kills out there on the battlefield. Yan cooking up the nade already. Tosses it towards the kid. Beautiful knock. And Yan should be able to steal away a single point. Does exactly that. Papa 44 wasn't quick enough to strike right back. What a play by Yan.
Yeah, I was about to say, if Diversity Gaming qualifies top 12, is probably a big part of it is probably just taking out X-Men Akatsuki.
Again the Sri Lankans.
With the hot drop, and yeah, Never Stop and Archangel just going at each other once more and Never Stop. You gotta remember, you have to win this. And Zenze, again, puts himself in front and loses out. It's all down to Santa. Santa against X-Gun. It seems like this is going to be the final standoff, and Santa is so far away. Two of the Never Stop members are on the ground, and X-Gun doesn't really have an angle in. And what is Santa's decision? Abandon ship. He's not going to take this fight, doesn't want to take the risk. He's better off playing it safe and letting and reviving all of his teammates.
Amazing play. Zenze right back in the mix already, and a great decision coming through from the player on the side of Never Stop, buying his own team members right back into the play. And with Zenze on his side, the potential of the full team making its way right back in here is high for Never Stop. And on this other side, we do have the final player from the side of Archangels, who can survive if he plays his time and rotates the long way around. But he needs to be careful as well, because perhaps the zip line from Ocean View straight in towards Snowfall can be what saves him, but into the hands of Farang he will end up. So decisions to be made here from the side of Archangels' X-Gun, and hopefully he doesn't make the wrong one. But Never Stop on the same exact note, right? They haven't brought in their full squad just yet, Husky.
I just want to quickly point out that the new UI update, it looks minor, but it's so crisp.
Oh, very clean.
It's so
very
clean.
clean.
I love it. That was the first thing I noticed, and I'm like,
Yes.
wait, this is very pleasing to the eyes.
Yeah.
Even the ability icons are so well drawn out. I mean, look at that time turner. That thing looks like a dome I would sleep in.
I do not disagree with, how clean the UI
The
looks.
Riptide Rhythm looks like a fireball.
It is a fireball.
You could name me Fireball, and I'll take it. That's Fireball, That's a meteor.
X-Men Akatsuki, surprisingly, still alive out there on the battlefield with the two players that they have, Yan as well as Flank. We all know how great of a survivor Flank is. And Never Stop, on the other hand, as Santa tries to revive his players. Dooming Jun getting knocked down onto the ground. Santa turns around, delivers a present, and Dooming Jun out of the equation. 2K cannot bring in that backup just yet, and the players of No Escape now flanking from the left-hand side, spreading out wide, and they should be able to make quick work of Never Stop, but Never Stop brings in their players, and the players who return are not dropping back at Ocean View. Great decision by those players who just got brought back in. Never Stop will continue to survive.
Yeah, I love this move from Never Stop, and let's see how much they can get out of No Escape. They did down one member, but it seems like that's pretty much it. No secure kill from the side. Santa is still in the building. It's not done just yet. Who needs a sled for this old man? Santa turns around. Finally knocked by Cass. No secure kill for Never Stop, but significant damage to No Escape.
And Never Stop has also put the revival platform on cooldown now. So the players of No Escape, they're going to be in a lot of trouble if AK Ukmir pays them a visit and they do get engaged in yet another gunfight later on. But Never Stop moving on in to finish off maybe their brothers from Sri Lanka and Archangel. The player, we did talk about how he needs to be patient and rotate out of there, but not too early. But I guess he kind of overstayed that welcome, and this is the odds of that RNG that is brought through in Battle Royales. You never know what's going to happen out there on the battlefield with the decisions that you make, and it looks like that might just be the final decision on the side of Archangels to stay in that compound. Eternal Watch and Learn, they engage with Farang, and Farang back-to-back might not be performing for us in here. Eternal Watch and Learn has a great opportunity to take them out of this round. Jembao has a gun to work with, has got the SMG as well, turns around to fire, but great flank from the back, and it will be Venom 96 to strike first. Masquerade the distraction. Amazing play by Eternal Watch and Learn.
Yeah, Farang running out of gas in the second leg of the day. Thankfully, Spade is still around, but this, again, another tough round for this team who had this amazing opening. It feels like Farang could go on and finish that day with 4 booyahs in a row, and we will not question it. But of course, they're not out of it just yet. Spade gets a finisher and continues the run through Snowfall. And Watch and Learn are trying to chase him as fast as they can, but Spade finds that launching platform, and he's going to be able to make it not just into Snowfall, but also onto that revival point.
Let's see exactly what he can pull off with this position here. Toda has got that extra bit of information as Eternal Watch and Learn slowly tries to find a safer spot for themselves. Also at the same time trying to loot up a little bit more as Eternal Watch and Learn. They need to be extra beefed up before they engage with Toda. But I love the formation coming through. Toda, they bring out the drone, extra bit of information, flanking around Eternal Watch and Learn. Spark is forced to throw out the glue wall, has got 5 more to work with, make that 4, as it will be Eternal Watch and Learn continuously pressuring him. X-Boys with those back-to-back shots, and now it will be Spark with 3 more of those glue walls left to work with. X-Boys has already rotated from the right-hand side, but does not go in for the finisher. Spark with the beautiful nade, trying to outplay X-Boys, and he does exactly that. I have no idea how he got that extra piece of information, but Spark managing to catch X-Boys halfway through as he tried to reroute himself.
Yeah, I mean, watch X-Boys is way too far from home. I'm not really sure why he's there in the first place, but with all things considered, you know, Watch and Learn put themselves in such an unfavorable position. It's a very uncomfortable area for them to navigate around. And again, Maske, another one of those lone wolves, quickly dispatched by Toda. And we are also dispatching, giving out. I can't think of the word for giving out these codes. Remember to claim it. And producer told me it's called dispersing. So thank you very much, dear producer. But we saw on the kill feed just now, Never Stop actually took out a spade from Farang.
Yeah.
And Sana, just cashed the last straggler. No, don't just Sana, there's 3 of them there. They were all stacked together.
Yep. Run, Venom, run!
And Venom is like, oh no, I'm in the wrong spot, but Never Stop. Look at that, all of them have vehicles. They're just circling around like a bunch of, actually they came back. I gave myself a heart attack. I was like, why are they moving so fast? But they all got bought back, and Archangel got shut down by Farang.
Great play by Never Stop to revive the full squad, but we don't have time to discuss that just yet as AQ Khmer goes to town with the players of No Escape, not allowing them to step out of this compound. Hang has got the Mag 7 in hand. One more shot, but he doesn't afford it. Hops into the time turner, and 2K is there for the save as iPants wins that initial gunfight. Kaz from outside the window cannot do much, and therefore he tries to flank from the right-hand side. 2K alongside Hang. It's a 2v1, and No Escape could not escape. AQ Khmer, the winners of that engagement.
Very well done, kind of patching up a couple of errors that they made in round 3. As when Akatsuki brings the whole team back and even got a vehicle for themselves to work with. So another round where the game of survival is the name of the game for X-Men Akatsuki themselves, and almost suffering a 3-round wipeout in a row. But this one is one of those lucky ones, and too bad. Can he outrun this blue zone? It seems like it's possible though. One stray bullet can knock him out, and we're hearing those gunshots, and too bad. Somehow, just squeezing through, and he has nothing to his name.
This is the final matchup for Farang, and this was the team that has performed back-to-back in that first and second round, but we saw a drop in quality from the side of Farang in that third matchup as they only were able to pick up those 10 points, and it looks like that's exactly where they will stop all of their ferocious approaches to that #1 spot. And it looks like they have not done enough to run away from Geek Fam. Once again, Geek Fam hasn't played a single matchup. This is round number 4. Round 5 is where we see Geek Fam brought right back in as they are in Group C. Too bad. Brought one player right back, but he's now taken out of the equation. King BN with a big kill right there.
And we see Never Stop. I think the whole squad is still around as they did buy them back just now. Courtesy of Santa, I believe. But they gotta get through Diversity Gaming, and Santa is very far away from home. So I think the decision for Never Stop right now is to regroup, but Diversity Gaming is on their tail. Akila just came back in with the launch pad, and I think Sana has been called out by Diversity Gaming. On the other hand, Toda is putting a lot of pressure onto K9 Esports and also AQ Khmer at the same time. The circle is very far towards Sunside, so a lot of these teams will have to make the very far trip, and Blank gets knocked by Chill. His Papa will find Sana.
Oh, Eden has got the grenade launcher in hand to play with, so Diversity Gaming is going to be quite the big threat for Never Stop. As they back away, Sana has already been sacrificed already, but it looks like he might be purchased right back in here as the players of Never Stop rotate in towards the next safe place Farang as well as K9 Esports, who were in engagement earlier on, might be able to put them out of the equation. Papa 44 with the pressure from the back, and we do have Eden 77 on the vehicle as well, getting that extra bit of information. Zenze, what a backstab, and Neverstop might be able to do this. Zenze with the Max 7 takes one down, and he won't be able to deliver the pain to King BN as well. King BN steps in from the back. Kid takes Zenze out of the equation. Very daring from Zenze, but the follow-up after that first knock just wasn't there.
Unfortunately for Neverstop, they were all too spread out, and Spade actually didn't really finish off Aquila, being really disciplined with that. So Aquila now becomes the sole survivor of the team, carrying on the hopes of Neverstop in this round. We still have 10 teams left, so elimination right now will prove to be very detrimental to their overall score. But on the other hand, X-Men Akatsuki brings back the whole team, and they will have to face the music of Bloody Head, who are holding this very crucial point into the safe zone, especially with Mark in this building, and not only giving him cover, but giving him all of these vantage points, all of these angles, and Morgana with a double knockdown with the grenade launcher is going to set things in motion for Bloody Head to go in for the finisher. And look at that, ice grenade in hand, frag grenade in hand. They are just showering X-Men Akatsuki with explosive. And it's only a matter of time before flank goes down. He might be a survivor in Kalahari, but definitely not on Alpine.
But Morgana out of the equation already. Managed to take down so many of those players back-to-back thanks to those grenades. But a buy point right in front, and Morgana is purchased right back into the matchup. And Bloody Heads does not drop a single spot in terms of momentum, and they will continue raging on. Diversity Gaming, on the other hand, needs to slow their pace down as AKO Khmer brings quite a bit of pressure into their compound. Dooming Jun, Mac 10 in hand, can play a difference maker against these players, but remain silent. So trigger discipline, Dooming Jun now, but time turner pulled out by King BN, pulls out the Max 7. Dooming Jun, biggest opportunity, didn't take advantage.
Yeah, great reaction from King BN. That could have been a free knock, but the rest of DG are there, so Dooming Jun is doomed one way or the other. But Norman is going to take this opportunity to try and slip through this very small area, but he's kind of sharing a very close proximity with someone from Watch and Learn.
See if oh my god, Toda out of nowhere. Eastern Wolfsgang, Monito finishing off two of those players all at the same time. And 5 more teams left out there on the battlefield as Eastern Wolfsgang looks for a back-to-back booyah for themselves. And this was the team that could not perform in the first 2 matchups, but they have found that strength within themselves to play the biggest games that they can bring on into this competition. The previous matchup as well as this one, as Eternal Watch and Learn get taken out by Papa. Looks like Diversity Gaming is back in action as well.
Yeah, the double magnum, that's what I love to see. I think Papa is the only guy. It's Papa and Eden, only 2 guys I see that use that gun religiously almost. It's like the Wild West execution style. Gotta do it the old way, the old fashioned. If it works, it works. Diversity Gaming top 3 right now. Gonna catch up again. We talk about them catching up to AKO Khmer, and there's a huge chance that both Cambodian teams make it to the grand finals, and Diversity Gaming are making a lot of progress with that. I think the whole team is still alive. Bloody Head is around, and EWG also with 3 members left alive, and they currently have the most kills, and now they have to face Bloody Head.
If Bloody Head also manages to pick up the booyah in here today, it will be a tremendous run for this team that has performed back to back just to wrap up their day of performance with a booyah. But Eastern Wolfsgang, they are still charging themselves up. This is their day of marathon. They started off the day bad, but they found their momentum already in the previous matchup as well as this one. Both of these teams aiming for the booyah, and Diversity Gaming between them. A team that is just very slowly recovering their pace in the competition. It's going to be a hot one, but it's not going to be easy for the Cambodians at all.
And this is circle number 6. It's a very dangerous circle to go into. This is why we're not seeing any teams move. They got to Papa back up, so they might have to sacrifice Papa at this point. It's EWG, it's gatekeeping the members of Diversity Gaming. Bloody Head, they are not joining this engagement just yet. They're letting EWG and Diversity Gaming fight it out first. Now they finally show up, EWG and Bloody Head working in tandem. Again, Diversity Gaming not able to survive this one. Seems like both they want Malaysia and Philippines to knock themselves out. You know what? They're going to join forces and knock DG out of the round. And EWG with 9 kills so far. The Riptide Rhythm just flies through. Kaloy gets a knock onto Tua as the grenade launcher, a huge one, tagging Papa 44, but not enough to knock him down. But the follow-up will be enough. King BN also on the ground as Diversity Gaming is down to just the kid.
Eastern Wolfgang has already outperformed themselves in terms of picking up those kills, and now that ice grenade will be taking away at Monito's health, but he does not move away from his defensive compound, buying himself a lot of time because he knows the severity of moving on out. Great grenade launcher pumped on out, but he does not catch the player from the side of Bloodyhead. Shanks, on the other hand, as he tries to take advantage, taken down by Riven. Riven secures the kill, and the players of Eastern Wolfgang still surviving, but one final player. Bloodyheads have the advantage. Diversity Gaming getting themselves away from all of this action. They have the most number of players out there on the battlefield.
And they're moving towards Mark into the shooting gallery. Can Mark hold on? It's a 1 versus 2. Mark
what?
Do it. Riven spoils the party. And he's just turns around for the execution to the skull. Bloodyhead with the booyah.
What a booyah indeed for the players of Bloodyhead. Back-to-back-to-back performance in this day. They had a terrible day of marathon on day number 4, where they picked up a total of 44 points. In the first 3 matches, they had already outdone their day of marathon, and in the final matchup, they pick up their booyah as well. What a play, Bloodyheads. What a day.
I want to find out what the name of that kitty is. Because I love that. Best reaction cam so far. So a lot of teams of Philippines, they are very loving people. I think one of the culture, the tradition that we've seen is that they show photos of their loved ones. But this is the first time someone brought their pet on camera. I want to see more of that, right?
Yeah.
That's extra 10 points in my book.
Absolutely, man. But I'm just so amazed because, we had a lot to say about Bloodyheads when they did not show up on day number 4. And once again, this is the team that really takes to heart all of that feedback. And we saw this character of them as they, started off their career when we first started off, 1 year plus ago, shoutcasting for these Free Fire games. They weren't in the best of places, but they took all of that feedback to heart. They brought in the improvement, and in the exact same way, they brought in the superior performance of day number 5 after not really showing up on day 4. The difference in how much of effort they put out there on the battlefield might show them exactly what they're capable of, right? Because I don't know what was off for the players of Bloodyheads last week, but it just was a terrible day of showing. But a good recovery this time around.
And remember, Bloodyhead is a team that functions when conditions are met, and I think they found those criteria, right? Having a spot where they're comfortable with, they're not constantly pressured, they're not forced out of the initial zone.
Fam.
No geek fam. That's one way to put it. And of course, having Mark and Morgana at the best. And I think other than those two, everyone on Bloodyhead just had a great showing. And I really thought that Diversity Gaming is going to win that one, right? The strategy was working out, Philippines and Malaysia hacking at each other.
Literally, yeah.
But no, EWG, even with a dying breath, does not want to let Diversity Gaming win that one.
Yeah.
And Bloodyhead took advantage of it. Kind of getting a bit of a sweet revenge as well, because on Purgatory, Bloodyhead was so close. They were shut down by EWG.
Yes.
And this time, they steal it away.
And Bloodyhead, although they did not get the booyah in round number 3, they still secured that number 1 spot. So this is back-to-back number 1 spot for the players of Bloodyhead. They pick up 8 of those kills, 12 points from placement, so 20 overall in round 4. But Eastern Wolfgang picking up 20 points for themselves outdoes their booyah performance in round 3.
Which is pretty crazy, right? But to be fair, EWG played a very safe round 3.
Yeah.
So I think they got 6 kills at the end of the round. So obviously, the numbers they do check out for round 4.
Yeah.
Diversity Gaming have 17 points off of that. Again, missing out Booyah just by a little bit. First, round 3, it was spoiled by Bloodyhead, and round 4, it was spoiled by EWG. this trifecta of teams, they feel inseparable, but Diversity Gaming is always the little brother that gets bullied all this time.
But it's good to see Diversity Gaming up there because this is their day of marathon. And we expected them to perform on their day of marathon. And that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, as long as you're finishing consistently up there in the top 5, I'm not going to complain, right? And Diversity Gaming is doing the right thing.
Yeah, and the goal is to qualify alongside their comrades on the side of AQ Khmer, right? If they both make top 12, I think Cambodia can be really proud of their debut performance, their debut of the region in the competitive Free Fire scene, at least, with Malaysia and Philippines, who have been around for more than a year, and even more than that if we look back to the inception of a competitive Free Fire. Can't really say the same for Sri Lanka though. They still have a long way to go. Never stop with 8 points, Archangel only with 4, and it always feels like they have a chance, but with each passing round, those possibilities decreases, especially for Archangels, because they are down to just 4 more rounds and they're done for the day.
Yeah, and the players of Diversity Gaming, they were in the 14th spot the last time we took a look at the overall leaderboard. And they were trying to catch up with ORV as well as X-Men Akatsuki. X-Men Akatsuki picking up 7 points this time around, manages to keep the players of Diversity Gaming at bay, right? So they haven't really broken into the top 12 just yet, all thanks to X-Men Akatsuki not bombing out in that round. But if at all they had not performed, then we would see the players of Diversity Gaming in the top 12 already, which is quite insane for Cambodia.
And remember, the first 2 teams that clashed were Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki, right?
Again.
Had DG wiped them out, I believe for the second time, that would have been it. X-Men Akatsuki would have lost that 12th spot temporarily. Correct. But again, like you said, right, both these teams have 4 more rounds to go. Yeah. So I do expect a lot more of these happening. And I wonder if one of these teams will make that adjustment. Yeah. Like, will X-Men Akatsuki go somewhere else? But if they do, where do they go? But if they don't, they have to constantly face all these hard drops, because for 4 rounds in a row, they have not catched a break.
And I think Diversity Gaming is actually one of the best hot droppers in the league so far, because I think they've been able to take the fight to any team that shares the hot drop with them, and a majority of the times it is them that actually survives that initial encounter, right? So if they want to play any aggressive strategy, the best thing is to go do their homework on all of X-Men Akatsuki's drop spots and continuously attack them round after round on this day of Marathon.
We actually saw that, I think, in the last year.
Yes.
The FFCM.
Who was it that played that?
It was 2 teams in the I don't remember the team names, but it was 2 teams that were trying to make it in the top 12, and we had those 2 squads constantly hot dropping each other in the last week. It was the funniest thing ever, but that was with the assistance of the kill feed, right? Yes. This time it's a bit different. But again, like you mentioned, if they do their homework, I think it's very possible that we see Diversity Gaming just hunt down X-Men Akatsuki. Yeah. If they do that, then I think it would be a very interesting way to qualify.
And it's very surprising to see the ratio of wins for Diversity Gaming whenever they take all of these hot drops, right? And I'm not talking about a total team wipe. I'm talking about just dominating that compound, not getting eliminated from all of these hot drops, because usually it turns out to be one of the worst things that can happen to you. I mean, look at X-Men Akatsuki. How many times did they get their numbers thinned down?
4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and they couldn't sustain, but thankfully they've got some crazy survivors on their side. So if Diversity Gaming can continue to play this for themselves, a strategy that I absolutely hate to see in the competition, but it seems like it is their best strategy that gives them the most number of points.
Yeah. And I think something worth pointing is that both times Diversity Gaming dropped into X-Men Akatsuki, X-Men Akatsuki actually made it out with 1 or 2 members. So Diversity Gaming always gets off to a good start. Correct, but they cannot finish the job, right? Remember Kalahari? And remember what the kid did? That gave 10 points to X-Men Akatsuki. And remember just now on Alpine, they couldn't finish the job, but I think that one is a bit more forgivable.
Correct,
because the conditions were met for X-Men Akatsuki to get away. But even then, Diversity Gaming have been able to step up.
Great point, Husky, because if they had actually finished Diversity Gaming at that point, you would see, if they had finished off X-Men Akatsuki at that point.
In one of those rounds.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to keep up that pressure right now, and you would have been able to see Diversity Gaming make that break into the top 12. I mean, if there's something that Diversity Gaming wants to fix, is their capability of finishing off some of these teams, because, I mean, it's a game of math, man. You should be able to know how many people are left there.
Yeah, you know what they say, you gotta finish your food.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah. Amen. But the players of Diversity Gaming, unfortunately, like to play with their food. And playing with their food leads them into a spot where they are still haven't really made a break into the top 12 just yet, but are so close. And the decisions that they have made have unfortunately kept them from making the break in, which has to be a little disappointing, right?
Yeah, I'm just glad that, in the context of Free Fire, playing with your food, the worst that could happen is that you lose some points.
Yes.
But in real life, I don't know if you've been told this, but I've always been told since I was a child that if you don't finish your rice, if you leave any grains of rice, right? 1 single grain means 1 pimple on your face.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought Asian parenting was the same. I don't finish my rice, I get slapped.
Yeah, you get slapped. I get punished by nature. I don't have the best complexion.
I think we got to train
lot of-
parents, man.
I have a lot of acne to deal with, but I think it all came from the rice that I couldn't finish back then.
Yeah.
I think I played with fire too much. I'm like, yeah, I don't believe you. Like, I rice on my face, and now I'm like, I should have finished my rice.
Indian parenting, I could not play around with my destiny.
Don't worry, like I get the same treatment. I think this is like this is like getting whacked by a sandal, and also having biology decided to mess you up. You know?
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. I mean, in my house, you have different levels of achievement based on how naughty you are. I mean, it starts off with the rotan, and then it goes to the slipper, and then the rubber hose. You know, I mean, when it gets to the rubber hose level, then Husky, you got to rethink life decisions.
That's where you get the medal, right?
And that's when you start finishing your food.
Yes.
I never once played with my food right after that, and I feel like diversity gaming hasn't really been punished in the same way exactly yet.
Well, but in the context of my family, I think they have been, right?
Okay.
Because if you don't finish your food, you might as well don't eat. So I think. In my books, I think they have faced that 2 times in a row.
Is that why you're so slim now?
I believe so.
See, I continued eating and then I put on a little bit too much weight.
To be fair, there was a period where I was eating a lot.
Okay.
And I said, like, so we have school like 6 in the morning, 6:30, right? And I'll eat like heavy meal, like nasi lemak, day in, day out. Nothing has changed. I ended up losing weight and I could not understand why. So that's something that I have not checked up on. And I don't know how to explain to people, but I just have people around me. It's like, oh, you should be grateful. I'm like, I'm not grateful.
Speaking of food, I'm starting to get hungry, bro.
I am. Wait, you just had a full meal.
It doesn't matter. I mean, thinking of all of this food, I don't know why, for some random reason, the Sri Lankan lump rice popped into my head. Remember I told you I'll treat you once at the Sri Lankan cafe? I mean, lump rice is literally, you've got like your whole meal with all of the gravy, the curry, and every single bit of vegetables all lumped into banana leaf and then steamed.
Right.
And it comes out like the greatest creation of God.
For some reason, it reminds me of the chicken rice ball.
Yeah. Oh.
That concept. But this is a controversial take. I think the chicken rice ball is overrated. I hate it.
I don't hate it, but it's not as great as I expected it to be.
I don't hate it, but I might as well eat a proper plate of chicken rice. That's my point.
I agree. I expected it to have more flavor. If you guys have never been to Malacca before, you have to. In Malaysia, it's one of the most popular things, but like Husky said, it might be a tad bit overrated. I mean,
it's one of those things where if you're local, it's like, but if you're a tourist, then wonderful. Like,
there's chicken rice balls? Oh, people get excited over cute things.
It is. I bet if they make anything into a ball, people would enjoy it.
I'm pretty.
I'll do better. Banana balls, right? If.
Never tried that one.
Have you tried? Okay. Something that related to fried banana. Before you close this topic.
Bro,
cekodo. I have not had that.
What?
Is that the one with
How are you Malaysian?
Is this the cempedak?
No, it's not cempedak. It's cekodo, bro. It's fried banana. Fritters? No. It's mashed banana with flour. Look at us talking about food on Free Fire, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Match number 5. Speaking of food, the greatest predators in the league stage are right back in play here. Geek Fam hopping right back into the competition for 4 back-to-back rounds.
Right, so we were doing our sound check just now, and you gave me a scenario where Orange Esports won the Booyah. And now they are in the ring, and we'll see if they get that one, right? Because if that happens according to the script we had just now, it means that I finally shed the reputation as a cursed prophet, right? Like I want, for once I get something right. The good news is that
look at Diversity Gaming. Go at them, bro.
No more Ezra Nakasuki. They pick a different opponent, but it's Geek Fam, and this is not week 1. Geek Fam wins this one.
I mean, the last time we checked in and this happened, Diversity Gaming forced the players of Geek Fam to run away with their tails between their legs, only, of course, to secure the Booyah later on in the day. So maybe that is a premonition, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that Diversity Gaming is bringing into this matchup. Perhaps Geek Fam is going to secure that very first Booyah that they hop on into a match with. But now King Bian being caught out. Orin does not engage, but instead backs away and moves on in for a re-engagement into the time turner. King Bian pays a high price, but also because Victory chipped on into all of those shots from the back. Geek Fam dominating the clock tower as they always do.
Yeah, and this is pretty rough for Diversity Gaming. So close, yet so far, and I think this run is going to be a very tough one. Though they do have someone who has been able to escape. Yeah, and then that guy's Eden 77. So even if the kid goes down, there's still someone to keep Diversity Gaming in the game. The team that hot dropped X-Men Akatsuki on Bermuda was never stopped.
Yeah.
But we haven't heard any noise from them, so I assume that there are some adjustments made. There were some adjustments made to one of those teams. But for the kid, I think his days are pretty numbered.
The kid, Fikri has that information. Kid needs to turn the corner. And glue wall pulled out by Fikri. He's avoiding the kid. Surprising in terms of engagement from the side of Geek Fam. Good grenade now popped out by the kid, but misses the players by a mile. Man04 pops out that glue wall. Kid has no choice whatsoever, but it's Raja who provides that backup for Man04. And Geek Fam picks up kill number 3. Diversity Gaming has used Kid as a distraction to evacuate their final surviving team member. Anxiety, on the other hand, they catch hold of X-Men Akatsuki, and this is not good for Chessmen, because I don't know who's caught hold of whom, but it looks like Anxiety doesn't have the numbers in this compound.
Chessman does have 2 glue walls to work with. Let's see if what's been spotted out. A very initial bomb. In fact, Kanoho was found by flank as well, so a very quick initial kill coming through for X-Men Akatsuki. Not the start that Anxiety wants, especially not in Mars Electric, and Chessman finally sent on the run. And this is a guy that is only lethal when he has the necessary equipment. Without the proper tools like Chessman.
Oh, he does,
a tough one, and he does have the gun, but he does not have the angles to work with. It's going to be a tough spot as all members of X-Men Akatsuki will try to hunt him down.
Yeah, and Chessman doesn't want to die mainly because he's already found the gun that he wants to use out there on the battlefield. The sniper, on the other hand, for the side of Anxiety, will not be able to perform well at all. And then backup finally arrives, but it's just a little bit too late. Toby as well as Barba have to rotate out of Mars Electric now and find a better spot for themselves. But more importantly, bring Kanoho as well as their main man, Chessman, right back into the mix.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Never Stop and X-Men Akatsuki are completely in different drop zones, contrary to what we saw in the first 4 rounds. And Diversity Gaming is still in the vicinity of Geek Fam. Or should I say Geek Fam are hunting for them at Hangar. And I think Geek Fam are getting this read right. They expect Diversity Gaming to go for a bit of revive, and they have been able to spot them out again. But thankfully for Diversity Gaming, they have vehicles to work with, so that should get them to safety.
Look at Geek Fam, right? I mean, moving compound to compound, hunting down the players of Diversity Gaming, making sure they pay a high price for hot dropping them at the clock tower earlier on. But Papa 44 manages to find the launchpad for himself, launches himself to safety, and Eden 77, on the other hand, managing to secure a motorcycle and backs away from engagement. Does not want to get involved with the players of Geek Fam just yet, and they need the numbers, and Diversity Gaming should be able to supply that later on. Eternal Watch and Learn, on the other hand, seem to be chasing the players of Eastern Wolves Gang, who back away, find a compound for themselves, but Ribbon gets caught off guard. Venom 96 quickly punishes him. AC 80, Maske on the ground as well as Eastern Wolves Gang respawn, but Demons there for the help. No one around to flank, so Eternal Watch and Learn still have the advantage.
And Venom 96 just putting on so much suppressing fire from this high angle. And there's nothing that EWG can do. It's perfectly orchestrated by Watch and Learn. EWG loses 2 members and attracted the attention of ORV and Neslu off to a great start. And Cappuccino as well, also putting on a lot of that pressure onto Watch and Learn. But Cappuccino is all alone. So Watch and Learn is very comfortable taking on this fight if they need to.
Okay, so at this point, I'm thinking it's not Neslu, but Neslo, right? Because clearly it's all of their favorite drinks, but I have no idea why it's got that extra O in his Neslo, bro.
I know, right? Neslo Cao Cao.
Yeah, I guess basically it's Neslo, but Milo Cow in the Neslo, so it's Neslu. It makes a lot of sense. Makes no sense at all,
That's
Husky.
the best way to justify it.
Oh, Nate out of nowhere. Shots manages to find Monito, and Eastern Wolves Gang have one final surviving player on their side. But Riptide Rhythm, timing has to be perfect now, but Shots erects yet another glue wall right in front of him. Manchai cannot take advantage, and now he moves on forth to finish Monito off, and Manchai has to be a little upset with that play. No backup whatsoever given by the rest of his players, who got caught out prematurely. And the finisher onto X-Men Akatsuki wasn't as easy as they thought. X-Men Akatsuki, on the other hand, they do have the numbers, but the safe zone now forcing them to reposition. Let's hope they don't get caught out, because the team that might catch them out, Anxiety, won't show any mercy.
So far, a few of these teams have been really hammered early on. Well, Anxiety brought the teammates back. EWG will try to do the same, but X-Men Akatsuki is nearby, so Manchai is technically surrounded. Diversity Gaming also able to bring the team back. Jimmy, no, did he just steal the car away? I don't think so, but well, he found himself a free vehicle and was able to just drive out. I think that belongs to Diversity Gaming. You can see the kid, it's like my car.
Oh well, it belongs to Team Princess now, and as we spot more players out there on the battlefield, it will be K9 Esports, and of course, the players that we are hoping finds a little bit of rhythm in the competition. Orange Esports from Malaysia, great names in the lineup, but in terms of performance, they have been one of the softest hitting teams. The second last in terms of average kills picked up. They range around 2.4 kills each and every single round out there, which is close to nothing. Of course, to put that into context, the ones that have got the highest average kills is Geek Fam with 9.6. So quite a far distance off Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jimmy Neo getting ran down by K9. Snormain uses his favorite weapon, which is a bike. Goes into Jiraiya, throws down the time turner for a second knock. And Normain just doing a fantastic job, but he's alone. There's no backup in sight. And with him down, the rest of K9 needs to come in and quickly get things done. Blank getting a good nade as he throws out the second one. No knock just yet, but Wuxi from afar providing the necessary support. And Team Princess overrun by the members of K9 as Mika Boy goes down. The nade comes in late, but it doesn't matter. K9 finds 4 kills.
And Diversity Gaming, they have come back. I think they're looking for their vehicle. It's all blown up now, thanks to K9 Esports. But it looks like Geek Fam is on the way to finish off K9 Esports. Not planned, they're just trying to make their way in to take out who's in front of them. Oren wants to start things off. He cooks up the grenade, but Pain shuts down Fikri halfway there. Off-screen Santa knocks Demon 76. No kills coming through just yet, but Geek Fam and their pressure being very well managed by K9 Esports. Once again, Fikri gets knocked down. Man04 down on the ground as well because Diversity Gaming gets involved.
It is the kid from behind Geek Fam. Yeah, sure, you win the hot drop, but Diversity Gaming is still in the picture. And Geek Fam now surrounded by 2 teams. We've seen them in this spot before. You have Raja and Oren, 2 very, very experienced survivors. So do not count them out just yet. But nonetheless, it's a tough spot to be in, especially with K9 Esports surrounding them. It's a 1 versus 2 on all fronts. And Raja has already lost his against Normain. And Geek Fam are no more. 11th place with nothing to their name.
Diversity Gaming smiling year to year right now. But now the kid has got an opportunity to make good work of the players of K9 Esports. Normain being picked up. It will be a strong side of K9 Esports. They've got a full squad, but Never Stop on the other hand. Engaging with Eternal Watch and Learn. And as quickly as that started, it stops as well as Never Stop gets stopped in their track, taken out in the 10th spot. The only trade out for the side of Eternal Watch and Learn was Demon 76. That was the initial engagement we watched earlier on the kill feed. Eastern Wolfsgang. Very slow approach towards Eternal Watch and Learn. But by the time they get there, Eternal Watch and Learn should have been able to pick up all of their team members, heal up, and get ready for this next engagement. So EWG won't be able to catch them off guard.
And Geek Fam off to a very rough start. Farron definitely loving this. Well, especially when the last 2 rounds for them have been.
You gotta be happy if you're DG, bro.
You are incredibly happy, right? Everything is panning out very well.
Looking at the hot drop, and then they got hunted down by the players of Geek Fam as well.
Got their car stolen.
Thank God they got their car stolen, because this was just the universe helping them, right? If it was not for the car being stolen away, they might have just rotated from a different point of view. So, and they might have not come across Geek Fam. They might not have been able to beat the third party when Geek Fam took that fight against K9 Esports. So all's well that ends well. But for Eastern Wolfsgang, it's not the similar situation as X-Men Akatsuki. Shots from afar, AC-80 for the strike, and they managed to find the first player. But the rest of the Eastern Wolfsgang squad a little too far away. And now Eastern Wolfsgang taking on 2 teams at the same time, but they've got a great defensive compound. Eternal Watch and Learn from the back, which only means EWG, I think their time is up.
Say the same for X-Men Akatsuki. Well, probably one of the best runs so far. But I would say what happened to Diversity Gaming, it's one of those scenarios where you can have a very bad day.
Yeah.
You know, like you sprain your ankle, you lose your wallet. Like, it's a horrible day. Your car gets broken into, you know, like your girlfriend breaks up with you and you hit the lottery and you're like, yeah, it happens for a reason. I'll take it. I'll take the jackpot. You know?
It's all that happens, but then you saw someone slap the person who was bullying you a little bit earlier on.
Yes,
Diversity Game is having a good day overall, based on, you know, whatever that's been happening out there. Maske, as he gets healed up.
Oh, what a peep.
Another guy goes on out there to shut down those players. Eastern Wolfsgang as well as K9 Esports, both losing players back to back, and Eternal Watch and Learn making quick work of all of those engagements. ORV trying to take advantage, but Axis Esports, we forgot all about them. Finally showing up as the circle gets a little bit smaller. And flank now, back to back. Cappuccino taken out. Eternal Watch and Learn chipping in as well. ORV in a lot of trouble as all of these teams are a little bit too close to each other. And ORV in the losing spot. And it should be Orange Esports that grabs all of this, but no, stolen away by Eternal Watch and Learn.
Oh, poor Orange, man. They had a clear cyber Watch and Learn are just sharper with their shots. Now Orange Esports turns their attention to Watch and Learn. And Watch and Learn has to go through them. So can make up for some of those numbers if Orange Esports get those kills. Diversity Gaming, on the other hand, is going to make contact with K9 pretty soon. Jabba was able to down mask it early on, so Orange Esports are already in a very comfortable spot.
Orange Esports gatekeeping the players of Eternal Watch and Learn. That's what they will be doing in 20 seconds, because there's just not much of space towards the left, or sorry, not much of cover towards the left or right for the players of Eternal Watch and Learn. So flanking is not going to be an option. They have to take the chances. They have to run straight into Orange. They have to hope and pray that some other team inside of the circle keeps Orange a little busy as they make their way in. A launch pad spotted though as Eternal Watch and Learn launches themselves straight into the circle on top of the silo. What a position to hold on to.
Yeah, we've seen someone other players hold the silo before.
Diversity last time.
I think it was Diversity, right? But that was a different scenario where he had nothing. The kid finally coming online. Awaken. A good knock, but no finisher just yet. He actually has very good angles. Sees the foot of Vegeta. Gotta run, get deeper into the building, and the kid is just locking Axis in their own compound.
Eden chipping in those shots as well. The players of Diversity Gaming have to be really careful. They're expanding all those glue walls out there, and it's, for me, a absolute waste because it's not the final battle just yet. You want to be saving these resources for that final engagement, and now with them just throwing out all of those glue walls very carelessly out there on the battlefield, it doesn't really put them in a great spot to pick up this Booyah, Husky.
Yeah, King BN has already ran out of his, so big disadvantage, like you say, for the members of Diversity Gaming. But for Orange Esports, still farming those numbers. The only two teams in the circle are Orange Esports and Anxiety. And with 7 teams left, this is going to be a bloodbath as all of these teams try to squeeze into this one tiny safe zone.
Anxiety, we expected them to hit back hard as well. And they are doing exactly that, picking up those kills. A little bit of fun out there on the battlefield by Eternal Watch and Learn. They have got the circle for themselves, I believe, and as they wait for everybody else to join them, why not pop a few of those emos? But Diversity Gaming going to town on the players of K9 Esports. Very surprisingly, Wuxi now all alone, but Papa 44 gets sprayed down. Best Blank catches him on that left-hand flank. Wuxi trying to recover for the players of K9 Esports. Eden 77 right in front, but he's cooking up the grenade already, and it's all about the timing. Oh, the timing is bad for Eden 77. Wuxi catches him, and the double barrel goes to town. Diversity Gaming eliminated by K9 Esports, even though they had the better start.
And Anxiety just got wiped up as well. Courtesy of Axis Esports. Very well done. Individual prowess from the members of K9. And Blank holding off that 1 versus 2 was incredibly important. Now Axis Esports also gets a free buy into the safe zone, where Orange Esports has been waiting all along. Watch and Learn now. The next to go out, X-Men Akatsuki follows suit. K9 Esports with 11 kills, and we have Orange Esports in the final circle.
Yeah, not bad for X-Men Akatsuki to make it all the way into 4th place this time around. But the more impressive ones have to be Orange Esports. This is a team that hasn't really been able to show up out there on the battlefield. The most number of points they've picked up in a single day of play has been, apart from their day of marathon, 42 points, right? 30 points max on those play days where they only have 4 rounds. So this is Orange Esports off to a great start already in comparison to all of those other days.
And we are kind of heading into this final showdown, right? The rehearsal we had early on, it could be a foreshadowing for Orange Esports getting a
Might
Booyah.
just be.
4 teams left alive. A flash! Blank completely blinded. not going down just yet, but the blue zone has the tank in now.
what?
Orange Esports going to town. Blaze are flying through. Axis Esports getting knocked down. Blank with a quad. K9 Esports allow Axis against Orange. Jilbad gets knocked. 2 members on Axis Esports left alive. Decos comes around the corner, and we talk about Decos. He's going to be the one that and the prophecy comes full circle. Orange Esports in the hands of Decos alone gets the booyah.
Oh, beautiful play by Orange Esports. And it's about time, man. I mean, so far in the competition, they've managed to pick up a single booyah for themselves. But that's not Orange Esports quality. That's not Orange Esports standard. So thankfully this time round, they managed to start off their day of play with a booyah. They've got 3 matches to go, and they have to make the most out of this for themselves, right? But not a massive number of kills on their side as they pick this booyah up, which I'm not complaining about. No. Seeing them in the final circle in itself is good enough for this brand.
I think you're up to something, AJ. They actually got the booyah.
Yeah.
And actually, we were looking at Decos at the end of the round.
Yeah.
So who's going to win the next one?
Let's not call it out, man. The last thing we want to do is curse Orange Esports. But that has been a great round for them, right? And I hope that they can keep this up for themselves. But once again, it is all of the teams that are towards the bottom of the overall leaderboard that has got their fire in their bellies in these final days of the league stage. We literally have today, and tomorrow's the final day of play. So if they don't step it up, it's going to be game over. So it's understandable as to why we see some of these final second place, right? But is it too late though?
Well, not for Orange Esports, right? Because they still have 8 more rounds tomorrow.
Yes.
So they have enough rounds to make it happen.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what we said about Never Stop, right? They got to a hot start, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
and
they got up to a hot start.
If that happens to Orange Esports, then they will suffer the same fate of not being able to qualify. And I think them and Never Stop right now are just in this constant battle of not trying to finish dead last.
And I don't think that's the kind of battle you actually want to be embroiled in. As a matter of fact, you want to continuously be climbing up that leaderboard. But speaking of climbing up the leaderboard, Geek Fam could not find a great round to snatch back that #1 spot. Because, you know, of all, they start off their day of play in the most horrible of manner.
Well, good news for them, they have 8 rounds tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
Farang has already exhausted them, so even if they have 4 horrible rounds today, Geek Fam will still have 4 extra rounds tomorrow to make up for it, right? Considering the fact that Farang only got 2 good rounds, and round 3 and 4 were very underwhelming for them. They were caught out in the open, felt very uncharacteristic for Farang. But with that aside, I think another team that had a very great round is K9 Esports.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And K9 Esports, as they were taking engagement after engagement, it was just not a day of great luck for them, because every single time they rotated around trying to find a defensive compound for themselves, before they could get to the defensive compound, they always seemed to spot a team first. So they were forced into these back-to-back engagements towards which, you know, the players of Team Princess could have caught them out, but it was a great retaliation from the side of K9 Esports. And out of nowhere, as they were trying to make their way into the next compound, which is where we saw them kind of get caught out a little bit. And ORV faced the exact same situation. And this is where you got to feel for Orange Esports, because they could have farmed those kills if not for Eternal Watch and Learn.
Yeah, but the good news is I believe they were able to get rid of some members on Watch and Learn.
Yeah.
And so it kind of makes up for what they initially lost. K9, I think, exited with 12 kills in 3rd place. A very good ending. Nexus Esports made Orange work for this win. Of course, they just do not have the health to work with, and Decos, the last man standing, was able to clean things up. But with all that being said, K9 Esports still finished in 1st place for round number 5 with 20 points due to the sheer amount of kills that they got. But Orange Esports netting that booyah for themselves puts them in a pretty good spot.
Oh yeah, amazing spot, right? And of course, with Eternal Watch and Learn picking up those 6 placement points alongside 9 amazing kills, they pick up 15 points for themselves. And this is a great play for the players of Eternal Watch and Learn, as they are trying to remain surviving in the competition, right? They're quite close to being relegated, and as we get to the end of the league stage, as all of those teams towards the bottom of the overall leaderboards have this fire burning in them to make it to the top 12, Eternal Watch and Learn, they're not in the best of places right now. So watching them perform in this way is most definitely good overall for the brand, so that they do not lose the spot that they have. And X-Men Akatsuki seem to be finding a little bit of the momentum for themselves as well, picking up 15 points for themselves. They take 4th place. Axis Esports making their way right back into the competition, but only with 9 placement points. Engagement-wise, they have been quite soft out there in the battlefield, and this is where Axis really needs to watch out for, right? Because if that can be said for Eternal Watch and Learn as to how they're quite close to that bottom 12 spot, Axis are right down there below them.
Yeah, and the good news for X-Men Akatsuki is that this is one of the better rounds that they have.
Yeah.
And also, because of ORV's performance in this round alone, X-Men Akatsuki has kind of slowly sealed the door shut into top 12, right? They extended that lead by, I believe, around 11 points, just based on the point difference between them and ORV. And with that being said, if they can keep this up for the remainder of the 3 rounds, we might just see X-Men Akatsuki being the last bastion in top 12 and the one that keeps everyone away.
And if we were to draw a line graph for the players of Never Stop, it would just be going up and down like shares, right? Because they have performed tremendously great on round number 1. They were off to a fantastic start on this day of amazing run in terms of marathon. But we haven't seen that consistency from them. And sadly, they haven't been able to get anywhere close to their Game 1 performance.
I believe that's not up and down. That's like the crypto shares right now. It goes up and it just plummets straight into the abyss for Never Stop.
Unfortunately, that is true. And, I've been asking for performances from them. I've never asked for consistent performance. So it looks like they need me to be really specific with what I say, right? But, overall, it's great to see that a team like Never Stop has got the quality to make it all the way to the top. It's just a little surprising with some of those rotations, some of the engagements taken out there on the battlefield as to how they choose to engage, right? The decision making when they meet some teams out there on the battlefield, no trigger discipline, jumping into those battles, allowing players like Archangels to kind of snuff them out back to back, shows their engagement capability.
And I think that also exposes some weaknesses in Never Stop, right?
Yeah.
And not just in the macro sense, but also in the micro sense. In the individual mechanics, they just get outclassed by a lot of other players, right? Like you can think of a name, and that person probably will outdo the members of Never Stop. And that is not to take anything away from them. I think they're great because they have shown us that they can play good rounds.
Yes.
It's just that in the heat of the moment, they still get outdone by majority of the veterans that we have in this competition. And I think that's something that is an element that can't be fixed immediately, and it's something that's going to hold them back for a while.
And that's absolutely fine as long as they do not die off in terms of spirit, right? Because we've all seen teams struggling in the competition, but teams that never give up have always had room to show us back-to-back, tournament after tournament, what's that improvement like. And hopefully that is the same for Never Stop. And speaking of Never Stop themselves, they drop into Shrines, and the hot drop right beside them will be from the side of Orange Esports. Anxiety has a hot drop as well as they catch out ORV at Refinery. And this is a play over at Refinery, which usually you do not see 3 teams, but X-Men Akatsuki hopping on in there as well. And just when you thought ORV was going to get eaten up, X-Men Akatsuki loses 2 players.
Yeah, lovely one from ORV, right? If ORV gets knocked out early again, then their chances of qualifying for the finals dwindles. I say that, but they have 8 rounds tomorrow, but obviously you don't want to rely on that final stretch to qualify, right? You want to keep yourself as close as into the top 12 as possible. But of course, if you guys want to keep yourself as close as the loot crate as possible, so do remember to claim this AK-47 Flaming Dragon loot crate with the code below. Eligible until 5:30 PM only for Singapore server player, because Watch and Learn right now have bigger fishes to fry, and they just fried X-Men Akatsuki's Yan.
Good play by Yan as he moves on in to take that engagement, but a little unfortunate for him as he's met by 2 players back-to-back. And Eternal Watch and Learn quickly wrap things up, but the next ones that they have to engage with would be Anxiety. And Anxiety, although they do have quite the great bird's eye view over all of the players of Eternal Watch and Learn. They have to be really careful because Eternal Watch and Learn can play this compound well, and based on the timing, can flank around the back of the players of Anxiety. That's where things are going to get tricky. But Chessman is the first one to play that flank. And with that flank, catches Venom, tries to catch up Demon as well. But Eternal Watch and Learn, they peel away. And Chessman will once again reposition. And that is the mark of a true crazy sniper out there on the battlefield. Always re-engaging from a different spot so that they do not get caught out. But Manchai is not going to be as lucky. He erects yet another glue wall as a Riptide Rhythm takes down his first one. Team Princess trying to catch him off guard. And Jiraiya, as he moves down towards that left-hand side alongside Mika Boy, I believe these are the final few moments for Manchai. But if that backup can be solid from Eastern Wolves gang, they should be able to punish the players of Team Princess.
We'll see how Eastern Wolves deals with this, right? With Manchai going down, it seems like that chance is going to decrease a bit. It's a good nade for Mika Boy as well. And Mammoth is a very tricky place to play around. It's pretty much open, and sure, you know, the Mammoth skeleton looks pretty fancy, but it doesn't provide you as much cover as you would like. Team Princess have 2 men on that low ground. They're just waiting for EWG to make a move. And they're going to take this opportunity to wrap around from the other end. So this is all about timing the execution right, and Team Princess are about to make that move.
Let's see exactly what the players of Anxiety can do here as they continuously pressure the players of Eternal Watch and Learn now from the back. Demon down on the ground. What? No name being taken out. Eastern Wolves gang going to town with the players of Team Princess. Ribbon knocks Jimmy Neo as well. Kanoho, great God nade onto Venom 96. And things just get a little bit more trickier for Eternal Watch and Learn as Demon gets knocked down as well. X-Boy's final player from the side of Eternal Watch and Learn needs to back away. But X-Boy's out in the open. No capitalization by Kanoho as Toby gets sprayed down. X-Boy still surviving. 2 players going in for the push. Ice Grenade forces X-Boys to back away. And Kanoho still hasn't been able to punish. X-Boys, how can he manage the situation as 2 players from the side of Anxiety continuously pressures him? Great glue wall, and he uses the terrain to his advantage to escape at the very least for the next few seconds.
Still very winnable for X-Boy, but of course, making the smarter choice the safer choice to just completely back off. Team Princess are down to just Jiraiya. And this was a team that had EWG's numbers.
Yeah.
And look at what has happened. EWG just playing it so much better. Whatever lead the Team Princess have gotten for themselves early on, it does not matter anymore. But if there's one thing that Team Princess can do and clutch this, if there's one person to do it, it's Jiraiya.
It's just a unfortunate showing by the players of Team Princess. And like you said, Jiraiya, he has got the experience out there on the battlefield, but the numbers might catch up with him. Trapped in his own glue wall. Monito waits for him to take it down. Time turner pulled out. Jiraiya, premature, but pulls out a glue wall, a double glue wall to buy himself more time. Can he heal up? Yes, he can try to, but Jiraiya gets sprayed down to the ground. But the timing is perfect as they have already managed to bring in a single player on the side of Team Princess back into the matchup. And Anxiety, on the other hand, they lose Kanoho as Eternal Watch and Learn still survives the onslaught of Anxiety, forcing Chessman to actually back away.
Probably, definitely not the one that can play CQC. And remember, I mentioned that X-Boy can still win this, and I think Anxiety got a bit too greedy, rushing him in that watchtower. Of course, they got punished for it. Barbara left to bleed out. It's all down to Chessman. Only good in long range. It's close quarter, not so.
And he doesn't have a sniper, bro.
Yeah.
That's a GG if you're Chessman. And it's a little unfortunate with the position that he's stuck in. No compound to play with defensively. Chessman out at the maze. But he is right beside a buy point. So he can purchase one of his team members right back in here for a little bit of backup. But as we can see, X-Boys on the way there as well. Eternal Watch and Learn might have Chessman numbered here. And we might just be able to see them getting taken out. But Anxiety, if Chessman manages to win this next engagement against X-Boys, then it just means that the team is going to be one to fear towards those final circles, because Chessman should be able to recover his full team. We've seen him do it time and time again, and he does exactly that. Toby and Kanoho purchase right back. X-Boys going in for the finisher, but the timing cannot be more perfect as Anxiety and Chessman gets the perfect move in. X-Boys buys Venom 96 back as well, but Chessman beat him to it, and Anxiety is not out of it just yet, Husky.
Yeah, and this so well done from the side of Watch and Learn. Whole team is now back as if nothing ever happened. And I think Never Stop also lost one of their members to Geek Fam. Well, they didn't. Akila got knocked down, brought back up. Very long range snipe from Geek Fam. Demon 76 and under fire by the members of the Diversity Gaming, but does have decent cover to work with. In fact, it's Diversity Gaming that has to kind of fight into them. The fact that they are on the edge of the map, so this is going to take some preparation, especially when Diversity Gaming only have 3 members to work with. It's not going to be an easy descent, and you do have Never Stop and Geek Fam also around this area downhill. But Never Stop gonna take a more defensive stance, and we are seeing the members of Geek Fam slowly but surely getting recon, maybe preparing for this push because they're on the move.
Axis Esports, on the other hand, going to town with the players of ORV. It will be that knock and kill immediately taken, and Geek Fam, as they continue to move towards Wavefront, will displace the players of Never Stop. Sensei has the angle now. Oren might get caught out here. 5 glue walls to play with. It will be hard to take him down, but Sensei does it. Knocks down Oren. Back up from Man04, who gets there very quickly. But the kill is taken, and players of Never Stop do manage to capitalize on that. And Geek Fam, on the other hand, they get caught out in the open with their pants down. But they're not out of the round just yet. Previous round, Geek Fam only managed to muster up 3 points for themselves. They have to do better now. Man04, Raja, Fikri, 3 surviving members looking for Never Stop. But as Never Stop takes that one quick kill, they immediately back away, trying to play those placement points for themselves. It's a good strategy so far for the team.
Yeah, and we see Watch and Learn. I know in the best spot, Nate bounces, but connects anyways. The blast radius is enough. Watch and Learn not getting to catch any breaks at all. They just brought the whole team back and face the tune of EWG and Team Princess. Complete backtrack. There's no name. Here's the commotion. Actually, they see him on the edge of the screen. And this could be the end of Team Princess. X-Men Katsuki making their way up towards the refinery. That's where Axis Esports gonna spot them.
Axis can take the zip line. Very risky. But if they want to farm all of those kills, taking those high grounds will come in very handy. They have to deal with a little bit of pressure from the players at the very end of the zipline, so it's a big decision to be made here. Eastern Wolves gang, no name, inside of that compound. Riven, on the other hand, just walks past him. Turns around the corner. No Name still hidden away. Manchai spots him. Time Turner. The patience from No Name has the Mag 7 but does absolutely nothing with it. Team Princess is still in the game though. 12 more teams out there on the battlefield. And No Name can be purchased right back or brought back through one of those revival points. But it's amazing to see 10 minutes into the game and still not a single team eliminated.
Yeah, very slow-paced game. And in fact, only 7 players have been removed from the game. Some of them, have been revived as well. Mika Boy, I believe this is probably the last man alive for Team Princess. The round started off well for them, trying to take out EWG, but they're now on the receiving end of this. EWG coming in for sweet, sweet revenge. Let's watch and learn the first team to go out. And as that glue wall expires, Mika Boy has to face the tune of EWG, the team that they tried to get rid of at Mammoth, but now it has come back to haunt them.
Mika Boy has an opportunity, but only one opportunity. If he gets a knock, you don't know if he can pull away a kill. Chessman once again knocked down onto the ground. He got brought back in, but to no avail. Geek Fam, on the other hand, as they approach the compound of K9 Esports, they are out in the open. So advantage to K9 Esports at the foundation. Man04 holding on to the angle right behind this wall, waiting for the players of K9 Esports to aggress on forth. As Sensei manages to find a knock, it will be Wuxi that trades out Fikri right after he finds a knock. Man04 takes Blank out of the equation. Fikri deals the shots to Pain as well. Dormain and Wuxi still alive for the players of K9 Esports. Make that only Wuxi as the players of Geek Fam catch one after the other. K9 Esports, Wuxi, great gun in hand, Mag 7, but the game of numbers catches out with him as he dances around his Time Turner. Time runs out. Eastern Wolves Gang continues that battle to catch out the players of Geek Fam, and a great opener by Tua, who instantaneously puts Oren out of the equation. Man04 has to scurry on away. The numbers not on the side of Geek Fam now.
Even the best team won't be able to prepare against such a sudden attack. EWG came in at the perfect time. And all they do is to overwhelm Geek Fam with numbers. And with numbers comes strength. And Geek Fam only has one more member left alive. And ORV Mokka is going to be the one that puts the final nail in the coffin. Geek Fam again with another round that did not go their way.
Mokka managing to pick all of these players off from a distance, but that's all he will be able to play against Eastern Wolves gang. Just a little bit of extra pressure. And Diversity Gaming, they need to circle around this body of water before they get caught out by any of those teams out there. And you can see Orange Esports managing to take advantage of the situation. Diversity Gaming, they are trying to flank a little bit further away, but straight into the hands of X-Men Akatsuki might just be the fate of Diversity Gaming, as King BN now holds on to the edge of the next circle. Trying to catch Decos off, it will be a challenge because the game of numbers against him. The one thing that can make a difference here is a grenade launcher, but it's going to be quite the long shot for King BN to be carrying that around in his hands.
Yeah, and meanwhile, actually, Akatsuki, close range fight. But it seems like this is not going to work out in their favor, at least not against EWG. Yan just in the red, and one quick pump of shotgun takes him out. 12 kills for EWG so far, and they are surviving incredibly well in this round. Meanwhile, Axis fights Anxiety. Toby is completely isolated, giving Neptune quad kill 4 under his name.
EWG, 3 rounds they've underperformed, 2 rounds they performed spectacularly, and this might just be round 3 of spectacular performance from EWG, but it's still a little too early to call. 5 more teams to go through. EWG, let's see if they can pull this all the way, right? ORV on the other hand, Orange Esports surprisingly looking for that final circle as well. This is a very different team from what we've been seeing so far in the competition.
Yeah, Axis Esports now kind of have to face off against Orange. Again, last time they met was on Bermuda, was that final circle where Orange Esports got the booyah. But it seems like that rematch is going to come a bit earlier today, or at least in this round. Axis Esports having a man disadvantage, but we see EWG also on the horizon. And the kid trying to squeeze through and avoid the blue zone. Barroso has a scope on him. Diversity Gaming out in 6th place.
Great aims coming through from Rosso X, just placing his crosshair in the line that he anticipated his opponent to take, and he just walks straight in towards his aim. Orange Esports doesn't have a great place to work with now outside of the next circle. 34 seconds to rotate on in, but it's rotating through the open grounds, unlike Eastern Wolves gang, who has a lot of those defensive compounds to work with. And since they know their advantage, they aggressively take all of these fights out in the open, although that clock is running down.
And I love this approach from Eastern Wolf gangs. Just sticking together, and that's like you said, they've controlled all these good compounds. They're reading the circle well, making sure that they are always sticking together. Axis Esports off of that previous encounter now, only left with 2. No revival available at this point, at this stage of the game. 4 more teams remain. Orange Esports tries to sneak into the safe zone. The nade does connect onto 2, brings him down very low. Monito wants a bit more. Mantide shot down by Barbara. The second nade comes through. A third one around the way. And it's Monito nailing all of them. A pentakill as far. Decos, last man alive. The blue zone's going to close in, and Decos, if he doesn't die to the members of EWG, he's going to certainly die to the circle. One final stand. Decos gets a knock, but no kills for him. EWG with 16 on the board.
Eastern Wolves gang, if they can secure the booyah as well, they will be hopping on straight in to that 6th spot, replacing K9 Esports as well as No Escape, both at the very same time. Anxiety holding a close angle behind the Eastern Wolves gang. Kanoho with the opportunity for a backstab. No one has spotted him just yet. Neptune on the other side from across the players of Eastern Wolves gang, chipping on in all of those shots, but EWG has masterfully managed to avoid all of those engagements very clearly with their glue walls, but they're running out of time as well as resources now, as they just purely depend on those defenses. Kanoho chipped down, a beautiful ice grenade tossed out by EWG, and he does not get eaten up though. Still plays around with a little bit more of his HP as Axis Esports keeps EWG busy. Anxiety remains surviving.
And the ice nade, perfectly put. EWG Still has a couple of glue walls to work with, but then Blue Zone is closing in. Tua getting a good knock onto Kanoho. Look at Shahid. First to the center of the Blue Zone. He has such a good spot to work with. The shotgun pull as well there for Truck. It's covered. Revan rushes in. Shahid misses the shot. Anxiety gets knocked out. Who is going to get this? Shahid, Neptune, they stick together. EWG falls. And Axis Esports scrape by with a booyah. A good revenge exacted after missing that opportunity.
No doubt whatsoever, the players of Eastern Wolfsgang will be able to once again snatch away that number 1 spot. Okay, fine, not once again. They almost snatched away the number 1 spot earlier on with their performance, but this time for sure, as they most definitely played a much more high pressure game out there on the battlefield as opposed to Axis Esports. Axis, in their own accord, a team that is in a little bit of trouble, Husky, a little too close to that 12 spot.
Oh, absolutely. We've come a long way with these players, right?
Yeah.
So much more personality. I remember back in the days, people just hold up their phone. Now people are doing dances. They are doing Fortnite flossing. They are showing their cats. We need more of this. I'm loving this. I'm loving the celebration. People are taking group selfies before they end their day. And maybe that's why Farhang dropped the last 2 rounds, because they took the selfie at round 2. Should have done it by the end of round 4. But, you know, for what's worth, it's very clear that they're having a lot of fun.
Yeah, you gotta celebrate some of your victories out there. Farhang did that, albeit a little prematurely. But this time round, I mean, we have to highlight Eastern Wolfsgang. Although, yes, Axis Esports, great job picking up the booyah. But today was the day of marathon for EWG.
Oh, yes.
And they needed to perform 8 back-to-back matches. But clearly, they have been having a problem pulling off those plays. 3 rounds we've seen them absolutely bomb out. And in the exact contrast, 3 rounds where they have found those final circles, managed to find the booyah ones already in here today, and 2 of these rounds managing to get the top 2 spots.
Yeah, absolutely, right? The first booyah they got was, I believe, in Purgatory, and then Alpine, it was taken away by Bloody Head, you know, again, top 2 finisher. And that was the interesting round, Bloody Head, DG, Diversity, and EWG. And now they, claim they were not able to claim the booyah, but again, like you said, another top 2 finish. Kind of a late bloomer for EWG, but thankfully they have those rounds to work with, and they made full use of it. Right? So you can kind of set aside the first 3 rounds, think of it as only 4 rounds available in the back, and EWG making use of this means that they put themselves in a very comfortable spot to qualify.
Oh yeah, agree. Oh, look at this slow-mo recap of that beautiful snipe, right? Absolutely love what production is doing with all of these highlight reels. And as Eastern Wolfsgang approach that final circle, this was once again a tremendous play coming out from Monito, right? Managing to toss out 2 of those grenades and very hugely making such a big difference for the team out there on the battlefield. And as Anxiety made their way in towards that final circle, still managing to put them out of the equation. And yeah, 27 points, courtesy of 18 kills that they pick up in this round, and of course 9 points from those placements.
This is the most kills that EWG has ever gotten in a single
yes.
round, for sure.
Yeah.
Right, like, and this gonna bump that average up by a bit. Of course, 22 points for Axis Esports is also no small feat.
Yeah.
With Anxiety kind of lagging behind 15, Orange Esports still getting a very respectable 12 points. But the rest of the leaderboard, I mean, Geekvan, very slow day so far. 11th place on round number 1, and 7th place in round number 5 and 6. But K9 Esports drops all the way down to 12th spot.
Yeah. And that's a surprising play from them. What's not surprising to see at the bottom of the leaderboard is Never Stop, a team that has been riddled with unfortunate inconsistencies in the competition. Although we have seen them hit those high notes a couple of times, it hasn't been more than those couple of times. X-Men Akatsuki this time around, nobody goes in, to force them out of those rounds super early, but they still manage to find that exit, managing to pick up 4 of those placement points, a single kill out of that. Diversity Gaming, a much better performance this time around in terms of Team Princess, and them ranking in the bottom 4 might not be something that they are very happy with. But like, we talked about earlier on as well, you mentioned it, GeekFam, 7th place, 7 points. This is a shocker.
Yeah. The good thing about GeekFam is that no matter how bad they finish in terms of standing in a round, they always get some points, right?
Yeah.
And most of them are Q points because they win most of the fights that they get into. So that is something that, a quality that a lot of teams struggle with. At least GeekFam, if they go down, they bring someone down with them.
Yeah.
So it's something that they can kind of hold on to. And again, they still have 8 rounds tomorrow, right? It's
Yeah.
not even their big day just yet. So for them, not too much to worry about. But for X-Men and Akatsuki, again, this fluctuation is what worries me, right? And every time we see them have a round like this, ORV will feel a bit more relieved that they still have a chance, especially tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you know, when Husky says that Geek Fam have nothing to worry about, he means that literally, because the last time we saw Geek Fam run a marathon, they picked up 150 points. That was on day number 1. And we're looking at them to perhaps pull off something similar tomorrow. For all you know, they might be like Eastern Wolves gang and perform even better the second time round their marathon. But we've got to take a quick short break before we hop on into close of the day later on. 2 more rounds to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Turun Free Fire sekarang.
Free Fire untuk semua.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengar dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
Susday នាងខ្ញុំលីសាពួកយើងមកពីក្រុម AKO ខ្មែរតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីក្រុម Diversity Gaming ហើយខ្ញុំមកពីប្រទេសកម្ពុជាជាទូទៅខ្ញុំជាអ្នកលេងដឹកនាំក្រុមតែម្ដងប៉ុន្តែនៅពេលបន្ទាប់ពីខ្ញុំដាច់ឬក៏ខ្ញុំអ៊ីមលេទៅគឺប៉ាប៉ាគាត់ជាអ្នកដឹកនាំបន្តពីខ្ញុំពីព្រោះអីពួកយើងធ្លាប់លេង tournament ច្រើនជាងសមាជិក team ផ្សេងៗ
យើងកំណត់តួនាទីរបស់យើងអាស្រ័យលើអ្វីដែលកើតឡើងនៅសមរភូមិពេលខ្លះខ្ញុំនិងហេងនឹងដើរតួនាទី support ហើយ Double B នឹងលេងជាអ្នកបើកមុខនាងខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយរីករាយមែនទែនដែលបានឡើងមកដល់ FFCS League Stage នេះ
និយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំពិតជាសប្បាយចិត្តមែនទែននៅពេលដែលបានជាប់ឡើងមកវគ្គ FSCS ហ្នឹងហើយនិយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំព្យាយាមច្រើនដងហើយប៉ុន្តែអត់ដែលបានឡើងមកដល់វគ្គហ្នឹងឯងតែឥឡូវបានឡើងមកដល់ហើយ
team ដែលពួកយើងចង់កម្ចាត់ចោលហើយចង់ប៉ះខ្លាំងជាងគេគឺ team ORV Esport
ខ្ញុំគិតថាក្រុមប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីននិងម៉ាឡេពួកគាត់នឹងប៉ះគ្នានៅដើមហ្គេមហើយទុកឲ្យខ្ញុំជាអ្នកប្រមូលផលនៅចុងហ្គេមនិងទទួលបានបើយ៉ា ទោះបីការប្រកួត FFCS ជាការប្រកួតដំបូងរបស់ពួកយើងតែសូមកុំប្រហែសជាមួយនឹងក្រុមរបស់
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky. We're the casters for the day. In fact, throughout the whole competition, we've been with you and we've been able to witness the rise and fall of some teams. And we've been able to witness some domination fizzle out. For example, teams like Geek Fam who have been able to show up in such a big way. But today, they've been hitting quite soft. But like we've discussed, Husky, still a lot of opportunities left here. But that's not the same for a lot of teams.
Absolutely. Plenty of chances for Geek Fam, right? And you know, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a fall from grace, but maybe it's just an off day for Geek Fam, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they come and hit us hard in the last 2 rounds, right? We could, on contrast to that, we have Farang, who started off the tournament very slow, and they ramp up in the past 2 days, past 2 days, including today, so 3 days in a row. And sure, the last 2 rounds that they played was pretty mediocre, but Farang, overall as a team, has gave us such a good impression of them being a good front runner. Maybe not being able to overtake Geek Fam at the very end, but put themselves out there.
Let's take a look at the map recap here, just so that we can see exactly how have those teams been performing out there on the battlefield. Like you said, Farang just stringing on their days of performance into the 3rd day back-to-back where they've been able to hit hard. But that was mainly for the first 2 matches, because in Game 3 and Game 4, we saw them kind of deteriorate in terms of performance. They hit 10 points, followed by 5 points in that Game 3 and 4. But the first 2 booyahs picked up by that team. Eastern Wolves gang showed up in such a big way on game number 3, and that's after they themselves bombed out in the first 2 matchups. But we did see them keep up their pressure consistently to get into that final zone a couple of times later. But from then on, the Booyahs have been kind of changing hands from team to team, round after round. Bloodyhead securing Alpine at game 4, Orange Esports hitting back in such a huge way in game number 5, and Axis Esports also stepping up to the plate in the previous matchup before we went for a break.
And I just remembered something. Every day that Farang played since day 3, they've gotten a minimum of 2 booyahs on that day, which is completely insane, right? So that's how consistent they are. So to put that into perspective, every single day they guarantee themselves 24 points just off of placement from their booyah. And that's not even accounting for the kills that they get, the massive amount of takedowns, and of course the rounds that they didn't get the booyah but still make it to top 5. And now the last 2 rounds for Group B, surprisingly, there's no Group B teams that got the booyah, well, except for EWG in round number 3. But aside from that, Group B as a whole has been struggling a bit.
Well, maybe this is the point where K9 Esports, or, Eastern Wolves gang from Group B. So I guess they stepped up once a couple of times. But maybe this time around, we will see K9 Esports kind of steal it away in Purgatory as well. Because K9, they've not really shown up in here today, apart from that round number 5, where we saw them kind of make that breakout 12-round kills, right? But even if they did manage to pick up the number 1 spot, no booyahs. I guess for just the sake of glory, K9 needs to pick that up a couple of times.
Absolutely. And again, the overall standings tells a pretty compelling story, at least for Farang, right? Currently in 1st place, but we know by the end of the day, Geek Fam will be back in 1st place. And then there's tomorrow as well. So that remains up in the air. Toad 3rd place, 304 points. So there are only 3 teams who make it to 300 points thus far. Anxiety well on their way to achieve that. Bloodyhead as well. EWG in 6th place. So far so good. Followed by K9 Esports, No Escape, and Watch and Learn.
Yeah, this was something that we were talking about as well. If you look at Geek Fam and Farang, how Farang should have made great use of their final 2 opportunities to just truly run away from Geek Fam. But that's not what happened, right? They kind of just waned off in terms of their pressure on the battlefield. Picking up 15 points from their final 2 matches clearly wasn't enough to get away from the team that has been dominating the league so far. And Geek Fam now are just 3 points away from grabbing their number 1 spot back. And there's nothing that Team Farang can do about that. Let's see exactly what sort of a fight we see out of Farang tomorrow to perhaps put the final nail in the coffin. But we also know tomorrow is the day Geek Fam runs their marathon, and they're the insane team that picks up 150 points from a day of marathon. So good luck, Farang. Let's see how you outdo that. But Bloodyhead, they've managed to improve their standing on the overall leaderboard through such a solid, consistent day in here today. 282 points, they hop right back up.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly look at both AQ Khmer and Diversity Gaming, right? 203 points and 201.
Yep.
And this is a very dangerous spot for both Cambodian teams to be in, because X-Men Akatsuki is just 2 points behind AQ Khmer, and they're tied with Diversity Gaming. And when tomorrow rolls around, these 3 teams will only play 4 rounds in a row. So it's a very tight race from 11th to 13th place. ORV Esports and Orange have a very good chance of making it into top 12. So now we get this 5-6 legged race in that for that top 12, which I think we'll only find out who makes it to tomorrow.
Yeah.
And again, it's just classic Free Fire. You do not know who makes it through until the very last round. Team Princess is the team that I'm very worried about.
Yeah.
Because they are underperforming by a mile. And I know by the end of the day they will overtake Archangel and Never Stop, but it is not even close to being enough.
Yeah, and AKO Khmer, they're in Group A, so they don't really have a lot to do much in here anymore because they have ended up, rounding up all of their 4 rounds in here today already, right, in the first 4. But when you look at Diversity Gaming, they still have 2 more opportunities. This is their day of marathon. X-Men Akatsuki, same situation. So they can continue climbing up the leaderboard, but it all depends as to how they perform out there on the battlefield. Consistency is what we look out for. But surprisingly, Diversity Gaming has been able to do quite well today.
I would say, overall, I think they're a bit more consistent than X-Men Akatsuki. And that's just the impression that I got watching them play. And of course, by the end of the day, whoever gets that lead over the opponent theoretically has a better chance of qualifying, right? So this is, now the tug of war is still on. Of course, they are going to overtake AKO Khmer nonetheless, and that means that AKO Khmer ends up needing to fight for their lives tomorrow, right? And of course, the best case scenario, like we mentioned, is that both Cambodian teams qualify for the grand finals, and I think that itself would be a massive milestone. But we'll see how this is gonna pan out in game number 7 as we head into purgatory for the last time today. All eyes are on Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki.
One thing that AKO Khmer can, I guess, pray for is for X-Men Akatsuki and Diversity Gaming to both get taken out fairly quickly in these rounds so that they don't displace them from their position that they hold out there on the leaderboard. And tomorrow, all 3 of these teams will have the exact same number of games to play. So that kind of equals up the playing field. But AKO Khmer literally needs to pray for these 2 teams to bomb out early. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. But as I was saying that, King saves his team member's life by downing Jimmy Neo. And King going in for the finisher as well. Mika Boy from the back trying to return fire. King catches him. And Mika Boy could do nothing from that position that he held on to. And King very quickly takes command of the situation.
Best possible opening for Diversity Gaming. Just 2 points delivered on a silver platter. Team Princess are just so spread out. It's nothing that they could do. No Name caught out by, I believe, the Kid. So 3 members of Team Princess have been eliminated. And the worst part is they can't even get them to revive because Diversity Gaming has control of that point.
Eternal Watch and Learn chasing down Axis Esports. This might just be the bait. Axis leading them down out of Brasilia. And Demon 76 making sure to make good use of that right-hand side flank, whilst the rest of his team members continue to spray down all of those players. Orange Esports, Jabat gets knocked down onto the ground. Decos tries to give him a little bit of backup, but Santa makes sure he pressures him. Aquila on the ground. Decos makes quick work of him. 1-to-1 trade for Orange Esports as well as Never Stop. But as you can see on the minimap, there is one player from the side of Orange Esports that can actually do the biggest amount of damage. He's flanking from the right-hand side, but it's going to be all about the timing. Axis Esports, the bait is successful. They lead Watch and Learn directly towards them and then eat them up. And now they are the ones to fire right back. Going in for the chase. Maske fires back, but X-Boys and Demon down on the ground already. Final player. Eternal Watch and Learn needs to watch how Axis Esports sets up these fights. Absolute gold.
Yeah, and you can see the instant panic in Watch and Learn. They were not prepared at all. The moment they see Axis Esports, they all turn. But it was a bit too late. There was no cover for them to walk, to hide behind. No glue walls. Axis Esports just off to a fantastic start. Never Stop and Orange Esports though. A crucial encounter for either of these teams. But more importantly for Never Stop, as Orange Esports, they do have a marathon tomorrow. But it seems like, they might not even need to wait until tomorrow. As Tom, with almost no health, just takes down Sana. And Never Stop again. Just not being able to finalize things. And it felt like round 1 was all about a fleeting memory at this point for Never Stop.
And I am quite frankly confused as to why is Never Stop backing away from this engagement. But they want to play a safe game. not confident with the way they're taking this fight. Zenze is going to be left behind. He's going to hope and pray that the players of Orange Esports does not come hunting. But if they do manage to give chase, I'm very sure Zenze will throw his body in the way of those shots and save the rest of his team members. K9 Esports, we talked about them stepping up and snatching away the Booyah, and it looks like they're on the way there. And the first thing that they do is help out AKO Khmer by taking down one player from the side of X-Men Akatsuki. And the wraparound comes through for Normain, getting that extra bit of information, but very risky play as he brings his bike straight into the defenses of X-Men Akatsuki, allowing them to shoot straight at him, but Normain makes one huge mistake. By the time Payne could arrive there for the little bit of backup, he had already been put down onto the ground. But Payne now with the backstab, but glue wall barricading down the players of X-Men Akatsuki. The numbers haven't arrived on time. X-Men now can strike right back.
Yeah, pulls out the knife at the wrong time. The katana is not going to win this one. They have a glue wall. They got to isolate Payne. But Payne is also playing this to perfection. Still gets overwhelmed by numbers though. Flank does the job. And K9 Esports not done just yet. It's going to be blank on the chopping block. Unlock and the glue wall. Completely outplaying X-Men Akatsuki.
K9 Esports. That final glue wall by Blank was just absolutely well timed. Manages to get a knock, blocks those shots, saves himself, backstab. And K9 Esports, that's the risk when you do not engage and wipe them out quickly out there on the battlefield. And this is once again where the disabling of the kill feed plays against so many of these teams. There's just no way they can adjust their game style against all of those teams out there. But a great grenade tossed on into the trailer, and King BN shuts them all in by using his glue wall. Papa 44 straight in front, and the players of Diversity Gaming were able to quickly recover the situation. But outside of the circle now, Papa 44, they have to heal themselves back up, and more importantly, remain surviving as they find the next circle. K9 Esports, as quickly as they won that earlier battle, they find yet another opponent at campsite, and this time it's Geek Fam, one that is going to be much more difficult to take down here, Husky.
And let's see how K9 deals with Geek Fam though. Can they do a third bad round for Geek Fam?
Oh, what?
Seems like Geek Fam is still winning out all of these fights. All 3 kills in going their way. K9 Esports not getting anything done. Geek Fam coming out on top without losing a single member.
And K9 Esports, they still remain surviving as they managed to send away Normain. And this was a good play coming through from Normain, right? He was the first one to rush into the battle earlier on, and I believe he does have a vehicle on him as well. But it's going to be a question on whether or not he makes a lot of noise as he rotates into the circle or picks up the vehicle. And it looks like he will be going for the vehicle just to get that extra boost of speed and find one of those revival platforms for of course, the survival play to bring his team members right back into the mix. Anxiety gonna follow the players of ORV, who have been the first ones to jump into the next circle. Anxiety, on the other hand, are absolutely undisturbed right now. They're just moving from compound to compound, looting up, and that's just gonna make them a very, very dangerous team towards that final circle.
Yeah. Good vehicle. Very, very important on this map, especially Purgatory. And what I worry about right now is ORV, because they have not been having a good time at all. Started as kind of the gatekeepers of top 12, but now in a spot where they have to fight for that place themselves. Diversity Gaming is so far spread out, but they already have 5 kills under their name. And that's a very, very good start for this team. And very important to note that today is the day that they fight X-Men Akatsuki for the 12th spot, or at least to put themselves in a better position, and they've already done so. Especially with X-Men Akatsuki constantly struggling. Right? Again, overall performance, Diversity Gaming just seems so much solid on the day where it matters. And if there's one representative from Cambodia, you know, if it's not AKO Khmer, I think at least Diversity Gaming can be that insurance.
Let's see exactly where does the circle lead Diversity Gaming into next. Eastern Wolves gang taking their time, their sweet time outside of the circle. And I believe it's all to farm up those vehicles and to rotate into a better compound for themselves. And that's one of the best ways to play Purgatory, by finding those vehicles, covering a lot of ground, but it comes with its own fair share of risk as well. For example, some of your vehicles can break down halfway the battlefield. No, just kidding. It doesn't happen. But if you get shot up, if the pickup from that vehicle is just not quick enough, then that will be a absolutely unfortunate situation for you to run into. But if you are able to get a head start on some of these teams out there, that vehicle can be such a huge game changer. Orange Esports still looking to continuously improve their performance in the competition. This team was dead last. And it's so surprising to see them wake up in the final 2 days of the competition.
Yeah, very, very impressive in fact. Oh, Anxiety though. Not having a good day so far. Going up against Axis. Kanoho. Oh, doesn't win that one. Neptune is just a bit more sharp. Toby turns the corner.
Oh.
Gotta go for the reload though. And that means that Neptune is the one that stays alive. Anxiety. Oh, caught up by GeekFam on the other end as well. They could not take any fight. In fact, Anxiety scurry into the wild. On one end, it's GeekFam pressuring them. On the other end, it's Axis winning those engages.
Yeah, Barba doesn't have much of a choice in here. Chessman buying a lot of time. Barba has a vehicle, needs to pick it up and drive away as quickly as possible. Now, if Barba does not reposition himself, it's going to be all too late. And it is too late. Raja catches Barba, Orange catches Chessman, Anxiety out of the equation, and GeekFam making sure they remain dominant out there in terms of those kills. And now Axis Esports, the ones who are leading this particular round with the kills, might just be the next ones the players of GeekFam prey on. Eastern Wolfsgang, on the other hand, have managed to catch hold of the side of Orange Esports. No trigger discipline as they straight up shoot them, even without any cover on their side. But lucky for Eastern Wolfsgang, Orange Esports continues running towards K9 instead. They want to find a better defensive spot, and they do not want to give the players of EWG any bit of their time. And Eastern Wolfsgang, as aggressive as they are, they just go out hunting for another team. This time it's going to be ORV, but ORV manages to trade back Normain, knocking him down onto the ground. Mocha is in position already. Mancha in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, and we'll see how he deals with this, especially EWG. They had such a good second half, I would say. The fact that ORV is caught, is kind of playing this high ground in the middle, puts them in a very safe spot for now. But never stop. But the run into the territory of Axis. And not just Axis though, GeekFam has been watching this all along. Santa takes the brunt of it. Victory with a long range snipe. Again, starting it off with a knock. And before Never Stop did anything, they are already at a disadvantage.
Yeah, Never Stop. They don't have much of a run in here because they're running straight in towards Axis Esports. A killer down on the ground already. Zensei hopping straight into the compound of Axis. And Axis, they meet them with the numbers, and Never Stop are eliminated in the 7th place. A little unfortunate. They need to plan those rotations well. But GeekFam now, starting off the engagement against Axis. They take advantage of Never Stop's approach, and that just does not give Axis Esports any room to breathe. Great grenade, Vegeta. Geek gets knocked down onto the ground. Neptune still remains surviving, but Man04 reloads at the wrong time. Not his fault. Double barrel, a single opportunity you get. You need to be able to hit all of those shots. But he dances around Neptune and puts him on the ground.
And he still wins that. That is the craziest thing ever. You see two guys just firing at each other, they're hopping left, right, and center. But I think this outcome is pretty much expected, right?
Yeah.
I mean, GeekFam is going to win that every single day. But ORV's luck might have just ran out. Cookie gets caught in the open. He gets a free shot. It's Papa 44's turn to take his one. Challenged by Latte. ORV kind of trapped in a very awkward spot with EWG behind him. And EWG is also kind of pressuring them. Not squat down. Oh, Mocha is just better in those shots. And Monito is going to get finished off.
He's
going to do this. Latte already the last man alive for ORV. It's just a horrible spot to be in.
Yeah, you gotta love those grenade launches if you are Diversity Gaming. I mean, not once, not twice now. Multiple times Diversity Gaming has made great use of the grenade launcher. But, you know, my personal preference is to bring that out in the final circle. You waste out all of those opportunities with these early engagements with the grenade launcher. You don't win big because you find many more fishes in a tiny little pool when it comes to that final circle. Diversity Gaming taking their time to rotate in as the Eastern Wolfsgang look for ORV. I believe Diversity Gaming is waiting for an opportunity to steal this kill off as well on Mocha. But I don't think that's going to be the right call to make here. Diversity Gaming still playing a lot of their time outside of the next circle. 10 more seconds to rotate on in. Mocha's clearly not going to be making it through. And Eastern Wolves gang taking advantage of the fact that nobody's shooting at them. They're wasting so much of time out, all to get this one kill.
Yeah, and Eastern Wolf gang have no problem playing the slow game at least. Papa gets what a sniper from far. Look at them just scrambling to bring everyone back up, and Orange, his back is exposed. Throws down the glue wall, keep himself safe just for now. Papa is still the hornet's nest. Now Geek Fam, they're not taking this lightly. No one disrespect them with a backstab. And with that being said, Diversity Gaming have revealed themselves not just to ORV, not just to EWD, but also to Geek Fam, as ORV finishes 5th. And King, just so good with those long range shots, just catches Ribbon on the cross. Diversity Gaming looking so strong.
Yeah, Diversity Gaming, I mean, we talked about how today is their day of marathon and they need to make the best out of this opportunity. They are doing exactly that. Earlier on, we had the Diversity Gaming squad start things off at the 14th spot. They slowly climbed their way up, but they are only making their way higher up the leaderboard. But now the next ones to contend the space with is the players of Geek Fam. And what an impressive run from Orange Esports. I mean, I don't know what sort of conversation their managers had with them, but clearly it was one hard conversation, Husky.
Yeah, it basically is just don't die, you know. I think that's a very straightforward point. They found Eden. Oh, what a lick shot. And Manu for just trips, falls, and finish as Diversity Gaming continues. And this is the 3rd time that they've made it to top 4.
Yeah.
The first 2 times, stolen.
Oh, Papa.
No booyah for them, and Papa is so good with those long-range snipes. And Diversity Gaming, maybe 3rd time's a charm. Maybe this is finally the round that they get the booyah. 13 kills to their name. An absolute explosive performance from the Cambodian squad. And they know how important this round is to qualify for the grand finals, or at least lock in a comfortable spot. Geek Fam are out. King BN got knocked early on, but they can bring him back up for sure.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they have got in store for us. What a nade out of Rosso X. It would be the ice grenade to put the finisher onto the final player. Papa down on the ground. It's going to be Chargebuster. Diversity eliminated, and Orange Esports once again steps it up on the battlefield.
Very impressive performance from Orange Esports. Another round where they play safe, where they read the circle, where all they need to do is to hold on to a vantage point. And this round felt like it was set in stone before it even ended, because Orange Esports were overseeing the entire battlefield. And all they need to do is to fire downhill and catch anyone trying to climb. And of course, and just like ignore the logo, is Orange Esports. Don't get confused. Orange Esports is the team that got the booyah. 2nd booyah of the day, by the way. And it's very easy for us to say that they're not going to get the most points by the end of the round. I think that belongs to Diversity Gaming, but nonetheless, for Orange Esports, it is a very good achievement, because this team is also fighting to be in top 12.
Very impressive improvement coming through from Orange Esports, and by far, this is their best play day. And it is not even their marathon day just yet. So talk about building momentum for a day where they can most definitely promise us a breakout run. Because if Orange Esports can secure such a well-recovered situation in the competition just with these 4 rounds that they have for themselves, imagine what they can do with the final 8 that they have tomorrow.
Oh, I think that would be incredible if Orange Esports qualifies off of today and tomorrow's performance. That is something that they can be really proud of, right? Because but they also have to get through a lot of teams.
Yes.
Which I don't think is very easy to do.
I mean, so far they've been doing absolutely fine. Yeah. And Geek Fam's that.
And Geek Fam's that. This is the first time we've seen Orange Esports do something like this.
Yes,
right?
correct.
Very safe plays. I think this is their 3rd booyah, if I'm not mistaken. But all of the booyahs that they've gotten was that they read the circle right, and correct. They were able to avoid all of these early conflicts.
Yeah.
But how consistent can they do that? I think that's something that is really going to be put to the test tomorrow.
Yep.
But so far in this 4 rounds that they have, they've done it 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I would love to get into a conversation with Orange Esports and just get behind their minds and understand exactly what happened in the first 2 weeks, because the kind of Orange Esports that we're seeing out there on the battlefield today is nowhere close compared to the underperforming Orange Esports that we've been spotting out there throughout day 1, 2, 3, as well as 4. The last time we saw them get the most number of points, that was 42 points on the day that they ran their marathon, where they played 8 rounds. And when they do not play their days of marathon, they average around 25 points a day, Husky, which is miserable.
Very miserable. 25 points a day means that you are never going to qualify.
Yeah.
But they've already broken that average, at least for today, right?
And if they actually do manage to qualify through to the grand finals, I will be shocked out of my brain, because they literally made it happen in the final 2 days of the league stage, which quite honestly should be impossible.
Yeah, but we have seen that happen, right? We've seen teams pulling ahead by just 1 point. We've seen teams kind of winning by just a miraculous final day.
Yeah.
I think we even came close to potential tiebreakers before. But in this case, I think we are heading down that direction. The conversation is no longer who is at the top, but who gets to join them in that trope to go into top 12.
Oh yeah.
And Orange Esports have finally, made their presence known in this conversation.
And ORV is the next one that stands in the way of Orange Esports climbing up the leaderboard. But for Orange Esports to make the break into top 12, they need about 50 points.
And they are battling with ORV tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And today they have got already about 20 points or so secured from this particular matchup. So we're looking at about 30 points remaining, right? If at all Orange Esports now has a breakout mental round to wrap up the day, there is a potential they might be able to sneak into the top 12 by the end of today, which is insane with one solid day of performance. And once again, this is the kind of quality that we expected out of Orange Esports, hence why we've been so, I wouldn't say disappointed, but very, 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 I guess, harsh with some of the feedback that we have delivered out for this team, because they've got such a strong lineup, but with nothing to show.
Yeah, I think the thing about them is just, you see the players on the team and you're like, why? How did they end up in the spot, right?
Yeah.
'Cause when they were on other teams previously, they were playing lights out.
Yeah.
So something definitely needed to be fixed, and I think Orange Esports have kind of found that formula. Actually tying up with Diversity Gaming in first place, 22 points, but of course they take the cake thanks to that Booyah. Geek Fam this time having a much better round in 16 points, and Access Esports following close with 15. So overall, we see this top 14 just dominating the kill feed.
Yeah, and ORV picking up 9 points will make it much more difficult for Orange Esports to replace them at the 12th place, as they will continuously run away from them. But it will also be an effort from Orange Esports to do it either way, right? Because today is the day where they continuously build up that momentum to set up a slightly easier day of qualifying tomorrow before they run their marathon for themselves. In the 6th place, Eastern Wolves gang. For a team that can hit really hard, Eastern Wolves gang really shocks me with their inconsistent performances, right? I mean, you're looking at them in the top 3 or they bomb out. This time around, a little bit of a difference. They are placing halfway at the leaderboard with 9 points on their side. K9 Esports bombed out a little bit too early. Placement's not very strong, but with the initial 4 kills that they did manage to pick up, they still managed to squeeze into the 7th spot with 7 points. Never Stop with 8th place this time around with 5 points. And to wrap up the overall the round 7 standings here is Team Princess, Anxiety, X-Men Akatsuki, as well as Eternal Watch and Learn. Spotting Anxiety in the 10th place here, Husky. That is quite the shocker, isn't it?
Yeah, I think for Anxiety, it's one of those days where they remind me of K9 a bit. Some days they get really good performances, some days they are just falling off. They're just not showing up. But that's why we see the big difference between Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki.
Yes.
Off of this one round, Diversity Gaming has pulled ahead by by a pretty big margin.
Yes.
And also confirm that they are going to be in the top 12 at least by the end of today.
Yeah.
Now, the good thing for X-Men Akatsuki is that they temporarily overtake AQ Khmer simply because they get to play more rounds today.
Yes.
But who's to say AQ Khmer cannot catch up tomorrow, right?
Correct,
Now we got to also worry about ORV and Orange Esports at the same time.
Absolutely. AKO Khmer, they don't really have a breakout run in store for them anymore because they have already run their marathon, 8 rounds of opportunity. So they have to make the most out of their 4 rounds tomorrow. But looking at their performance in here today, I feel like they should be
There's
able
a
to
chance,
deliver.
right?
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance. They just need to clean up some of those acts, right? When we
Correct.
saw the drop on, I believe, Purgatory at Ski Lodge against Bloody Head, I think that kind of was a missed opportunity for AQ Khmer. But when they pop off, they absolutely do wonders, right? Again, Boyloy and Dooming Jun, these two members on their team, have shown us moments of brilliance, but we just need a bit more of that. Just one final push.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like AQ Khmer will be able to go the distance tomorrow because this was the team that started off the competition a little slow.
Oh, yes.
They spent their time learning all of those rotations from the other teams. They tested their power a little bit first before going a little bit crazy out there on the battlefield. As opposed to Diversity Gaming that started off really hot and then kind of waned off in terms of their oppressive power. But now they're slowly making those adjustments, right? Thankfully, towards the end of the competition, we only have one final game to be played in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at Alpine. And tomorrow is going to be the final day of our league stage, which also means the final few opportunities. Team Princess this time getting very aggressive at Fusion as they take the hot drop against Geek Fam here.
The good thing about this is that Diversity Gaming, if they don't count their booyahs, they can be proud of themselves. Because they made top 3 times out of 8 rounds, out of 7 rounds. Which is a huge feat for a team like them. But for Team Princess, it seems like they had to stay at the bottom of the leaderboard for a bit longer. Especially when you drop Fusion into Geek Fam. And they will fuse you into the ground. As the initial kill comes through for Man04, the rest of Team Princess, I don't think they are in any position to fight.
Yep, and Team Princess being dead last right now in the overall leaderboard. Clearly that engagement isn't going to do them any favors at all. ORV on the other hand, Diversity Gaming, the team that we were just talking about. Now Diversity needs to be able to win this, especially against ORV, a team that is trying to displace them from the 12th spot. So this is a huge engagement for ORV as they take out very quickly in succession 2 back-to-back players from the side of Diversity Gaming. But as you can see, one side from the side of Diversity Gaming, Kid running towards the revival platform, but changing his mind at that very final second.
One team just got eliminated. I don't know. I'm not sure what team it was because we got the camera cut, so we're going to find out in a bit. But that team was wiped out by X-Men Akatsuki, a team that really needed a point to make up for their losses in the past 2 rounds. So whoever the team was, pretty unfortunate. A good start for X-Men Akatsuki.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And X-Men Akatsuki, the last time we checked, they were all equaled up in Diversity Gaming on the overall leaderboard. 201 points both of these teams had to their side. So if they want to make their break in towards the top 12 once again before we move into the final day of the league stage, yeah, this is a great time to do it, right? So good win for them, but they need to make it through the final circle as well as Eternal Watch and Learn keeps an eye on Axis Esports. Off screen, Geek Fam, Jiraiya has been found. The best player on the side of Team Princess taken out of the equation. Vickery with the right-hand side flank. Man04 straight from the front. And No Name has no choice. The game of numbers against him and Team Princess taken out of the equation. Geek Fam wrapping things up quick.
Yeah, just swift and decisive. Classic Geek Fam fashion. Watch it on the other side. Up against Axis Esports. A solid team thus far. Axis kind of an up and down, and then they a mixed bag of very aggressive players like Vegeta that definitely needs ample support from the team to really function. But in this case, Watch and Learn have surrounded Axis Esports on all angles. They have that long range cover fire. They have Demon 76 in the forefront. Let's see how they're gonna execute this against Axis.
Axis caught in a small compound here. Grenades can make such a huge difference, but it doesn't look like Eternal Watch and Learn has them. But Vegeta running straight into their crosshairs will help out Eternal Watch and Learn. And now, look at this. Demon walking straight into the enemy's compound, and he will be punished for it. Maske running into Shahid as well, but the backstab is going to be solid, and it will be Maske who enters into this fray as well. Neptune holding the fort for the players of Axis Esports, but to no avail as Eternal Watch and Learn clean up house, clean, and with all 4 players still surviving on the battlefield.
Definitely felt like this is going to happen, eventually with how Watch and Learn, poised themselves to take that collapse, and they did it so well. It was a bit of a victory lap around the dead bodies of Axis Esports.
Yeah, I don't think that was a good idea, because now you are taking, digs at Axis Esports. I'm pretty sure they'll be returning into the competition to look for a little bit of revenge.
That's why they did it now, because it's the last round of the day,
Yeah, tomorrow, bro.
You can sleep it off tonight.
Axis still has an opportunity tomorrow, and guess what? Axis is running their marathon tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
8 rounds back-to-back, right? So I guess we can look out for Axis to start things off hot, but hopefully that doesn't get to their heads and force them to make rash decisions out there on the battlefield. Zenze, great shot. And that's why you gotta love that AC-80. Back-to-back shots, gets that extra bit of damage. Sana, on the other hand, put down onto the ground. Woodpecker responds by Jazly. And now the players of Never Stop slow down their pressure just a little bit.
Zenze has been on point with his snipes today. And sure, they might not have the best runs the whole day, but all these individual snipes are incredible from Zenze alone. I think Santa also stepped up. Obviously, the other 2 members, Akila and Sana, has been struggling a bit on the side of Never Stop. But at least we are seeing, the other 2 players kind of step up to the case. Next, Akatsuki having to tank that blue zone, but it's just a stage 1 blue zone, so very, very bearable for them.
I'll take this performance out of Never Stop any day, right? Because the last time they ran a marathon, they picked up an overall 26 points, Husky, which from 8 rounds is unfortunately miserable. Zenze, opportunity, spots out Yan, but no quick shots coming through, and X-Men Akatsuki will be able to disengage and back away. Both teams caught outside of the circle now, with the players of X-Men Akatsuki being the first ones to peel away from this engagement to find the next circle, and they turn their backs towards the players of Never Stop. That could be the biggest decision made by X-Men Akatsuki that could be played against them, but it looks like timing is on their side because Never Stop is not going in for the chase.
Yeah, Never Stop just letting X-Men Akatsuki go, not wanting to take the initiative to chase. Kind of back to what we know about them, right? Just a very defensive team.
Timing. Come on, Never Stop. Easy kills. Nah, they just allow X-Men Akatsuki to back away.
It seems like they defaulted back to what they usually play, right? It's just very conservative play style. Maybe also because they, got smacked a couple of rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And now it might have got into them.
Yep.
Not really sure about that. And hopefully that's not the case, because it's fine letting X-Men Akatsuki get away. It would be nice to take them out because you also want to get into top 12. But now they put themselves in a position where it's very hard for they themselves to get close to the safe zone. Because you have X-Men Akatsuki on one side and you have Watch and Learn on the other side.
Yeah. And like you said, right, Never Stop 2 back-to-back rounds where kind of got slapped around. So I guess you gotta understand the decision being made by them. Back away from X-Men Akatsuki. They don't know who they fight, but it looks like they don't want to fight anyone. Sana! As he tries to get away. Eternal Watch and Learn. There used to be a time where Eternal Watch and Learn used to just eternally watch the other teams and learn from them, but absolutely learn nothing as they made mistake after mistake after mistake. But it's such a different team in this competition, right? And it looks like Never Stop is going to be eliminated quickly here as Sana, the final player, low on HP, gets eaten up by Maske and his double barrel. Eternal Watch and Learn, 8 kills in here so far. And they look like they're just ramping up because this final round, Eternal Watch and Learn wants to use it as a stepping stone to continue climbing up the leaderboard, especially versus No Escape, who holds on to the exact same number of points as them, but also the 8th place. Eternal Watch and Learn, on the other hand, on the 9th spot. So moving up 1 spot here. And this is where things start to get really, really important, right? Because each and every single rank will make a little bit of a difference in terms of how much money you take back.
Oh, Eden, you are so cheeky. Supposed to be between Orange and K9. Eden now steps in. Orange Esports loses their one member, and look at Normain. Strides in with the bite. Deco tries to go for the challenge. Ring around the Rosie. Jabat with good support fire finishes off Normain, who oversteps his boundaries. But for, in this case, I think for Never Stop at least, just off of one decision, they got not only got wiped in 9th place, but it pretty much concludes their chances of making it top 12.
Yeah, and K9 Esports on the other hand, engaging out with Diversity Gaming. Eden gets knocked down onto the ground. Blank focuses on taking him out of the equation, and of course picking Wuxi up as well outside of the circle. Yes, there will be a little bit of damage, but not enough damage to knock them out of the competition just yet. And Diversity Gaming has to worry about another team as Orange Esports, the team that has just suddenly shown up on day number 6 of play, seems to be running circles around all of these players.
And unlucky for Diversity Gaming, they just brought one guy back and they lost him, and then they lost one. Felt like nothing changed, still a 3-man team at the end of the day. And Orange Esports has something to say about that. Going in for the rush, they know that Diversity Gaming, at least we know that Diversity Gaming only have 2 functioning members. It's the one that got brought back. It's probably not even in the compound. You can see they're going so far away. King Bian is going to be left to his own devices. That means that Orange Esports should be able to pick up a free kill.
See if not they make quick work of this as RossoX is brought back into the mix. Diversity Gaming should be losing one more player to the side of Orange Esports as the rest of his team members get brought back into the mix as well. King BN22 has got a great gun for that close range engagement, but that grenade from the side of Jabat, one that he could not avoid because of the distraction provided by Decos. Perfect combo from the side of Orange Esports. Like I was about to say earlier on, it looks like Orange Esports is a totally different team out there on the battlefield, Husky. I mean, day 5 versus the first 4 days that we've seen them, this literally looks like a different team.
Yeah, and a very crucial moment as well, right? Again, fight for the 12th space. And for you guys who haven't claimed this loot box just yet, please do so. Key in the code because it expires in an hour at 5:30 p.m. And you are only eligible for it if you are playing on a Singapore server, so do take note. But as long as you key in the code, you will get that loot box, an AK-47 cosmetic. Which is pretty good. Anything with dragons sounds good.
And of course, you gotta love the facelift that the game has gotten overall.
Oh yes.
So much more sleek out there. K9 Esports can't take advantage of the sleek looks. Normain brings up a glue wall, but the Riptide Rhythm rips it down. Tom gets the knock. No kills coming through just yet as Tom himself gets traded out. Geek Fam arrived out of nowhere, and now they go in for the knocks onto the players of Orange Esports whilst engaging with K9 at the very same time because they've got a great defensive spot for themselves.
Yeah, look at that Orange. Catches Decos right off the bat. Keep on finding fights on 2 fronts. But most importantly, they cripple Orange Esports so much that Orange not only has 2 members left alive, and there's no way for them to get into the safe zone.
Orange Esports have been able to perform 3 rounds back to back. But now because of Geek Fam, they slow their pace down. They cannot choose to engage continuously. ORV steps on in, and ORV is the saving grace for the side of Orange Esports. Distraction for Geek Fam, which means Orange can buy their players back into the mix just at the outskirts of Forest Red. But he has to be careful here, the player from the side of Orange, because time is running out. That circle catches up with him as well. As we can spot on the map, it's going to be Rosso X. And he doesn't really have much of an opportunity. And yes, he is at the buy point already. It is that play. Orange Esports will be able to catch Rosso X off guard as he tries to make that survival attempt later on. X-Men Akatsuki on the other hand, one by one, they chip away at Diversity Gaming, and Jasley takes triple from that engagement.
Oh, and Man04 just get overwhelmed. Very well done for the members of Orange Esports, but it's enough though to end this one. Geek Fam still has 2 members left alive. Fikri and Orin trying to bring Man04 back up. Fikri providing support, and Orin brings out the big guns, the grenade launcher, to force ORV away.
Oh!
You see Neslu. Orin just blows him up. ORV losing control of this area. Geek Fam with a quad kill. for Oren. They stay alive in this round.
And once again, the players of ORV, the perfect sacrifice for Orange Esports to get out of there. And X-Men Akatsuki now hopping on into battle as well. After going to town with the players of Diversity Gaming, they now want to take that backstab against the players of Geek Fam potentially before they make their way in towards the next circle. Splitting off into a buddy system here. 2 players on each side of that body of river. Geek Fam, they face a little bit of difficulty in that engagement because of the position that X-Men Akatsuki holds over them, attacking from 2 different angles. And as Geek Fam tries to make it into the circle later on, it will be a challenge, but Orange Esports gets taken out of the equation, and 3 rounds back-to-back they perform, but thanks to Geek Fam all knocked out, we know who's going to be looking for a little bit of revenge on Day of Marathon tomorrow, Husky.
Oh, absolutely. Orange Esports still has a chance to work with Barbara. Completely flashed. An immediate follow-up. Not enough to take him down though. Anxiety had the eyes on Blank. Gotta eliminate K9 Esports. Blank's, I believe, is the last man alive.
More.
Out in the open. Barbara delivers the killing blow. We're down to the last 5 teams. Geek Fam still in the mix.
Fikri.
And Fikri completely exposed, but the bullets are not landing. Finally, it connects. And Barbara makes sure that he makes it count.
Ida!
Also around the nave, flying, and it lands. Maske with a 3-pointer of a lob.
And Eternal Watch and Learn manages to pick off 1 clean kill through the guy. Anxiety, on the other hand, flanking from the right-hand side. And now Geek Fam going to be in a lot of trouble. X-Men Akatsuki, the buddy system being executed to perfection by the players of X-Men Akatsuki. And that gives them the greatest vantage point over the players of Geek Fam as well. Visibility, but a grenade launcher pops one straight towards the players of X-Men Akatsuki. And they scramble for a little bit of a defensive spot. And look at Barba as he catches off Oren. Nobody else there for the save as Man04 runs in straight towards Oren. He makes it through with a great glue wall played, and Fikri provides the suppressive fire, making sure Anxiety does not continue to pressure their players. Fikri with a masterful snipe, and this should be between Anxiety or Geek Fam, but X-Men Akatsuki staying away from all of those engagement, Husky.
One of the best possible situations for X-Men Akatsuki to be in. It's all about getting those points and keeping themselves within touching distance of that 12th spot. And don't let Diversity Gaming run away with the lead, and Justly will make sure that that happens. They actually still hiding. And for now, finally snuffed out. 3rd place finish, not too bad. Orange on a grenade launcher. Now, Anxiety, the best round so far against Geek Fam.
Yeah.
Both eyeing for that Booyah. Orange grenade launcher out. Doesn't explode. A nade from afar. Orange dodges it. And another grenade launcher just lobbed down left, right, and center. That one connects onto Toby. Skanoho drops the glue wall. Another nade coming out from Oren. He's landing all those nades left, right, and center. Fikri still alive. Oren peeks on the corner. Nails that one. And it's going to be the end for Geek Fam. And Anxiety puts a stop to that rampage. A booyah for them to close out the day.
Great play from the side of Anxiety. Today has most definitely been a day that is not the best for the side of Anxiety. The best that we have seen from them in here today has been the 15 points that they brought out at round number 6. Couldn't secure the booyah for themselves, but this time around, they pick up those solid kills. They run to that final circle. They keep their positions, and this is what I like to see from Anxiety that we did not see out of Diversity. Diversity always finds a way to get their hands onto those grenade launches, but prematurely uses it before getting into that final circle. Anxiety, on the other hand, makes sure they use that grenade launcher to secure that booyah. One bit of a difference, but it makes such a huge one in terms of points.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this time Orion was not able to land his grenade launcher shots, right? Because those cartridges, if one lands, that round is done for. And Anxiety just have a very good defense towards the very end. Not as much kills though. I believe 6 total kills by the end of the round. Geek Fam probably has more than that. But if you're Anxiety, you should be delighted that you got those points anyways.
Yeah, absolutely.
But a team that deserves some focus, definitely X-Men Akatsuki, the best possible scenario for them to keep their toes behind Diversity Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely right. And X-Men Akatsuki just managing to play that a lot by the positioning that they found out there on the battlefield, peeling away from all of those engagements. It was a highlight earlier on in terms of the point made for X-Men Akatsuki. They are desperately trying to make it into the top 12. And I feel like this great play from their side has been enough to just nudge them into the top 12, right? Diversity Gaming, they did perform tremendously well at that round 7, so that could be the only outlier in terms of holding back the players of X-Men Akatsuki, replacing them in the 12th spot.
Oh yeah, and I think, you know, the race is definitely not over just yet, right? Diversity Gaming, we said that they had an amazing day, at least on average, right? This is probably one of the better days for them. But X-Men Akatsuki also showed us that they can keep up with the pack. And it really comes down to tomorrow. Both teams have 4 rounds to prove themselves, and that is not including ORV, Orange, who are running their marathon to also break into top 12. It can be anyone's game. We might see Cambodian teams in the finals or none at all.
And it's quite surprising to see how cheeky GeekFam is and how their confidence just shines through, right? When they know that they really have to go out there and chug out and put out a great performance, that's when we see them hitting those high numbers. And we're talking about, like, you know, numbers past 70 picked up within 1 day of play. And GeekFam today, on the other hand, hasn't been able to play such masterful pressure, but managed to bounce back in that very final opportunity. 15 kills, 9 points from placement. Even though anxiety hits the booyah, GeekFam snatches away that #1 spot. A great way to start that momentum to build into tomorrow.
And we found out who was the first team that got knocked out. EWG. Started the day was pretty well, but ended on a very low note. Nonetheless, though, for EWG, a marathon day that I think is worth looking back at, because they did have a couple of good rounds that they can be proud of. Obviously, this is not the ending that they want to look for, but in the greater scheme of things, I think EWG did fine.
Yeah, I mean, out of 8 rounds, you saw them pick up the #1 spot once and the top 3 twice, right? So overall, it's an all-right performance from the side of Eastern Wolfsgang. The most important point being they're nowhere near to getting relegated from the top 12. So, you know, no, I guess even if the only thing that they might care about is just picking up an extra few US dollars in terms of the overall prize pool that's available at the league stages. But apart from that, nothing else, right? So no harm, no fall from Eastern Wolfsgang picking up that final spot. But Team Princess, there's a lot of repercussions behind them picking up the 11th place earlier on in the overall leaderboard. We saw them dead last, and this obviously helps them in no way whatsoever. Surprising result, though, from K9 Esports. This time, 8th place with only 6 points, 1 single kill. And Normain just hasn't been the Normain we saw at the start of the league stage.
Yeah, it's a cold streak for K9 Esports, right? Yeah. No booyahs, barely any top 3, top 5 finishes, just a very miserable day for a team. I think even on the day where they played their first marathon, it was almost kind of the same, right? K9 Esports just not able to make that long run. But, you know, they have gotten enough points. They are qualifying nonetheless. That's something that they can be relieved about. Maybe, you know, start prepping for the grand finals. But just to give you guys a quick recap of what has happened today, Farang starts the day off with 2 booyahs of their own, as EWG got the booyah on round number 3. Bloody Head secures one by the end of their day in round 4. And we come into the second half with Orange Esports nailing 2 booyahs in game 5 and 7, getting 3 top 3 finishes, which is super impressive. Axis Esports getting a booyah in game 6, and we end the day with Anxiety getting that booyah over GeekFam.
Of course, with Orange Esports doing really well in game number 7. I want to see exactly how far that's launched them up the leaderboard, right? Because we're once again talking about a team that started off last. They've been in the bottom 3 for throughout the whole of the league stages, as a matter of fact. And now we get to see the overall standings as well as how much they've improved. And Orange Esports, just a couple of spots up, 187 points, and now just behind AKO Khmer. And this must be one of the best, no, not one of. This is the best run so far for Orange Esports in the league stage. Tomorrow, 8 back-to-back rounds. They will prove the quality of the brand.
And the race, X-Men Akatsuki have already secured a spot for now. They have to worry about ORV and Orange Esports tomorrow. So X-Men Akatsuki are not in the safe spot at all. But Diversity Gaming are in a more comfortable spot just because they had a better day today. AKO Khmer will have to fight for their lives. It's 4 rounds to 8. They have to have a breakout day to potentially join Diversity Gaming. But it's not to say that Diversity Gaming is safe, right? Because Orange and ORV could easily overtake them because they just have more rounds to work with. But for Team Princess, it's a big heartbreaker, because the last time we saw them, they need 1 point to catch up to Archangel, and now they still need 1 point because they got none towards the tail end of the day. And it's safe to say that Team Princess might not even make it at this point unless they have an incredible run tomorrow, which is going to be an insanely tough task.
And it's really surprising to see the players of Geek Fam, I mean, is it surprising? Snatch back that #1 spot away from Farang, who had quite the good day out there on the battlefield, stringing along all of the points that they picked up on day number 4. 104 points picked up in day number 4. Day 5 has been quite solid. Like you guys saw the recap earlier on, they managed to pick up 2 of those booyahs, 3 fantastic rounds, but nothing more than that. And the moment Geek Fam jumped right back into the race, look at the distance they put between themselves as well as Farang. And the more crazier thing about this is Geek Fam secured a grand total of 0 booyahs getting there.
Oh yes. And that's the impressive part, right? They only got 4 booyahs. And all these booyahs, if I remember correctly, are from the first half of the group stage. Maybe they got 1 starting from the second half, but even then, and that is the big difference between them and Farang, right? I think what separates them the most is that when Geek Fam goes down, they take kills with them. Something that Farang does struggle with every once in a while, and that is why we see Geek Fam put out all these massive kills. And of course, a big part of that was also because Farang got out to a very shaky start. But overall, those minute details is what's going to set Geek Fam apart from everyone else. The fact that they will never go down quietly, and they will always make sure that they get something out of the worst possible situation. In fact, it's safe to say that Geek Fam will break through to the 400-point mark tomorrow. But if history repeats itself, we're going to see Geek Fam pass 500 points by the end of tomorrow.
And that would actually be absolutely insane, right? For Geek Fam to surpass the 500-point mark, it requires them to hit more than 100 points. But like you said, if history repeats itself, once again, this is a team that managed to pick up 151 points the last time they ran a marathon. And Geek Fam should be able to show all of the other teams out there on the battlefield exactly who is the most dominant out there on the battlefield. Even Anxiety, who runs the marathon with them tomorrow, will have a hard time catching up. We are looking at about 100 points in terms of a difference between Anxiety as well as Geek Fam. And obviously, although it is difficult, we have no doubts whatsoever they will still try their best to catch up. The schedule pretty much remains the same in terms of the maps that we play as well as the rotations, but the one thing that will change is who plays that marathon. Today was day of marathon for Group B. Tomorrow it will be with Group C. So as you can see, Group C starts off the day going up against Group A, and then the second half it will be them going up against Group B.
And it could not have been a better way to close out a chapter of our group stage. The fact that the race for 12th spot all comes down to tomorrow, and the teams that need these 8 matches are all in Group C, and we'll only find out who qualifies if Cambodia's pride is on the line. We know that Sri Lanka probably would not make it, which is very unfortunate, but Cambodia still has a chance, and it lies in the hands of Diversity Gaming themselves. And it also comes down to whether ORV and Orange can make that incredible run to qualify themselves into the top 12. And the stage is set. We know who's going to be in the lead. But as all competitive Free Fire comes down to when we reach the end of the group stage, it's always about who gets to join the grand finals.
I'm a little disappointed, mainly because, you know, we talked about how it requires the Sri Lankans a absolute miraculous run in here today, especially for Never Stop, in order to make it into the top 12. And they started off showing us that perhaps a miracle is possible. So not only they went on a rampage to pick up all of those kills, they also secured a booyah, right? But, you know, for a team that was so inconsistent, I should have expected that. Because right after that, they got wiped out.
It's kind of a carrot on a stick situation, right? They dangle it in front of you, but I think it's something that, regardless of the fact that they're not going to make it, I think Sri Lanka should be proud, because this is the first time that they debuted alongside major regions, right, in Malaysia and Philippines, and even Cambodia to a certain extent, because back then it's always MCP, but we never get Cambodian teams. So Cambodia making their debut and having a good performance to have a chance to qualify for the grand finals is a big achievement, but nonetheless, I'm pretty sure we'll see more of the Sri Lankan region in the future, and this is just the beginning.
Absolutely, and I hope to see them right back in the competition with a lot more firepower, but things are not over just yet. I mean, a miracle run is still possible in here for tomorrow from the Sri Lankans, and it's all in their hands, it's all in their strategies. But of course, some of those eventual encounters out there on the battlefield will be decided by mechanical capability, and they've shown us so far that although they do have what it takes to overcome some of those situations, some of those teams out there on the battlefield, they haven't really been able to bring those plays back to back, which is going to be quite the concern. So, a miracle run tomorrow for the Sri Lankans. Let us know exactly what you think. Is it going to be possible in the comments section, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We think it's possible. But yeah, they need to think that it's possible too, Husky.
Yeah, it's a big leap for them, right? Completely new environment. There's a lot of takeaway. I think they do not need to be too hard on themselves. But we also have, the replay of this the entire day, which I think is completely insane. That some of these teams have shown us so much. I mean, Farang, Orange Esports, EWG to a certain extent, and also GeekFam just showing us that they do not need the booyah. Booyah do not define you. Right, it's like, you don't have to wear branded clothes to look fancy. I mean, GeekFam has proven that, right? They come in with socks and sandals, and they still smack the competition and keep themselves in first place. But Diversity Gaming also had an amazing breakout day. Took them a while. They had some rocky runs, but overall, they still were able to not only break into top 12, but to keep themselves at arms, not within arm's reach of a team like X-Men Akatsuki.
Yeah, very impressive run coming through from the side of Diversity Gaming. And it's, even though quite inconsistent, they are able to still hang with the best out there on the battlefield. And like you said, managing to do just enough to kind of break into the top 12 and hopefully stay in there for the rest of the competition as well overall. Tomorrow will be a day where they are tested once again, and the Cambodians have shown us thus far that they can go the distance. Hopefully tomorrow's the same case.
Yeah, and that's all for the quick fact that X-Men Akatsuki bombed out 2 rounds with nothing, right? But also, Lifeline was given by Diversity Gaming.
Yes.
Fate works in a very strange way, but Destiny will show us who makes it to top 12 tomorrow, or at least at the second half of the leaderboard. We're gonna close out the day for now, but do remember, the group stage still has one last day, and it's Group C's time to shine tomorrow. The race to top 12 continues tomorrow at the same time. We will see you then. My name is Husky. He is the Mustachio AJ. We'll see you guys tomorrow. On behalf of everyone, have a good Saturday. We'll catch you guys for day 6 on Sunday.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Malaysia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Tim Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Tim X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan Tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down we are together.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Santa from Team Never Stop.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Makda from Team Never Stop.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Roma from the Archangels team all the way from Sri Lanka.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm X-Gun from the Archangels team all the way from Sri Lanka.
I am the team leader who serves as the shot caller and the sniper. I basically use a sniper, but I play at a medium range because it lets me lead the team while supporting them.
I'm the close range rusher. Usually I'm the first in my team to rush in and get us some entry knocks.
I am the sniper and I am the IGL for the team. My sniper skills are strong and I will always cover my teammates.
I play as a planter for the team. I am playing this role because I am good at explosives and long range headshots.
This is the first time that we are going to play in an official tournament. We will do our best even though there are a lot of teams who already have experience in this tournament.
I'm so happy that we are one of the teams which qualified for the Free Fire Challenge Series Season 2 from Sri Lanka.
Sensei always want to play sniper, even though he's a rusher.
Let me think, Sana always like to play with female players than his team.
Specifically the Auto Knockout team. It is one of the most famed and the most experienced teams we are facing in this tournament.
We are looking forward to meeting Team Todak in battle.
We wish them to do their best in the league stage.
This is going to be our first experience in an official Free Fire event. So the other teams better watch out because we are coming for the win. Thank you so much Garena for giving us Sri Lankans the chance to participate in Free Fire Challenge Series Season